Loading the game. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 126 Wonderful Pen Painting Mountain C26 I'm the White Rose. Actually, is it a rumor? The so-called scales of the repaired Qinglang sage, the feathers of the Suzaku sage, the tail of the nine-tailed ancestors, are all fabricated. Did the flower gods never meet them? I always feel that something is wrong, but I can think about it for a while. Seeing Z Wednesdays. Jiuwei is also uneasy after the king is to treat you as a flower god. Yes, it becomes a little fox and does not forget to step on it. Z's Iogen hesitated a bit. He was worried about his own repairs. Will Jiuwei think that he is a reincarnation of the flower god and then more uneasy? After all, Jiuwei did not know the flower asterisk before, but the flower asterisk was involved with Howking. Jiuwei thought that he was worried about the tail. He lazily squatted in Z's arms and said, "You don't have to worry about it. Even if I only have one tail, I can keep alive with you." It is worthy of the teacher's homology. This dragon and fox think the same, as if Zen's life is their life. The extra time is irrelevant. Z Weddy sighed and said, "Frankly, maybe I can fix the tail for you." 9. Tails did not take the matter seriously. How to repair? Give your small petals as my tail? I can't bear it. Oh, once you don't add any drama, this poor effort is exposed. Z Tao said that he had done it in the Wishan mountain. Jiuwei stunned as he expected. Repair? Z Tao nodded. Yeah, the nine-tailed ochre flashed and asked, like a flower god. Z said, "I don't know this, because I have never seen a flower god." 9. Tells Z where he can basically guess what he is thinking. He softly said, "I don't know how this ability comes from, but I know who I am and what I want." 9. Tails looked at him. "What do you want?" Z Yang bent his eyes and said, "I want to be with you." When Jiuwei's heart trembled, he changed back to the human form, and he held him in his arms and kissed him in the forehead. "In fact, it doesn't matter if you don't repair it anyway," Z Tao said, "in case I live more than 200 or 300 years. 9. Tails were asked. Z Tao said again, "Please don't leave me alone. This is so good that the nine tails have infinite power, and the 200 or 300 years are quite long for mortals, but under the conversion, it may be worth 2 or 3 months. If a couple can only marry for 2 or 3 months, how sweet is a tragedy. Can live longer, can stay together for a longer time. How can you not?" I didn't dare to think about it before, but once there is such a possibility, the desire is like a magic bean that has been rooted and grows into a towering tree. I want to look forward to it. I want to be together forever. I want to make the moment eternity. Ninetails asked again, "Is there any harm to you?" The injury is indispensable. Before the Qinglang repaired the dragon scale, his physical overdraft almost fainted. This time it is estimated to be half a catty point, but Zen will not say first. He said, "It's okay. I have repaired thousands of flowers and I don't think so." 9. Tails cautiously said, "Then we try. If you feel uncomfortable, stop immediately." Zen is very soft, adult. "Can you think about me first?" 9. Tails squatted, bending lips. "I don't think about you everything, but my heart is all about you." This familiar love message. "Thank you," with a smile. "Then you should give me a chance to miss you." The way he smiled like this can make the nine tails sweet. He held him firmly and said, "Don't be like this, Z. Very well." Jiuwei said, "This is so beautiful. I always feel like dreaming." Thanks to Z, the heart of the heart has dropped a lot. To some extent, this is indeed a dream, because the past is long gone. The nine tails give everything, and all that is waiting is a white rose that has forgotten him. Not even the avatar. He gave him the white rose that he had forgotten. Can't say which is more cruel. Not a dream. Zu said in his arms, slowly said, "As long as the two of us are real, then it is not a dream." A Dream, the truth of two people. When the dream came true, Jiang's words to Zizen were now told him. Their truth is proved by each other, and this is the truest truth. Zitao tried to fix the tail to Jiuwei. What surprised him was that he had finished a tail and didn't feel too much distraction. Is the injury of the nine tails lighter than that of the King Long? Why don't you think about it? One is the tail, the other is the scales, and the scale should not be lighter than the latter, or is it? Because it is in the painting. Not really a fix. It should not be. Then what is going on? It will not be his surge of power overnight. After fixing a tail, he asked him nervously, how do you feel, Z? Yang bent his eyes and said, I feel that you can cover the sky. This is playing the stork, because in the Demon Sea, the tail of the nine tails is spread out to cover the sky. Nine tails smiled. Zizen thought, I think it may not be a cover up, but a peacock. The young fox doctor who was present laughed out loud. Nine tail oddly stared at him. When he looked back at Zitao, he only said indulgently, naughty, Z. When he really began to look forward to the opening of the nine tails, when I finished the third tail, Zitao knew that she didn't take it off because, tips in the lower right corner, number 1 has reached the upper limit of damage and has been destroyed. Zmo was silent. Did he accidentally put the number 1 to death? Hey. Zizen solemnly apologizes. Number 1, you are much better than Suri. After repairing 3 tails, I was exhausted. I don't think I can see the 9-tailed screen today. He repaired 1 more and covered his body with a sense of distraction. 9 tails immediately noticed what happened. Z. Tao nodded. Don't worry, just some force, just rest. The green fox doctor quickly said, this is already a miracle. Someone can fix the 9 tails, the legendary flower god. His words were not finished, and the 9 tails gave him a look. Green fox, shut up. Jiuwei, go and find some jade. The green fox was in a hurry, and he was rolling. Zitao knows that Jiuwei is not willing to mention Huishan, so he did not mention it. He only said, you can fix other tails after 2 days of rest. Jiuwei said, don't worry, time is more, Z. Tao does not agree with it. Time is used to enjoy, and what is painful to bear. 9-tailed. When? I can enjoy it now, Z. Very well. He can't even say the soul now. No 2 was in place soon, and Zitao knew that his upper limit was 3 tails, so he stopped after repairing 2. It is a pity that there is no way to selectively consume it, otherwise he can consume his own physical strength and can repair 3 without dying. But not in a hurry. Anyway, there are only 2 left, and after a few days, you can recover your physical strength when the 9 tails are fixed. Ziwei is looking at the body of the 9 tails. Jiuwei still has a mood to tease. Want to see me open the screen, Z? Tao said, no, yes. The 9 tails are already very sloping. He leaned closer to Zitao. The peacock is on the screen but courting. You are responsible for eating it. This shameless flower fox. Ziyang bent his eyes and saw a scene that was extremely shocking. The real 9 tails are not a weak little fox. When he recovered to the full victory, he was dozens of times bigger, and when his drag tail was all unfolded, Zizen did realize what it meant to cover the sky. Too big. The silvery light is very beautiful and very strong, as if even the sun is carefully retreating. It is difficult to compete with him. Zitao was stunned. When he looked into the silvery scorpion, he couldn't help but say, what is your name? The 9-tailed silver fox looked at him with a clear voice, and the voice seemed to ring in my heart. I don't have a name, Z. Tao said involuntarily. Fox 9. The 9-tailed silver fox licked his head. Zitao said, I will call you Fox 9 in the future. Okay. As Zizen's voice fell, a strong pull hit him, and he came back and realized that he would be ejected. He looked at the 9 tails and heard his voice. Where are you going? Ziwei, where are you going? Z. Tao has left Shenzhen Point. When he returned to reality, he still did not return to God Point River Slope. When he entered Shenzhen, Jiang was on his side, and he couldn't help but turn to look for him. But did not find it. Thanks to Z looking up at Shenzhen, but found that the painting on the scroll has changed. No longer the silver 9-tail palace in the snow and ice, but the tail is unfolding, magnificent, and also vivid. Fox. He stared at him, and a pair of silver plaques were full of attachments. Zizen couldn't help but stepped forward and touched the picture point with a bang. The picture fell and became a small book. Xie then took it up and wrote 4 words. Nine-tailed foxes. Xie Tao tried to open it, but this book is like what enchantment was imposed, and it can't be opened. How is this going? Where did the 9 tails go? Xie Wei looked at the system prompt in the lower right corner. Branch task. The 9-tailed illustration has been collected. With 100% completion and 50% overall progress, Xie Tao opened his own roster. At the same time, the small book turned into a scroll was integrated into the roster. Then the 9-tailed illustration emerged. He looked at Xie Zhen as if he was questioning him. Where are you? Xie Hao reached out and touched it, full of doubts. How is this going? After collecting the illustrations, the 9 tails were sealed into the Shenjian. What is God Jian? What happens when it is sealed? It is a pity that the 9 tails are not there, and the river asterisk is not there. He can't discuss with him. At this time, there was a big scream from the second door. Jiu Jiu. It's a big deal. Xie Tao's nerves tightened, and he quickly pushed the door out. What happened? Red Second took his hand, sliding away. Let's go. Xie Tao followed his footsteps and asked, what is going on? The Red Side ran and said, the White Tiger Sage suddenly launched an attack on the Demon Sea, and it has already fought with the Post-King Ancestor. Xie Tao hasn't figured out where the 9 tails are going, and the two fight again. Hunger Dao. It's really awkward. That white rose doesn't know where it comes from. It's the 2 demon ancestors who hooked up the Demon Sea. They also fascinated the heart of the White Tiger Saint, causing him to be furious and angry. The whole Demon Sea. Xie Wei didn't dare to care about it. It was like something that the arrogant can do. At the time of Atlantis, Xie Zhen discovered that the strongest fighting force in the soul is definitely the 3rd White Tiger and the old 6 after King. These two fight. It is really a catastrophe in various senses. Xie Tao said, I will go and see. Cannot let them fight. Go back to the entire quasi world will collapse. Hunger Dao. What is the use of you? The most important thing to go is the White Rose. Xie Wei. I'm the White Rose. Red. 2. The author has something to say. It is time to let the Holy Mountain and the Demon Sea see the domineering of the Rose. What about the whole family? They have a real father. Doge Face. Chapter 127. Wonderful pen painting. Shanhei 27. White Tiger. Do you think I will not hurt you? Xie Wei was afraid of a life, and he still had to look at the red face that was dull and ran out. Red Second responded quickly and grabbed him. Xie Tao looked at him, anxiously said, Red brother, I really have to pass. Let them go to the trouble. There will be big things. Red Second has already returned to God, and his manner is complicated. Are you the White Rose? Xie Wei was afraid of delaying time, and he was unceremoniously taking off his vest. I'm really. It's no doubt that this is alright. Who knows that Hunger actually sighed. You said that the same as the White Rose. How is the gap so big? One is so courageous and fearless. One is the coward who shrinks his head. Xie Wei. What does mean? He can understand every word, and he doesn't understand how to get together. Red 2 took his hand and said, I can't let you take the risk. Xie Wei can't laugh and cry. I really. Dao. I know that you want to take the risk of our roses and stop it, but you can't do it. Even if it is a white rose flower, there are thousands of different things. You can't replace him. His sin can only be his own. Go to bear. Sure. Enough. The second person. The brain is not the second is a second. Xie Wei seriously stressed. I'm really the White Rose. That is the White Rose they are rushing to grab. Who knows? This vest still has a strong glue and has not taken off for a long time. Red Second also wants to say that Xie Tao can't wait any longer. He doesn't show up in the mountains on weekdays. Everyone is really a weak little rose. Don't forget that Xie Tao is a person who is full of junior qualifications. If you are serious, ordinary people don't want to stop him. If you don't believe, just come with me. Xie Wei did not open the Red 2, simply dragging him to the battle of the raging rush. Red Second exclaimed, You are so strong. Xie Tao's inexplicable thought of someone's regular slogan, I'm bigger elsewhere. What a mess. Sure enough, the ink is black, his face was reddish, and he ran faster. He couldn't let the souls have an accident. They had an accident, and some bad things were dangerous. Who knows that this little Rose is thinking about the yellow driver of the old driver? He is still chattering. I don't believe what you said, but you are the fiancé of the King Long Saint. How can you have time to provoke Jiui, Hao King and Beihu? You have to have this skill. Why don't you give Suzaku a chance? Z. Heyo paused. Don't make a decision. Red. Second would think that he really received Suzaku. He compromised. Well, I will accompany you. It is possible that the two ancestors saw that we are the part of the rose flower. We will listen to what we say. Can it's also a good thing to turn it into a jade. He can't be dragged. Zizaya-san breathed. Too lazy to explain point anyway. It's true and false. And he will understand everything when he sees it. Point Red Second does not know that his worldview has been faltering. He clearly has the opportunity to escape, but he has come to witness the miracle. When Zitao arrived, it was shocked by this shackle point. If there is a asterisk of war in this world, then the White Tiger of the Holy Mountain and the Queen of the Demon Sea deserve it. Point Neither of them took the other people, but they just stood there. But they stood out from the momentum of the mountains and rivers. This is the first time Zitao has seen the White Tiger. In this quasi-world. The old third Gar is actually very detailed, especially in the first world, even through women's clothing. As a maid, in Atlantis, it was a natural exposure. It was a constant victory general with a heavy hand. Under the strong armor, it was still an overly exquisite face. It also lost his character and he couldn't move the knife. Otherwise, it is necessary to make people suspect that they are taking off their armor. At this time he also wore a silver armor, a red cloak fluttering in the air, lined with exquisite faces. Murderous Zitao saw a heart tremble. Well, the third child is also good looking. Speaking of it, he didn't think that the human 5 components piled up well and didn't look good. Now, if the old evil is present, one will stick gold to his face. The lover's eyes are Xie Xi. Baby, after reading the White Tiger, I can't help but see Hao King. Although I have met him in the Jiuwei Shenjian, I saw it for the first time in reality. Zitao took a look and his heart slammed. After the King Dynasty cream, white, a pair of strange and dead, standing there, but it seems to have been taken away. White Tiger angered. You waste this, Hao King. Did not say anything. White Tiger rode. Give him to me. How? King is silent, and one word does not respond. White Tiger upholds the temper of the third child. Raising his hand is a straight long knife pointing straight to the back of the chest. Don't toast and not eat fine wine. After hearing such a few words, Zitao basically guessed it. Beihu thought that Bei Weiwei was here, but in fact, Bei Weiwei had long been turned away. After King lost the person, it was already lost, and he had to face the White Tiger's forced questioning, and he still said a half sentence. The so-called palms and hands are all meat. Zizen is still distressed after the king in Atlantis is already pitiful. And this time is not much better. First, the corner was dug by the Ninetails, and it was to be smashed by White Tigers. He is trying to come forward. Who knows that the White Tiger has stabbed the chest of Hao King? Stop. He hurriedly opened. Already late. Zitao did not expect it at all. He did not expect that Hao King would not even hide. It is true that the White Tigers are fighting against the sky, but Hao King is not an ordinary person. How can a rival who is quite a fan of the game be so rude that he can't even be a knife? Hao King did not want to hide. The White Tiger turned his head and a pair of deep red scorpions locked Ziwei. Zizen's heart jerked. If the line of sight can be turned into substance, then the White Tiger's eyes are already a dense network, covering him with the whole person and tightly bound. Stared at him like this. Zizen could not move his legs. Hao King also turned his head. He saw Ziwei, but the difference was not wavering, as if a pool of stagnant water, calm and make people feel bad. Zitao was arrogant, and went forward. Why don't you avoid it, Hao? King took a breath and whispered, I'm sorry, it's apologizing for the substitute? Thank you, I don't care. The White Tiger violently pulled out the long blade and said coldly, Jiu, go back with me. Tao can only manage one at a time. Naturally, he is half dead and inactive. He does not look at the White Tiger. He has supported Hao King. How can you stand up? The White Tiger's blue veins rose, and the voice also brought anger. Jiu, come over. This tone is so fierce that it seems to be able to beat people. Xie Wei was afraid of him, and he didn't return. The sound of the knife rang. The voice of the white tiger was already on the verge of eruption. He has been abandoned by me, and it is not alive. In this quasi world, Hao King's setting is a zombie ancestor. His most powerful feature is the undead body. This is actually similar to Xi's technique, but his shadow is stronger and more resistant. Before the old patriarch said that the flower asterisk had repaired his 3 heads and 6 arms, it was actually his shadow. Hao King has 2 shadows, that is, 3 bodies, so there are 3 heads and 6 arms. To say that it is not, as long as a dragon. The shadow body was abolished. For Hao King, it is indeed alive. Zhao was even more anxious. He supported Hao King and wanted to take him back and find ways to save his life. The white tiger's long knife waved over, only the blade oozes the scalp. Xie Wei was in front of Hao King and confronted him face to face. The white tiger looked fierce and said that it was a saint who was more brutal than the demon priest. He almost bit his teeth and said a word. Do you think I dare not hurt you, Xie? Tao was fearless and looked at him without looking at him. The atmosphere suddenly dropped to the freezing point, and the people who probed the brain dozens of meters were also afraid to go out and scared to death. Will the white tiger do it? Just a little red rose. Can you stand it? It stands to reason that at this time, the second is to save the compatriots, but he can't move. Under this amazing momentum, people will lose the ability to control their bodies. Everyone was quiet, and when they were shocked by this intricate situation, they felt that the little rose that angered the white tiger sage was already a dead flower. However, when the anger reached the limit, it seemed that the white tiger who had lost his mind had suddenly stopped his hand and slammed the long knife to the earth. I didn't see how big his movements were, but the strength was amazing. The blade crossed the ground, and the cracks were opened. It was like an earthquake. It smashed an amazing gully and faint red light flow. This knife went down. The fire, probably the force is too fierce. The long knife is shattered. The scattered stars are a little bit like the stars falling in the cold and cold night. With a heartbreaking decision, shocking and stunned, it seems that the broken is not a long knife, but things on the chest. The white tiger turned and left without heading back. Zhen's heart is not a taste, but what can I do? He has only one person, which has 2 souls. Can only look ahead. Hao King is very weak, and his voice is as low as saying to himself, I'm sorry. He repeated these 3 words and did not know what to apologize. Zhao put away her emotions and helped him. I will take you back. After King looked at him, his thin lips moved. Xie said, don't say more. I have a way to save you. After King smiled. The gentleness and the dissatisfaction made Xie unable to tell who he was. You always have a way. He said this too lightly, and Xie was somewhat unclear at this time. The red number that was fixed finally moved, and he caught up with it. Jiu Xie. Tao said, I sent the queen to return to the palace. You should go back to the Weishan mountain. Red. To bite his teeth. Where can you leave me alone? I will help. In fact, they are not used, and the slaves of Hao King have already contacted the body and have caught up. With their help, Zhao can let Red 2 go back, but Hang insisted on following Zhen. Zhen thought about it and thought it was time for him to see the truth. Back to Hao King Palace. Hao King was placed in the dormitory, and because of Zitao's sake, the second was regarded as a guest, and all of them were respectful. Red and then, I also noticed that something was wrong. He stayed outside the door and heard the voice inside. Hao King whispered, why come back? Z said, I can't leave you alone. How? King said dumbly, you know everything. Z Wei whispered, how about that? How? King said, Ninetales are good to you. Why are you hearing? Here, what else does a Red 2 do not understand? He stopped the buried leg and threw it out. Got 99 did not lie to him. The 99 is really the white rose. 99. He is the youngest husband's fiancé, but he has accepted the dowry of the nine-tailed ancestors, and he and the queen are unclear, and the white tiger saint has the 3 views of Red 2 officially collapsed. Z Tao is deliberate, and it's all about this. It's impossible to not drop the horse. Instead of letting the whole rose people stunned in a worse situation, it is better to let Red 2 go back to the wind and report a letter and be mentally prepared in advance. The old rose like the old patriarch will not be scared. Return to the earth point. When Red is gone, he and Howking are in a state of being alone. Point. I just sighed more than my heart and died. The next moment, this blink of an eye came to the fore. It hurts. Xie Wei Jiang slanted poorly, the heart was smashed, the bones were broken, and the gods ruined 80%. Xie Wei kissed his lips. River slope. It's already the limit, and Xie's face is red and red. Is there any better? The river slanted into the inch. It's a piece of finger bone, but there are 206 bones and a broken heart and 2 shadows. So you round out and kiss me 1314. It should be Xie Yang. No expression. You still hurt. Sure enough, this asterisk is not worthy. Poor old evil is really powerless this time. In addition to playing tricks, even the people cannot get a few mouthfuls. Xie's mouth was fierce, but the person did not leave a step. He asked, is the shadow body directly gone? Since the flower can repair his 3 heads and 6 arms, he can also point the river ramp. The white tiger did not keep his hands, and the post king did not resist, but it was already fortunate that there was no shadow. Xie Wei did not dare to ask why Howking did not resist. Jiang Xie asked again, what happened? Talk to me. In theory, they are meeting for the first time. It is true that some memories need to be passed. Xie Tao said to him in 151, and he took a trip by himself. Hearing that the 9 tails were sealed by the gods, the river slanted down. Xie Wei asked, there will be nothing in the 9 tails. If there is something in the soul, the deity will have something to do. Look at the current situation of the river, not like something. Jiang tilted his head and said, he is fine. Xie Wei asked, but he disappeared out of thin air. The river slanted up and crossed the Xie Tao to look at the Shenjian in the back. Xie Tao also followed the past. This is the remnant of the posthumousness of Howking. It is also a painting. When Xie Tao's sight is moved, there is ink on the scroll. Jiang asked, what have you seen? Xie Tao said, a sea of flowers. Jiang slanted and laughed. Is it a rose flower? Xie Tao nodded. He knew that he couldn't see it. He also knew that he could guess that it was indeed a rose flower. See, a large piece of rose flower broke free of vines and laid on the ground like a beautiful elf falling from the mortal world. Xie Tao said, is this the place where I met with Howking? River ramp. Go in and see. Xie Tao remembers the injury on his body. Can I change the memory in Shenjian? The shadow of Howking has been completely destroyed. It is impossible to repair it. It can only prevent him from being injured. Jiang slanted and asked, why not? Xie Hao paused. Change the past will not affect the present. Jiang leaned to him and whispered, don't be bound by time. There is no limit between the past and the present. Chapter 128. Wonderful pen painting. Shanhei 28. Your position is always present. There is no limit between the past and the present. What does this mean? Xie Tao whispered and repeated it. This way you can understand better, Jiang said in a different way. On the timeline, your position is always present. Xie Tao really understands it. There is a sudden and cheerful feeling. You mean, there is no past and future? Jiang skewed and said, linear time is human imagination. Because people will die and die, so time will continue to move forward. But in fact the real time is not bound. It only exists at this moment. Xie Tao understood, but people only use their own way of thinking to understand affairs. River ramp. So you only need to use yourself as a reference. Xie Tao nodded. I understand. He used to circumvent a dead end. This is why people often think about a paradox. Change the past will affect the future. Just like the butterfly effect, will the slight change in the past make the future overwhelming? Now Jiang Yi gave him an answer. Time does not exist in the past and the future, and what individuals experience is always present. Even if Xie Tao sees the memories of the past in Shenjian, it is still for the person of Xie Tao. With Xie Wei as a reference. Time is always the present. He went to the so-called past and was still experiencing now. Since there is no past, then there is no need to change the future. Xie Tao was relieved. He said, then I want to stop the wounded from being injured. River ramp. Go. Xie Tao still misses the 9 tails, and he asks again, is there really nothing in the GUG? Today's river slant is a mysterious old evil. He bends his lips and smiles like a smile. There is no clear boundary between truth and falsehood. Xie Xi, his eyes narrowly said, this, Jiang. Slanted a light cough and began to lick his chest. Dear, you really don't plan to kiss me 13-14, relieve the bones of my broken bones, and, Xie said to him, I can hit you 13-14, Jiang. Xie said, you want to fight me forever? Then I can make an appointment for the next and next life, and, Xie Tao only reacted to the 13-14 as a homonym of a lifetime. He did not have a good air. You wait, he no longer has to pay more attention, and he reaches out to the gods. How King's body is really bad. The river is leaning on the poor side. The body is also really painful. It is the most important thing, to help him relieve it as soon as possible. Until entering the Shenjian, Xie Tao is still thinking about the sentence of the river. There is no limit to truth and falsehood. Does it mean Shenjian Li and Shenjian? Or have other meanings? The reason why Xie Tao did not ask is because he feels that Jiang Tai is also unclear. After all, in this quasi world, he has much more contact with him than he is. Many things still need to thank yourself to find the answers. Yu opened his eyes and was instantly fascinated by this colorful point. Where is this? What is this in front of the gods? Flower? God. A crisp voice sounded, and the girl in a goose yellow skirt jumped over. It's not early. Let's go. Is the memory in Shenzhen not a post-king? What is this? Where is Hao King? Xie Zhen did not say anything. The girl blinked and called him Flower God. Xie Tao returned to God and looked at her sideways. Well, the girl stunned her head and said, is there a rest for the Flower God? Xie Tao is not surprised by this title. He must be a flower **** in the quasi-world setting, but he does not know how to become a white rose. Fortunately, just thinking about things. Xie Tao explained to the girl. The girl did not ask much, only happy, and said, let's go. The flowers are waiting for you. Xie Tao didn't know where he was going, but the girl said so. He could only follow and explore the background. It stands to reason that Hao King should be around him, otherwise the memory will jump. But he did not see a pair of blinks everywhere. The presence of the souls is very high, and if it is, he should not see it. What happened? This **** is not the same as before. Xie Tao temporarily turned off her thoughts and followed the girl out of the house. He stayed in a colorful garden, countless flowers swaying in the wind, the air filled with fascinating aromas, beautiful to the world. That is not real. What Xie Wei is more concerned about is that there are many kinds of flowers here. It is not a rose flower. See what is going on? The girl excited. This is my first time to participate in the flower festival. So happy. 100 Flowers Festival? Xie Tao once went to King Lang's Shenjian, where he was injured and rescued by King Lang. The original program originated from the flower ****. Here. It is normal, I'm afraid, that the flower festival at this time will be much more lively than the later generations. There is a green boy who pretends to be a man. You haven't seen the little jasmine in the world. The original girl is a jasmine flower, but isn't jasmine mostly white? Why is this goose yellow? Well, normal jasmine will not become a delicate girl, or do not pursue these details. Little Jasmine said with anger. You have only participated in this little daisy once. Xie Wei. It turned out to be a small green chrysanthemum. Hey, it is a daisy. Zio Day said, hey, when I attended the last flower festival, you haven't changed shape yet. Little Jasmine said, what about the shape? I'm now more powerful than you. The little daisies were poked into the soft underbelly, and they screamed. It's not that you are surrounded by flowers and gods every day. The two little flowers were quarreling, and a woman who was obviously older and white came in and said, what's wrong? You can't be fooled by the flower gods. As soon as she heard the sound, the two flowers suddenly stopped, and they shrank to Xie Zhen, and they lived and said, Yulin sister, this white magnolia bowed to Xie Tao and said, don't be too big for them. One of them is not big or small. He said that he stunned two small flowers. Xie Wei waved his hand. Nothing. Two small flowers are beaming, and magnolia sighs with a sigh. You are really too kind to the flower god. The flowers are coming up again, and the smile is innocent. Flower god is the best. Xie Wei is really not at a kind temper. He is not very happy. He usually stays alone somewhere. But looking at the situation, the flower asterisk 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 is a lively love. He is like this for the time being. Mainly, he really does not hate little Jasmine and small daisies. The group walked out of the garden and there was a lot of fun outside. The so-called 100 Flowers Festival. Listening to these 4 words are all colorful. And if you actually see it, you will understand that all adjectives appear pale and weak under such beautiful and colorful. There is no limit to human imagination, and such a prosperous appearance is not something that ordinary people can outline. When Xie Xi appeared, all the flowers dressed in costumes bent down and bowed, and the sounds of crisp and pleasing sounds came one after another. I have seen the asterisk 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 of flowers and gods, and I hope that the gods will be prosperous and long lasting. Xie Tao has seen this shackle. He paused slightly and then slowed down. Get up. When Magnolia came forward, he gave a name to the seat. All the flowers that were named were full of joy. Sitting in the chair made of white jade, it was very exciting. I only listened to Magnolia and said, although it is a flower festival, there are countless flowers in the world. The flowers on the list are not to be proud. You don't need to be in the Tang dynasty. You should continue to work hard to find your place in the flower industry. This thank you also knows, and later generations have passed on this practice, but unfortunately it is no longer given by the flower god, but a fixed 100 flowers like the rose family. It seems that there has never been a seat, and it has always been the most wildflower. At the beginning of the banquet, the flowers show their talents. Xie Tao is quite interesting. The main reason is that the flowers are very simple. The competition is simple and rude. Good is good. Bad is not good. Flowers and eggs don't hesitate. The flowers that were drunk were not annoyed, only shouted, let's make persistent efforts next time. Xie Tao said a few words of encouragement, and the flowers sang to him again. He said that the flower gods are good and friendly, and they are the only belief in their flower world. Xie Tao has been paying attention to the descendants, but unfortunately he did not see a pair of eyes when he read the flowers in the present world. Howking is the ancestor of zombies. What about this memory? Already a little zombie, Xie Zhensin did not find other species in this flower grass until the end of the 100 Flowers Festival. Xie Tao did not wait for any unexpected discoveries. Didn't Howking hide in this 100 Flower Festival? But he never looked at him, but did not show up. This is like a little pitiful thing. But how can he find him? Xie Wei at the end of the 100 Flowers Festival. On the way back, Xiao Jiali suddenly said, I haven't seen the roses this year. Xiao Dai said, there is no way. The rose family has no shape. Can't come. Xie Zhen thought and moved. You go back first. I have something. Little Jasmine quickly said, where is the flower god? Where are we going to serve? Where? These 2 small flowers are waiting. I want to play with them. Xie Tao thought about it. It doesn't matter. Come on. Let's go to Mount Rose. The 2 flowers looked at each other and said sincerely, you are so kind to adults. Xie Wei. He just wants to find Howking. What do these 2 flowers think about? Little Jasmine said, the roses will definitely be grateful to you. The little Daisy said, yes, when the flower gods came to our Daisy Mountain, I opened my mind and became an adult. Little Jasmine yelled at him, you also said that you are based on strength. Xiao Dai said that she missed her mouth, but she refused to bow her head. I rely on strength. I can be seen by the flower god. I certainly rely on the ability. Xie Tao did not interject. Let them both make up for it, and it did not hinder it anyway. At this time, the Rose Mountain is very different from the latter. The picture in the sacred volume of the gods is really the scenery of the Rose Mountain. A large piece of rose rushes to bloom, but none of them can be adult. Xie Wei approached the rose flower sea, thinking about where to go to find Howking. Little Jasmine blinked. Is that a child? Xiao Dai said, hey, is the rose family finally shaped? Xie Tao looked at the past and saw the little milk doll standing in the vine at a glance. At this time, the milk doll looked over, a pair of different big beautiful colors like 2 clear gems. Xie lived. I have never thought of it. I will see such a small little queen. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 129 Wonderful Pen Painting Mountains and Seas 29 Gods Will Not Be Cursed. Xie Hawking saw him and turned around and ran. The short legs were quite fast and they quickly hid in the sea of roses. The rose flowers here are not the kind of small flowers on the earth. They are probably on the edge of the shape. They are all big and the small body is small and hidden in the inside. Little Jasmine is not happy. How is this rose still hiding? Seeing the flower gods do not come out to salute. Daisy bury her. It seems like you are polite. Jasmine licked her waist. I saw the flower asterisk for the first time, but I couldn't stand it when I threw it. Little girl, you are scared. You can't take care of these two flowers. He has to catch Xie Hawking. He is still so small. It seems that the memories of this asterisk are very long. Such a large piece of rose flower, then a small doll. Thank you for watching it carefully before you can see him. The Jasmine Daisy that was noisy was aware that his adult was catching a small baby and hurriedly said, the rose spread. Zitao is thinking about shouting, can it be useful? Then the roses are like the tides that have receded and they are scattered. Oh, forget that these flowers are not normal flowers. Shouting really works. When the rose flower was scattered, Xie Hawking couldn't hide. He looked around and looked around. He was so empty that there was no cover. To make him nervous, Xie was awkward and whispered, don't be afraid, I won't hurt you. Xie Hawking looked over and all the big eyes were uneasy. Xian slowly approached him, like being close to a lonely little beast. What is your name? Xie asked friendlily. Who knows? Xie asked. Xie Hawking pulled out his legs and went straight to the depths of the rose. Xie say, so good every hair likes him. This is called like it. If you can't believe X, you can't believe it. Poorly, Xie Hawking ran. Rose flowers hid and Xian took a long leg and took the little guy to fish. Xie Hawking fell into Ziyu's arms, his eyes wide open, his face white as a piece of tender tofu. Xie smiled and tried to make the voice gentle and intimate. Why should I run? Xie Hawking stared at him for a while, and he was so screamed that he was so mad. Good fragrance, Xie. Xie Hawking's face is red, and the small voice, good smell, Xie. Tao can't smell the smell of himself. The flower family has all kinds of aromas. Because it is born, I can't smell it. Although it was a bit strange to be said by a milk doll, Zitao did not want to run him again. Why do you want to hide if you smell it? Xie Hawking's logic is very fascinating. Too good smell, can't get close. Xie asked, why? It seems to have poked the heart of Xie Hawking, and he struggled to run. Zitao hugged him and said to him, well, I don't ask, don't run anymore. His voice was too gentle, and the strength of Xie Hawking's struggle was getting lighter, and he was allowed to hold it. Zitao coveted him, and found that he frowned tightly, tangled between running and not wanting to run. Hey? Xie Hawking's face was pinched, and looked up at Xie in confusion. Xie can't help it. How can it be so cute? Why is such a cute little guy grow into such an old driver who runs the train full of mouths? The years are to kill the pig knife. Zen deeply understand the deep meaning of this sentence. It's really soft. Xie bent his eyes and smiled. The soft face was so good. Xie Hawking reacted. He lowered his head and immediately thought of something. He raised his head slightly. This seems to be, you can still pinch. Xie. The blood is empty for more than half. Such a small one, still so embarrassing. It is too foul. Asterisk of flowers, you are stunned by a milk doll. Is it better to go back to the flower industry with me? I will take care of you in the future. Zitao did not have to ask the family of Hawking, and certainly not who knows that Xie Hawking has lowered his eyes and said, no, Xie. When he asked, why? Xie Hawking's lips trembled and whispered, people who are close to me will be cursed. Xie lived. In Atlantis, the sixth child was crowded out by everyone because of a pair of dissidents. He stayed alone in the palace and lived a small poor life that he did not love. Is this the same for Xie Hawking? Is it difficult for Chengjiang to be crowded and indifferent because of these eyes? The original world of Jiangshan should be similar to Zitao. Under such an ethical society, this difference is indeed strange and unknown. Point in the childhood of the river, it is very likely that he has been subjected to being bullied and even endless bullying and indifference. Point thinking of this, Zitao's heart was up. Do you know who I am? He asked Howking. Point Howking shook his head. I am a flower god, Xie said. God will not be cursed. His voice fell, and Xiao Howking's scorpion flashed brightly. God will not be cursed. Xie Wewen said, of course. Not only will I not be cursed, you just stay with me. Anyone who is close to you will not be cursed anymore. Where is it? Zita will be like a asterisk stick child. Point Xiao Howking was stunned in minutes, and all the big eyes were full of trust. You didn't lie to me. Xie Zhen's heart was so soft that he said, no. Xiao Howking's lips were bent, revealing a cautious, unskilled smile. Point he seems to be laughing for the first time, cautiously, like the newly expanded seedlings first see the sun. Point Zitao hugged him, reassured, I will take care of you in the future. The memory of the soul will return to the river slope. Changing the childhood of Howking will also change the past of the river, just like in the dream come true. Jiangsu changed his life. Let him complete the university completely. Let him have a real home. Let him meet with great satisfaction and live a fulfilling life without regret. Point this time he changed him to give him a warm past. Point it is true that this is not a true childhood of the river. But as Jiang Tai said, there is no limit between truth and falsehood. Point they are real, and what they experience is real. Point Xie took Xiao Howking back to the flower world. Jasmine and Daisy were cursed along the way. It was not like a flower, that was like two yellow ostriches. Flower. God, is he a rose flower? It's weird. Why is he so small to shape? Is there a two-color rose flower? There are red and blue, but I have never seen the red and blue colors. They talked about his eyes. Xiao Howking was obviously shrinking, and the curled eyelids also trembled. Point Zita asked, is it not good? He asked Jasmine and Daisy. These two flowers immediately said, good looking. I have never seen such a beautiful little rose. They also use the post clear as a rose. Point it seems that it has never been praised by people. Later, King is somewhat happy and does not know how to deal with it. Point Zita explained, he is not a rose flower. Jasmine curiously asked, isn't it a rose flower? What flower is he? They were low and couldn't see his prototype. Point Xie is able to understand that Howking is not a monster or a beast. Xie said, he is a person. People. Daisy has never heard of it. What kind of flower is man? Jasmine also said, I have never heard of people. Daisy said, of course you have never heard of it. Only when you are like a flower god, you will remember all the flower types. Xie can't really remember. But people are not what people spend, he said patiently. But unfortunately the two small flowers have heard a little understanding. To the back is directly called Xiao Howking. Little man, are you a villain? The villain. This is a swearing word in the human society. Unfortunately, this can't be explained. Zitao has to say, he is called Howking. Jasmine and Daisies are lost again. Is he not a human? Zitao can only use their brains to say, there are many kinds of people, just like flowers with Jasmine and Daisies. This time they can understand it. It turns out that, after he realized it, he did not forget to blow a wave of thank you. Flowers and gods know a lot. Reo is listening to the words of the flowers. At this time, Zitao also has some hot faces, which is really not a treat. Xiao Howking looked up and thanked Xie. After Howking, Xie said, well, can you call this? Xiao Howking bent her eyes and nodded hard. Good. He said everything was good, and his ears were particularly comfortable. Point Zitao also smiled. After that, you called King. Xiao Howking nodded, like a chicken glutinous rice. Point Xie touched his soft little head and took him back to the flower world. Point it is not an easy task to raise a child, but Zitao is not too worried. After all, how can a bunch of flowers in the flower world be able to put a little doll? Whoever thinks he almost got a big deal after he got asleep. This matter has to start from sleep. After they returned to the flower world, Xiao Howking seemed to be very tired. She had already fallen asleep in Zhen's arms. Zitao put him on the bed. He was also a little tired, simply accompanied him to sleep. Point. When he woke up, Xiao Howking was not there. Point Zitao was not too anxious. Thinking that the little guy ran out to play, he slowed down, got out of bed, and picked it up, and heard the noise. When he went out, how is he getting less and less spiritual? I have given him a few bottles of jade, how it seems to be getting more and more. It doesn't matter if you bury him in the soil. Is he sick? After hearing the last sentence, Xie Xi quickly pushed the door out and saw that he was thin and a pitiful Xiao Howking. Daisy is anxious. Would you like to change the soil? I have treasured me for 10 years. Xie Wei quickly stepped forward and picked up Xiao Howking. What happened? When I saw him coming out, the flowers were a sigh of relief, and Magnolia came forward. Xiao Howking has no spirit since 3 days ago, and his physical condition is worse every day. 3 days ago. Zizen was shocked. He asked, how long have I slept? Baiyulan said, you slept very short this time, and only slept for less than 7 days. Xie Wei, is this still short? He actually slept for 7 days. No wonder that Howking became this miserable appearance. A milk doll does not eat for 7 days, only drinks water, is to starve to death. It is he who overestimates the flowers. They are not jade or soil all the year round. They are not just sunbathing. They know what humans should eat. Thank you. I didn't expect to sleep for 7 days while I was sleeping. Zitao quickly said, he is hungry. There is rice in the flower world. Hungry for so long. Drink some porridge first. Rice? The flowers face each other. There are only flowers in the flower world. Xie Tao also asked, is there an animal? It is good to drink some animal milk. The flowers are even more stupid. What is the animal? Xie Wei. Although the flowers of later generations are not eating the fireworks, there are countless creatures in the holy mountain and the demon sea. They don't know what small animals are. Zitao said again, you take care of him carefully, except for Yulu, don't give him anything else. I will come back soon. He can only go out and see for himself. Who knows that Xiao Howking is holding his clothes and his face is uneasy. Xie Wei was so distressed that it was burned by a soldering iron. I'm sorry, I have been sleeping for too long. I'm going to find food for you. Xiao Howking was hungry and confused, but still refused to let go, and the appearance of Zitao was like a drowning man who caught the driftwood. Baiyulan said, you still don't want to leave him. He is in a bad state. You need to find something. Even if you tell us, let's find it. Zitao is also not good to go out to find such a weak post. Clear. Can only count on the flowers. He said a path carefully, but unfortunately never seen the rabbits, sheep, cows, flowers. Listen to a face. Stupid. Where is the holy mountain? Is the demon sea there? The flowers did not know. Zitao thought of the method. Give me a pen. I will show it to you. The flowers are very good this time, and the pens are sent quickly. Zitao was swinging in the holy mountain and the demon sea, so I remember the route and the terrain. He carefully painted it, for fear that his painting skills would be too bad and the flowers could not understand. The magic is that Zizen's pen is brilliant, and what he thinks in his mind is actually painted one by one, like a 3D projection. The flowers were amazed, and Zizen was shocked. He continued to paint, and he thought of what he thought of in his mind. The flowers saw the little white rabbit, saw the goat, saw the cow and the milk, and even the various grains and utensils. Flowers and gods are amazing. Zitao also feels that he is not very good. With these photos, the flowers swarmed away and went to the flower world to find Xiao Howking's eating utensils. Not long after they came back, Zitao saw a pot of rice porridge, and after squatting, he couldn't care too much and quickly fed Xiao Howking to eat. Xiao Howking is really hungry and has a big mouthful to eat, and it is straightforward. Xie Wei was afraid that he would eat more in one breath. Support the body and estimate the weight, and quickly said, okay, eat later. Xiao Howking's obedience made people feel distressed. Zitao said that he stopped immediately and obviously wanted to eat very well, but he didn't even touch it. Zitao said, I don't want you to eat. I'm afraid that you can't stand it. Wait until later to eat again. Xiao Howking nodded and still clutched his clothes. Xie Wei is not afraid to sleep after this death, and took care of the post king for 3 days to see that his body is stable before he can relax. He gave the flowers a popular chilled cure fearing that no one would take care of her after she fell asleep. The flowers also know a lot. Jasmine is curious. I never knew that there was such a big place outside the flower world. Daisy also said, yes, there are so many strange animals on the holy mountain. They said what they saw. Xiao Haoking also listened very seriously. Obviously curious, Xie Wei asked him, want to go see? Xiao Haoking clenched his clothes. Xie Wei smiled and said, I'm with you. Xiao Haoking looked at him. No trouble? No. Zita also wanted to take him out to breathe. Let him look at the outside world, knowing that he is not a different kind. Let's go. Z said to the flowers, let's go to the holy mountain. Z Tao walked out of the flower world and saw the sacred mountain now. There is always a strange feeling. Probably because the time is too early. How is it not developed? Jasmine yelled, wow, a big white rabbit. Haoking quickly looked at the past. Zita also looked up. Haoking blinked. White rabbit? Xie Wei, that is what a white rabbit. Clearly a white tiger that is only injured. Jasmine used to want to catch white rabbits. Zita didn't stop, only heard the roar of the fierce murderer. Jasmine was taken aback and looked at it. Wow, there are only white rabbits. Zita saw a little white tiger with a cat size. Jasmine wants to hug little white rabbit. The white tiger is small, and the fierceness is fierce. He stood in front of the seriously injured white tiger, and his small claws came out. His posture was vigilant, and his white teeth were revealed. The fierceness is fierce. Cute is so cute. Chapter 130 Wonderful pen painting. Mountain C30 Menghu down the mountain. Is this white tiger? Zita still remembers the white tiger cub who called his mother before. Jiang said that it might be the baby spirit of the white tiger, so it was very innocent. Could it be this? Oh. Jasmine ate the pain. The little rabbit bites. Tao confirmed that this is not a baby spirit, and it is a white tiger. When he was a child. Xie Wei looked at Jasmine's injury and determined that the little milk tooth couldn't hurt anyone. Jasmine, don't touch him. He is not a rabbit. Jasmine licked her hand and her heart groaned. But he is white and white. His ears are upright. His ears are not long enough. It's gratifying. Little Jasmine finally got the difference between the white rabbit and the white tiger. The late king of Xie Wen's arms also looked at the white tiger curiously, his eyes wide open, and whispered, is that his mother? Zita also saw that Xia Bei who is protecting the white tiger. Unfortunately, the white tiger is seriously injured and is already on the verge of death. Xie Wei handed Xiao Haoking to Jasmine and walked slowly. Wen said, your mother is hurt. Can I help you see her? Xiao Bei who didn't know that he understood it. He was still very fierce. He licked his teeth and pouted his mouth. His ears were high, and he made a loud warning. If he is not so small, the appearance of this anger is really scary. But he is too small, and he is so cute that he is afraid of it. Zita did not want to stimulate him anymore, stayed in a safe position, lowered his posture, and said carefully, your mother has been bleeding. If she is not treated, she will be very painful. I will not hurt you. Let me see her injury. Okay. Xiao Bei whose attitude was slightly relaxed, but he still refused to let the position open. At this time, the big white tiger made a buzz. Xiao Bei who suddenly rushed and turned to see her. The white tiger's eyelids moved and saw Xie Wei. Are you a flower family? This white tiger can talk. Xiao breathe. This is good communication. He quickly said, yes, we are coming from the flower world. Are you injured? Can you show me? De Bei who said, I can't hold it for a long time. Don't worry about me. She coughed for a while, intermittently. Can I take my child away? Xiao Bei who screamed at the white tiger, still fierce, but all eyes were on point. De Bei who when said, good boy, you have to live. Xiao Bei who is anxious. He can't talk. He will only scream, and his tone is tough, as if to say, I don't want to leave. You are not allowed to die, like a rebellious teenager. Hegemony is also painful. Z said, maybe I can treat you for the injury. The spirit of the great white tiger is even worse. She said, I have lived up to life. I'm very pleased to see this little guy. I was worried about his safety. I'm seeing you now. Her voice is getting smaller and smaller. She is almost ready. Disappeared. Please let him grow up. It Turned out that the big white tiger is not the mother of Xie who just picked up this little guy point, but it is clear that their feelings are already true mothers, and Mother Zita also wants to say that who has closed her eyes. She seems to have been a wish. Her body shape has slowly disappeared, and finally she has become a white star, slamming and disappearing into the air. The big white tiger is dead. The little white tiger stood in the same place, his thick little claws stretched forward, unable to grasp the scattered starburst. Suddenly, the force that supported him was pulled away. Just now, with his ears up and his eyes open, the little guy who was on guard was slamming and fell to the ground, fainting. Unloading the defense, Xie whose soft hair dissipated and the bowed body was softened. A pair of vertical ears were pulled down against a white hair, like a plush toy. Zen was inevitably a distressed one. He carefully held the little white tiger in his arms after King looked at him and asked, "What happened to him?" Xie Tao tried his little belly and sighed and said, "Hungry." This one of the two is really resistant. I don't know how long this white tiger has kept the white tiger. The white tiger must have wanted him to go. Unfortunately, he refused to leave, knowing that the white tiger has not been saved, and he will not give up her. All the cubs can't stand hunger, because children live by instinct, and appetite is the desire to survive. Even adults, in order not to leave the flower world, King would rather be hungry than to leave. In order to protect the dying mother, the white tiger has supported it for so long with its strong perseverance beyond imagination. The soul is different, but the nature is generally the same, and the tenacity is amazing. Xie asked Jasmine, "Is there any goat milk on the body? I don't know what the little tiger should eat. Let's drink some milk first." Little Jasmine quickly said, "Yes. I almost starved Xie King before. They were very cautious, carrying goat milk or even rice porridge." Xie who drank a can of milk, saw him sleep sweet, slowly let go of his heart. So the flower world has more than one person and a tiger, because the flower is shaped, and the Xie King is generally the same, so the curiosity to Xie King is much lower. The little white tiger is not the same. This little guy is born too different. The flowers look interesting. He is very hairy. Yes, the hair is white like snow. Do you say that his hair will be ice like snow? Touch the flowers were touched by one person, and they lost their little white tigers to sleep. Zitao thinks about the violent temper of the third child, but now he is being bullied by Pingyang. His eyebrows bent, and Xie King in his arms also bent his eyes and stared at him closer. Now this person does not know what it means to be jealous, and Xie King's little heart contains one thing: as long as he is happy, then everything is fine. After Xie who woke up, the flower world was full of fun. This little guy's not Xie King. He is not born to understand what is quiet. The flowers went to poke him, and the tiger snorted and rushed to bite. The flowers can be shaped to be repaired, even if they can't hide the domineering action of his fierce tiger down the mountain, but the skin is too thick to be afraid of biting. The little white tiger bites them, like they are scratching them, not only not angry, but also giggling, and stealing a few tiger hairs. By the way, Zitao was too happy to see it at the side. I really wanted to find a video recorder and record this wonderful moment. Black History. Xie King also saw the lip bend. Zen asked him, "Would you like to play?" Xie King immediately shook his head. Zitao said, "Don't be afraid, go." Xie is very thick and not afraid of cursing. Xie King looked up at him and was worried. Zitao appeased him. "Don't believe me." Xie King quickly said, "Letter Z." Zenwen said, "Let's go play." Also, very good. Xie who is too noisy. Xie King is too quiet. The two just neutralized. After the white tiger adapted to the life of the flower world, Xie took a pass and couldn't help but sleep. He had a hunch that he would sleep for a long time, but when he woke up, he saw that Xie King, who was taller and taller, and Xie who had a long circle, still groaned. Xie asked, "How long have I been sleeping?" Xie King's voice is all missing. 350 days. Xie this sleep is almost a year. He quickly took Xie King over and said, "I have been sleeping for too long." Xie King knows more things. Sleeping is very important. Adults should take a good rest. Xie Yan sighed, "I don't want to sleep for so long." but when I fall asleep, I wake up very much, and I will control the time next time. Zhao Haoking wanted to talk again, and the little white tiger who was left out was snoring. Zitao looked at him and said, "White is coming." Zhao Beihu turned his head and did not move. Zitao grabbed the little brain tiger and came over. The little brain tiger looked up at him without looking at him, but he was waiting in his arms and even licked him. Zitao was funny, awkward. Zhao Beihu could understand, and he saw a pair of tigers coming over and refused to accept it. Zhao Haoking actually became his translator. He said he missed you very much, Xie Wei and White Tiger. Zhao Haoking smiled and asked, "Is it?" The little tiger was on fire and screamed at Zhao Haoking. Zhao Haoking was unmoved and translated. He said that he missed you very much, thinking, fatter circle. The little white tiger is blown up, and the paws are going to fight with Haoking. Haoking is not afraid. Close to Zitao, he is not honest at all. Zhao laughed out and was teased by the two living treasures in the days of the flower world, leisurely and comfortable. There are carefree flowers, there are small adults like the Post King, as well as the little white tiger who is arrogant and arrogant. Xie Wei just sat and looked at it, feeling comfortable. He obviously slept for so long, and he was a little tired after 7 or 8 days this day. Little Jasmine ran over. Flower god. Little white tiger left the flower world. Zen's confused spirit shocked and said, "What about Haoking?" Daisy also rushed to say, "Hui King chased him." These two little things. Zihao quickly got up and went out to find the baby. The flower industry is getting bigger and bigger. At first, the sacred mountain that Xie Wei feels weird is getting more and more scale and style. Zitao did not know why he was dizzy. Baiyulan noticed and asked, "If you are tired, go back to rest. Let's go find them." Xie Wei is not practical, and he said, "It doesn't matter, I will go see it." He still had some mana, and he went to see it, and soon found 2 small ones. However, in this look, he was shocked and almost arrived in front of them in an instant. The flowers didn't know what was going on, as if they were blinking. The flower asterisk disappeared. This is where the white tiger died. The little white tiger looked fierce and slammed into a black mist. Zhao Haoking followed behind him and nervously said, "You can't beat it." Zhao Beihu does not listen. He is full of hatred in his eyes, as if to tear the black mist into pieces. Haoking anxiously said, "No, you will be eaten by it, like your mother." This words undoubtedly touched the little white tiger. He actually rushed up with a small body against this monster that killed his mother. Between the electric and the flint, Zitao saved the little white tiger. He saw the black fog. When he saw the dense jagged teeth, his scalp was numb. Zhao Haoking screamed, "Flower god!" Zitao grabbed Zhao Haoking and held the 2 small ones to leave quickly. What is that? Zitao did not know that there are such monsters in the Holy Mountain and the Demon Sea in later generations. Is that something that hurts the white tiger? Is the little white tiger running out to revenge? This is indeed like what the 3rd year will do. It is too savage. How big is this? It doesn't mean to send it to death. Zitao returned to the flower, and the flowers saw the flower gods on their arms, and they all slugged into silly flowers. They never know. The flower asterisk is actually hurt. Zitao said, "Back to the flower world." The group returned to the flower world, and the flowers hurried forward and gave Xie to stop bleeding. The little white tiger was on the side and his eyes looked at him. Xie when he looked at him like that, and he was so distressed that he couldn't come out. He only said, "You want to avenge your mother. This is true, but you must also consider your own strength. You will pounce on it and send it to death. What is the difference? Is your mother trying to save you? Is it for you to die?" Zhao Beihu looked at his injured arm, and the wind was raging. Zhao sighed and said, "Don't worry, grow up, work hard, so that you have the power to protect the precious people." The author has something to say. Xie Wei, how good when I was a child, and I still haven't repaired Luo. Jiang Laoxin looked at the sky and whistled. Xie Wei. Chapter 131 Wonderful Pen Painting Mountain Sea. 31 Wonderful Pen Painting Mountain Sea. Zitao's wounds recovered very slowly. Bayulan was worried all the time, and she did not dare to say it. Zitao heard their private conversation. Jasmine said to Magnolia, Sister Yulan, why is the flower adult injured? Listening to this tone, it seems that the flower has never been hurt. Daisy also blames nervous. It has been a long time to sleep. Yulan shook his head and said, don't think about it. The flower is a god. There will be nothing. Listening to her tone is not like nothing. Zitao himself did not have much feeling. Most of the time, he did not know what the previous flower was. Anyway, he was an individual. He felt that the body of this flower was quite good. Apart from sleeping for a long time, there was no problem. Of course, Zitao did not care too much to care about it. He thought about it for a moment and felt that the flower would definitely have problems. After all, the flower gods have passed away, or sleep. Because this time down the mountain, Xiaobehu suddenly became honest, as if growing up at night, he began to eat meat, and he ran around the Huahe every day. This is what Zitao told him. The right amount of exercise can strengthen the body. As for how to calculate the right amount, feel tired or sweating. So the white tiger ran from early to late. From late to early, Zitao hurriedly stopped. Not tired, Xiaobehu didn't even have a breath, and his eyes were wide open, and he was not tired. Z when he can only change his mouth. The most time to run in a day, 3 hours. Normal people are tired for an hour, but this tiger is obviously not a normal person. It is okay to run day and night, and the amount of basic exercise is 6 hours. Xiaobehu looked disappointed and snorted. Hawking translated to him. He said he would be obedient. This fake translation. Xiaobehu Ming is full of reluctance. Little white tiger licks him. Xiaoxio bent his eyes and touched the two small heads and said, well, it's not good to leave some time to spend with me. This is useful, and both of them nod their heads and they are very good. After running the circle every day and eating, they got together and thanked Zen. Zitao also taught them the thoughts and told them about things outside the flower world. Zio Hawking is a curious baby and asks, what is the holy mountain? Is the demon sea the sea? No. Zen said, just saying that it was too pale, and he took the pen and paper and painted them one by one. His magical technique is awesome for children. The pen is the Zhongling Xiuxiu and the Jingxiu mountain river. The two small eyes only look round and straight and inhale. The little white tiger can't talk, only the thick little meat pad touches. Zio Hawking is very brother-in-law, playing his hand. Be careful, the little white tiger is fierce. Hawking translated to Zen. He said he knew it was wrong. Xioxio shook hands and drew a neck tree. In fact, Zitao is a bit strange. It is reasonable to say that Zio Hawking has not been to the outside. It is normal to see these things novel, but Xiaobehu is living outside for a long time. How can he see it and be surprised? Unfortunately, Xiaobehu can't talk, and he can't ask. The days passed quickly. Zitao woke up for half a year. He stayed in the flower world every day and painted two little guys. They grow very fast, and they eat well and sleep well. Zen actually spent a thick piece of paper without knowing it. On this day, Jasmine and Daisies ran into the house and took a tray in their hands. Flower god, we made a good thing. Tao is a little sleepy, and the eyelids fight straight. Well, Jasmine and Daisy opened the silk on the tray and put the contents inside up. Let's find the peony, plum brother and magnolia sister, to help you bind your painting into a book. Zin's heart jumped and pressed against the drowsy to look at the past bound booked. Jasmine has already handed it over with a small spell. Shrinking the scrolls and then sorting them together is so convenient. Even if Zitao was psychologically prepared, he's still stunned when he saw Shenzhen. Daisy said, when you want to see it, you can zoom in. If you don't want to watch it, you can put it up. How convenient it is. Flower god. He didn't finish talking, and he exclaimed. Zitao looked at this Shenzhen, instinctively dizzy, trying to open his eyes, but he couldn't open it, and his body swayed and fell. In the blur, he heard the screams of Jasmine and Daisies. He wanted to comfort them and said that he was just sleepy, but unfortunately he could not open his mouth. It was a long-lasting feeling. When Xie Tao opened his eyes again, he felt a pain in his lips and his throat was full of coziness. Flower. Got, you wake up. When I heard this sound, Xie was a little embarrassed. It seems to be the sound of daisies, but it is no longer a crisp juvenile sound, but more mature. Xie Tao turned her head and saw the daisy of Changcheng youth. Xie Yan frowned and asked with a dumb voice. How long have you slept, Daisy? Nervously said, I have slept for more than 5 years. Xie. Wait. This is not a sleep, this is a vegetative for 5 years. Oh, the flower is originally a plant. He was originally a vegetative person. The joke is too cold, and Xie Tao has frozen himself. A footstep came, and Xie Tao saw that Changcheng Xiao's Heng Xiaoqing had a bigger white tiger. The man saw that he was awake and his eyes were red. Xie Zhen's heart is not a taste. He said that he took care of them. As a result, he woke up, and both of them grew so big. It's not going. He sighed. I fell asleep again. Xiao. Hao-King shook his head hard and went forward. It doesn't matter, you can take a good rest. To be the most important thing, people. Grow up a little. The sound is not so soft, but this crunchy juvenile sound is still very pleasant. Xie Wei smiled at him and touched the head of Xia Beihu. You have grown up too. Xia Beihu actually spoke, of course. I'm running and eating every day, thanks to Xie, and immediately thought of the past 5 years. Xia Beihu should also speak. Xie Xiao smiled and said, Severe, you will talk. After this, you don't have to translate it for you, referring to the childhood old things. Xia Beihu snorted and said, he simply can't understand. Xie said, how do I think he translated very well. Xia Beihu. This violent temper has not refuted enough to see how much he wants to thank him. In the past 5 years Xie slept, but did not forget the things before going to bed. He looked at Daisy and said, give me a picture of God. Daisy did not know why Xie Zhen had to look at the album when he woke up, but his order was the only one. He quickly took it. Xie Tao just got the hand and felt the old book. Daisy said, Hao-King and Beihu read through daily, so, Xie Tao nodded. Nothing. It was originally painted for them. Xie Tao opened the album and looked at one of the more vivid paintings inside, asking Beihu, do you remember the things of childhood? Xia Beihu nodded and said, remember. Xie Tao said, what did you look like before? The little white tiger paused, and the voice was a bit tight. There is no such thing as a monster in the dark. If there is no mother, I have already been eaten by them. Dark day. Xie Tao clearly remembers the place where he met the big white tiger and the little white tiger, where the leaves are flourishing, and it is a forest with a good environment. Xia Beihu continued, but suddenly one day, the sky has light, many things appear out of thin air, and the monsters are slowly disappearing. Xie Wei asked, what appears out of thin air? In fact, he had an answer in his heart, but he still heard Xia Beihu say, the things you paint. Really? Xie Tao stroked the album, and the heart already had a general outline. Outside the flower world is a chaos. There is no holy mountain and demon sea at all. With his sketches, he has drawn the world outside. Is it the meaning of the so-called wonderful painting of the mountains and seas? Are the holy mountains and the demon sea drawn by the asterisk of flowers? But this is very contradictory. Just like chicken eggs, and chickens. In the end is the flower asterisk. To have a small rose in later generations, or the first generation of small roses before the current flower god. This is an inextricable ring. Jiang Xi has told him, don't be bound by time. There is no limit between the past and the present. Xie Tao understands and does not understand. The way humans think limits his understanding of time. Even if he uses himself as a reference, he can't understand this non-linear time point. But now is not the time to think about it. He has more important things. Xie Tao asked the two little ones, would you like to go out and see? Both of them had a bright eye and nodded. Xie Zhao smiled and said, let's go, see what's going on outside. Although he painted many scenes of the holy mountain and the demon sea, no matter how many paintings, it is impossible to cover all the details. Maybe he doesn't need to draw all the details at all. Just build a frame and the flesh will grow on his own. Just like humans. Isn't it the most sophisticated machine in the world from a fertilized egg? Even if he only draws 1/10 of a million, the world will perfect itself to 100%. Just like the quasi world designed by the designers. Xie Tao not only brought Howking and Beihu, but also brought a lot of flowers. The flowers are also very curious about the outside, and they are going to come out one by one. Xian said, when you want to go out, you will come. Magnolia is indispensable and is a meditation. You are too much to spend on them, and they are used to lawlessness. Zio smiled and said nothing. This time, the scene of Xie Tao's special surprise, in fact, does not require verification, but I still can't help but want to see it. When walking through a forest, Howking dazzled. This tree, When he looked at the past, and the twilight flashed. The white tiger jumped up and was surprised. It is the tree you painted when you shake hands. That's right. This is Wen's neck tree, which was teased by two small ones with this tree in it. It can almost prove that all of this was painted by Zen. Xie Tao greeted the white tiger and said, there are many trees like this, but it is an accident. Do not let them know about this kind of thing drawn. It is incredible. The flowers don't know anything, and a group of people are arrogant. There were doubts in the two small hearts, but they did not ask again. Xie Tao's coming out, not only to look at the outside, but also to. Jasmine said, what is going on with this worm? Follow us, When he did not take it seriously, and the worm blamed anything, and did not use flowers to shoot, Xiaobei himself killed. Jasmine, there is such a green worm. This is a snake. Here, Xie Tao did not think much about it. There is absolutely no snake in the soul. Does the snake have claws? And there are two small bags on the top of the head. He quickly turned back and saw the tragic being picked up, and when the adult became a snake, the Qinglang saint, Zio Qinglang is pitiful, a pair of indigo colored scorpions, sly, innocent and confused. Xie Tao quickly picked him up. He is a dragon. A dragon. Jasmine, stunned. What is Qinglang? When he looked at this little guy in front of him, it is difficult to explain how he might be domineering in the future. The white tiger even came to the sentence, can you eat? After knocking him a stick, Xie said, he is your brother. In Atlantis, the white tiger is the third child, and the green dragon is the fourth child. It is true that the younger brother is right. The white tiger snorted, my brother should also be a white tiger. Xie Tao stared at him. He will be your younger brother in the future. When your brother is not bullied, it is small. Howking is different. He answered quickly, I will take care of my younger brothers. The word they is very quintessential. The white tiger blows up again. Who is your brother? After King ignored him, he turned to look at Zhiwei, flower god. White tiger is not my brother. Zhiwei. Zio Howking, a little angel, is a bit black. Poor little Qinglang can't talk, can only wrap around Xie's wrist and arch him with his small head. Xie Tao is itchy and intimate, and touches the small bag on his head. Don't be afraid, I will take care of you in the future. Okay, who asked him to boast of Hey Cow, to give the river a new childhood? Both of them are childhood. You can't talk, because the river's childhood is a bit too much. Xie Tao is a man who said it was done. It's not good to see Zio Qinglang. Xie's heart is counted. The souls are treated equally, and certainly no one can be lacking. As for the later generations, why do you say that you have never seen a flower god? You have become a brother of Howking. It is estimated that something happened in the middle of the road. Anyway, he does not believe that he can't find a small 9. I soon met. Jasmine always has a clear view. Wow, who is so violent? Lost 10 collars. Wait, why is it 10? Xie Tao looked over and found that the silver fox was too small, the tail was too big, and his body was also like a collar. Jasmine is happy. Flower god, can I go back with my collar? I was afraid that Jasmine would really pull off a foxtail. Why did Xie Tao hold the little fox up? He is not a bib, a fox, a 9-tailed fox. Zio Jiui is still asleep, and he is not feeling much when he is held in his arms. He turns over and continues to sleep. This is a very big heart. It may be too much tail, too much consumption. The body cannot afford to eat. so I have to sleep more, just like him. Sleep for 5 years. This road has been very fruitful, and the white tiger is not happy. This color will not be my brother. How? King Dao said, you are like this color. What is your brother? This logic is really hard. Xia Bei, who stayed for a long time and could not refute it. Xie Tao is still looking for the last little one. This time it was not discovered by Jasmine, but the little nine-tailed sleeping suddenly opened his eyes and rushed out with lightning. He was too fast, and Zen did not catch it. After a while, Xiao Jiuwei strolled back, and there was only a chicken in his mouth. Oh. Let go of me, you stinky fox. Tell you that I'm not a chicken. This is called The Fallen Suzaku is treated as a chicken. Chapter 132. Wonderful pen painting. The name of the 32 flower *** of the mountain. Xiao Jiuwei ignored it and decided that it was a red-haired chicken and began to wonder where to start. Xie Tao can let him eat himself. He tapped on the neck of the small nine-tails. The little fox threw his mouth, and the meat to his mouth fell to the ground. Xie Tao quickly hugged the little Suzaku. Okay, it's okay. The little Suzaku was undecided and fluttered with wings. From this point of view, Jiuwei is really right. It is like a chicken. Who knows that just saved this. The little silver fox over there glanced at it and then took another look. Finally, I couldn't stand the miserable chicken being robbed and wowed out. That's right. The vampire arc, the finance minister, the second prince, the nine-tailed ancestor who set the broken leg, crying because the chicken in the mouth flew away. This is not just the tears that the commissioner has to bow and pray, but to let go of the trick, not to face crying. Xie Tao suspects that he is dead. This guy will not cry so bad. Xie Tao quickly hugged the little fox into his arms and said to him, this is not a chicken. You don't think he has a coxcomb? The little fox stopped crying and looked at Suzaku, complaining, he is a chicken, and the chicken has no cocks. Very logical. Xiao Jiuwei is really a sturdy little fox. Ziwei is silent. He looked at Suzaku for a long time. He really can't see the typical difference between him and the chicken. He can only, okay, but as long as you don't eat this chicken, I will give you 10 big ones later. Cock. This is obviously much more powerful than clarifying the identity of Suzaku. The little fox raises a beautiful silver plaque. You don't lie to me. This has been heard many times. Nothing is as funny as it is now. Zenwen said, absolutely not lie to you. It can be counted as a small silver fox. The little Suzaku here shrinks and succumbs. I'm really not a chicken. Hey, according to the commonality of the soul, Ziwei was afraid that the chicken would cry too, and then slammed him again. I know you are not. You are a Suzaku. His words have not finished. The little fox eyes are bright. Is it? I love to eat sparrows. Suzaku and sparrow are not the same thing. Xie Tao said, Suzaku is a holy beast, not an ordinary poultry. The white tiger heard the beast and was also guilty. Is the holy beast delicious? Large carnivores don't bother to eat poultry, but the holy beast seems to sound good. Ziwei. Fortunately, there is also a big brother in the pile, and the post-king language has a long-term heart. Of course you can't eat. Xie Tao was very pleased. Just wanted to praise the children of Xia King and listen to how King Dao, he only has a big palm and he has a feather vulture. What else is left? It is not worth wasting firewood. Ziwei. To withdraw the forward, this big brother is not reliable. Although the little Suzaku is small, she knows a lot. After hearing this sentence, she scared her head and went straight into her arms. Yushin was afraid that when he fell, the bird entered the tiger, fox, mouth and quickly announced, he is also your younger brother, and the younger brother can't eat it. White tiger cut out, so small, eating is also full of hair. The little fox blinked. What is a younger brother? Zao. How King started science again. After the collection of Xie Tao, the mood is very comfortable, listening to the dialogue of a few small scorpions, but also the mouth is crazy. Who can think of it? This is a serious adult, violent, arrogant, hyperactive, unmoving as a bracelet, crying and wanting to eat chicken, squatting to go to the small hair group, are all sloping. No, Zen's blood tank is empty, and he is stunned by his colorful childhood. Xie Tao did not rush back to the flower world, but strolled on the holy and the demon sea for a while. When they returned to the flower world, the youngsters were already familiar with them, and even the blue dragon pendants that couldn't talk were eavesdropped with small heads. He has been falling on Zi's wrist, and Ziyan poked his little head. Don't play with them. The little head swayed and slammed in his palm. Z Tao was ticklish and smiled. When did you grow up? It is reasonable to say that the souls should be of similar age and may have been a form of Qinglong, so they have been living alone, so they are not good at words. Zhao Jiuwei and Suzaku have become family members. The little Suzaku is the most talked, the voice of Zhao Huanqi, but also from time to smash. The flowers can be ruined, one by one around him. Have to teach him to scream. Zitao quickly took the chickens. The little Suzaku was caught back, lest such a rare sacred beast be a domestic chicken. When the little ninetails are fine, they stare at Suzaku. The beautiful silver enamel has written a clear understanding of the mind, the chicken, and when I grab your handle, I will eat you. Xie came to the ground and had to find the white tiger with the highest military value, so that he always pays attention to the safety of the little Suzaku. The white tiger screamed, I don't have time. The body is very honest to take care of the younger brothers. Zitao still paints them daily. Although it is faint to feel that his body may be related to these paintings, he can't stop. The holy mountain and the demon sea must exist, and the more true the better. After all, after many years, these 5 small beggars must live there. Zitao can't let them see any flaws. The world under the pen is the real world, so that living will not give birth to confusion and absurdity. When he was painting, the 5 small ones were only the quietest ones, and they looked at them seriously, and they could not care about asking questions. Ziwei has a good memory, and painted all the things that he can imagine. There are earths and those worlds that they have already experienced. He finds it strange to be interesting. It is no wonder that he has grown from a collector, a recorder, and an explorer to a designer. Without these experiences of countless worlds, how can you design a unique world? Thinking and insight are indispensable. Perhaps the designer's career is far less boring than he imagined, and certainly not as powerful as he imagined. The designer is not God. Jiang said that it is more like the hand of God. Zitao understands a bit. If God is above all else, then the designer is still in this mountain. This is the biggest difference. Designers are designing the world because they have not created a non-existent thing, but have brought together countless experiences to form a new world. Naturally, not deliberate, and at the same time uncontrollable. Ziwei painted God and suddenly heard the sound of the little Suzaku. What is this? Zitao stopped the pen and looked at it. Because the Qinglong Suzaku has never seen the previous album, so when you don't finish painting a painting, you will go to see the other ones. The white tiger is not happy. I don't know how to read it. Don't I see a new painting? He is often a murderer, and everyone hears it and does not hear it. Ziwei just wants to collect the pen, simply finish painting, and look at the little Suzaku. What? The little Suzaku has already held the album. He pointed to the cover and asked, this does not know, Z. Tao looked at the past and the pupils shrank. There is a line on the cover of the original, Shenjian, Ziwei. Z Zen rubbed these words thoughtfully. Zhao Haoqing said, I didn't have it before. The white tiger stared at the 3 little ones. This is a very precious thing. How can you doodle on it? Zhao Jiuwei refused to accept. We didn't have it. It was its own. White Tiger Road. I didn't have it before. How come it is in your hands? It's not that you did it. At this time in the past, Haoqing would persuade to stop the white tiger's arrogance. But at this time he did not test the mouth. These albums are too important for them. In the 5 years of Zitao's sleep, this is their spiritual sustenance. Even if you know that the flower is sleeping, in the eyes of ordinary people, sleeping for so long is really worrying. And these magical albums seem to tell Haoqing and Beihu, the flower is not immortal. Everything of God is different, and there is nothing abnormal about sleeping for a long time. Ziwei whispered, God, Ziwei. The 5 little ones all looked at him, and they didn't seem to understand it. Little Suzaku screamed again, what is Shenjian? What is Zizen? Z. Weewen explained, this album is a god, and Z is my name. This is too interesting. Their attention is consistently behind the name of the flower asterisk 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 adult. Xie Tao nodded. Yes, my name, King Lang. Licked his head. Because he couldn't speak, he could only wait for other people to ask questions. Fortunately, Xiao Jiuwei also had a half pound with him. He asked, what is the name? How? King also asked, is the name of the flower asterisk 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 is not a flower god? Xie Wei shook his head and said, this is not a name, this is a name. White Tiger also asked, what is the difference between the title and the name? Xie Xiaodan said, the title does not belong to me alone, but the name belongs to me only. Even if there is the same name, but in the eyes of the acquaintance, the name is unique to this person, the most special and self-existing. Xie Tao has never understood why people in this quasi world have no real names. King Lang's Yu White Tiger Jiuwei Hao King. These titles are not unique, they are inherited, and can be passed down. The purple 9, red 2, red 3, white 99 on the Weixin mountain, are also the same concept. Nothing more often simple. It is true that the name is not purely unique, but for one person, it is the true self. Xie Tao is Xie Wei. He is him, is the existence that has been recognized since birth. Little Suzaku tickles. Who are her? Can you give me a name? Thank you. The other 4 small ones also looked at him, either obviously or concealed, but they were all looking forward to a name. Xie Zhao smiled and said, okay. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt a dizzy look. This is the situation that I really want to sleep when I'm tired. What happened? I woke up for a few months this time. How was it difficult? Because I painted too many paintings. Xie Tao wants to give her the name, but the words are on the lips, but they can't be said anyway. It seems that the force can't move even the tongue. Then there was an empty voice in his mind. King Long, Xiaoyuan 500 years, died in thunder. Suzaku, Xiaoyuan, 300 years, died in a fire robbery. White Tiger, Xiaoyuan, 90 years, died in battle. Ninetales, 300 years of Xiaoyuan, died of the destruction of God. After King Xiaoyuan 80 years, died of aging. Thank you. How can it be? They should live for a long time, and live for a long time with the heavens and the earth. The empty voice rang again. Give them names, acknowledge their existence, and God will disappear. Xie Zen discovered that this voice is his own. It's just more vicissitudes and more calm. Chapter 133 Wonderful Pen Painting Mountain C33 White Tiger Heart is particularly good and quat. Originally given these 5 small names, is to admit their existence. At the same time, the flower asterisk 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 will disappear. Is the flower asterisk 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 of the future generations, because they gave them their names. Xie Tao has nothing to hesitate, he must give them their names. The lives of hundreds of years in those decades are not enough to let them meet him. Moreover, he must recognize their existence. They are not a green dragon, not a Suzaku or a white tiger, Jiuwei and Hao King. They are the rivers that exist. It is a pity that Xie Zhen can't say anything at this moment. He is top heavy and falls into the darkness after a dizziness in the air. It seems that someone is talking. He is like a long dream. The voice of the young child appears intermittently in the dream, the birds tweet, and the noisy squabbling and squeezing sound. Later, these sounds slowly faded away, and the milky milk became crisp and pleasing to the ear. The birds that mashed into the mouth became a charming juvenile sound. How long has he been sleeping? Xie Tao didn't feel relaxed when she woke up, just as if she was awakened from a deep nightmare. She didn't know what day it was. Fully adult Daisy wrote, Flower God, you wake up. After saying that he still choked. Xie Tao turned to see the slender graceful green daisies he spoke, and his voice was a little lighter. It's all adults. How can you cry? The Daisy wiped her tears and cheered up. You wait for the adults. I will tell you that they are definitely happy. Needless to say, the flowers such as jasmine and magnolia came in, and when they saw the Xie, who was waking up, they all looked red, and Jasmine even cried, and could not speak. Xie Zhenwen said, okay, but it is asleep. How come you cry? Jasmine is not crying. You slept. I have been sleeping for 15 years. Reo. guessed that he had slept for a long time, but he still stunned when he heard the number. 15 years they are all grown up. He said that he would give the river a brand new childhood, but he just slept like this. It is too embarrassing. Magnolia is the most calm. She reprimanded Jasmine. Cry what cry? Flower god is awake to be happy. This said, her own eyes are filled with tears. Zitao looked at it sideways and didn't see 5 small ones. Magnolia quickly said, there are people in the holy mountain and the demon sea. I have sent people to inform them. Tao got out of bed. Okay. He didn't know how long he could wake up, but it would be better to see them as soon as possible. The first thing to come back is How King. After 15 years ago, King was already 89 years old. Now, 15 years later, he has passed through the boyhood and has grown into a handsome young man. After the back of the King dynasty, people cannot see clearly, but the clenched fist and the trembled shoulders all exposed his emotions. Zitao's heart. He slept, but they waited for 15 years. It's so big. Ziyan opened, and the quiet voice was nostalgic. After King came over, he had adjusted his emotions. He hid the tension and insecurity. Even his thoughts were buried in his heart. If Zitao knew him too much, he would really be deceived by his calm appearance. It's still like a child. Ziwei touched his forehead. I'm excited when I'm excited. After King grasped his hand, countless emotions squeezed into the eyes of the blind man, only showing a bit of shocking feelings. You wake up, Wei sighed. I'm sorry. With a bang, the door directly became a wood chip. Z blinked and saw the man standing in the sawdust. His size and posking are generally high, but the 5 senses are more refined. However, the appearance of the delicate appearance is also suppressed by the shocking killing. The violent cerebellum tiger has grown into a mad young man. Zitao said helplessly, my door has provoked you? I will be embarrassed when I came. The white tiger appeared in Z's bed at the next moment. His eyebrows were crumpled, and his voice was pitiful. However, he was very uncomfortable. How long do you have to sleep? Sleep until I get married and have children. This is interesting. Thank you very much. How? I already want to marry and have children. The white tiger jerked up and looked very fierce. But when he got to his lips, he became, I won't sleep in the future. How? King glanced at him. What nonsense. White tiger road. The more he sleeps. How? King's line of sight was sharp, and the white tiger shut up. If it weren't for the ears, Zitao suspected that he could see the 2 tiger ears pulled down. Zizao smiled and bent his eyes and said, have you taken care of your younger brothers? The 6th is still very old-fashioned, and even the youngest can survive. He is quite at ease. How King always held his hand and said warmly, they are all very good. 10 years ago, the dragon was shaped, and after 2 years and 9 tails and Suzaku, they gradually changed shape, although I have already guessed it. Thank you for your regrets. The youngsters have grown up. He is still not stunned. White tiger, I don't know where to go. I will go back and pick them up. Wei, don't worry, wait for them. He didn't finish talking. He felt a burst of sweetness coming up and couldn't stop coughing. When he stopped coughing, the handkerchief was already a bright red. Both Howking and Bei, who are white and creamy, as nervous as they are to the end of the world. Zitao put away the handkerchief and said, no one is allowed to tell others. The white tiger couldn't help but asked, what happened to your body? Tao said, when you are older, you will definitely be a little ill. White tiger said, you are God. How can you be bothered by old and sick? Tao looked at him, his eyebrows gentle. I'm Wei. The white tiger stunned. After King Ming panicked to the lips. There is no color, but still strong and calm. If you are tired, then sleep for a while. This is actually very pitiful, preferring to watch him fall asleep and do not want him to have bigger danger, even if the sleep is 10 years and decades, as long as he is. How is it? Wei shook his head and said, I don't want to sleep, there is still something to do. How? King Dao said, nothing can compare with your body. Zio smiled and asked, what happened to my body? After King did not speak out. Zitao said to the white tiger, go and bring the gods. Bei, who should say, okay. He came and went like a wind, and soon he took the gods back. Different from before. Since the name of Xie Tao appeared on this album, it seems to be above the time. No matter how you look through it will not get old. Maybe it was just a book before, and it became a asterisk at the moment of having a name. Xie Tao's lips bent, and said to the white tiger, change back to the body. White tiger welly. Well, Xie Tao urged, I see what you grow up. The white tiger's temper is a kitten in Xie Zen. He screams, you have to go outside. Good. Xie said. Go to a spacious place. They went to the garden. In a large flower sea, Xian leaned on the bamboo chair lazily, and the thin body would turn into a petal and fly away with the wind. How King couldn't help but put a blanket on his leg. Xie Tao looked at him. Nothing. After King did not say anything, he gave him a pillow on his waist. Xie Zhao smiled and refused. White tiger changed back to the body. Xie Tao was psychologically prepared, and his eyes were bright. It's beautiful. The pure white tiger, the body lines are extremely beautiful, and the unfolding pure white wings add elegance and agility in the domineering, perfect to the amazing magic of the creator. White tiger whispered, it's handsome. Xie Tao changed his mouth and said, well, very handsome. The white tiger's tail is tilted up. Xie Zhao snorted and said, keep it, don't move. Bei, who asked, what are you doing? Xie Tao has taken the pen and paper and painted him. When he finished the pen, the white tiger leaped and became a slender young man. He looked over and asked, my portrait? Xie Tao said, it's mine. This is a bit strange to hear, but the fine product is to let the white tiger's head stay like a tail. The painting is a white tiger, but the portrait is thank you. White tiger is in a particularly good mood. How do you think about painting me? Xie Tao looked at the portrait and bent her lips, because it is very handsome. The white tiger looked at him, and his ears were hot and hot. How King Tao, go back to the house, cold outside. Xie Tao looked at them and said, do you want to belong to your own name? Both of them are stunned. Xie Tao wrote a white on the portrait of the white tiger. The second word has not been written yet, and How King suddenly held his hand. No. Chapter 134. Myo Pen painted the mountains and seas. 34 Holy mountains and demon sea. It really well, don't you? Xie Tao looked at him and joked. It's too hard to hear this name. Xie Tao was a rare joke. How King and Beihu did not smile at all. How King said, you don't need a name, so it's good. Xie Tao said, I didn't want it before. How King Tao said, at that time, I was small, and I didn't understand things. Xie Tao coveted, staring at the portrait of the white tiger who came to live in the Buddha, whispered, what do you know now? After King did not speak. Beihu's tone is not good. The name doesn't matter. You don't want to paint in the future. He said that he would tie Xie Zen to him. Hey? Xie Wei was dumbfounded. He was shocked and stared at the stupid tiger. Why? Let me down. White tiger road. Go back to the house. Cold. Xie said, I will go by myself. White tiger said, what's the relationship? It's like a petal. Xie Tao feels that his old father's dignity is gone. I have slept for 15 years, and slept in the light. They went back to the house, and Xie said, what are you nervous about? I'm getting old. He just said this. The two of them looked over together, and How King's line of sight was serious. The white tiger looked fierce, and said the same thing. Don't say this. You are not old, Xie Wei. Just like you. He really felt that he had stepped into the tomb with one leg. He said, what are you panic? I live alive and live longer than you. In fact, Xie Tao said that he was guilty, but he gave people a flicker. No one knows how long the flower asterisk has lived. What is certain is that this is not what they can imagine. Their short life is like a blink of an eye in front of the flower god. Xie Tao said that he lives longer than them. They believe. How King's demeanor is much more soothing. Just hope that you can sleep less. White tiger also said, you sleep for 15 years, and then I will die when I sleep. Xie Yan gave him a look. What nonsense. He said old. They can't listen. They said 4. He couldn't listen. White tiger said, then you will. His voice is very low. Don't be awkward. It is incredible to say this with his character. He said, let's take a look at us. Xie Zhen's heart was soft and soft. He looked at the painting in his hand, and rubbed the white tiger above. He whispered softly, but when the sky is getting dark, King Lang is back. He is still a teenager of the 18th and 9th. When he sees Zitao, a pair of indigo colored scorpions are all amazing. Zitao was aware of it, and his mind was slightly moving. Yes, at that time, the dragon was too small and the angle was limited. It was estimated that he did not see his appearance. But he is asleep. King Lang should also come to visit. I probably woke up when I fell asleep. Zitao did not quite understand. King Lang's emotions are hidden very quickly, and he has already bent down and bowed his way. Flower god. The clear juvenile sound, with some young and old dumb. Ziyang bent his eyes and smiled. Come and see me. This is the first time he saw the human form of King Lang, and he would like to see it as normal. King Lang approached him and looked at him. 18:9 is already very high, really long. Zitao also tickles. Change back to the body. I see. How? King and Beihu immediately said, no painting is allowed. Z. Wei smiled and said slowly, you are too embarrassed to be a brother. Just let me paint for you. Don't allow me to paint for my brother. King Lang's eyebrows groaned and said, you just woke up. Still rest, paint, and work. Zitao was not happy. He said, you grew up one by one. The wings are hard, and the body is not willing to show me. He pressed his voice a little, and he was a little nervous. King Lang wrote, what do you want to see? Just look. Z. Tao said, don't you paint? The three men nodded. Z Wei flicked them. They were not easy. He said, what are you afraid of? You have already existed. Can I paint one more? When the words came out, the three people were stunned. Especially after King. His thin lips trembled and whispered, the holy mountain and the demon sea. It really is what you draw. Z. Wei. Say, no, it is not. It is too difficult to explain. The white tiger and the green dragon are very dignified. King Lang asks, you have been sleeping for so long, because you created the holy mountain and the demon sea. Z. Tao said, okay. The three men said in unison, why create them? Why how? To explain it, there are no holy mountains and demon seas, but also the descendants of the saints and demon ancestors without them. Where is the world? Where is the rose flower? Where is the flower god? It's it for us? The three people already had the answer. The world outside is chaotic, and there are evil things, but these have nothing to do with the flower world. Flowers and flowers can stay in the flower world. There is no need to worry about what is going on outside. However, Hua Shen painted the holy mountain, painted the demon sea, painted a different world, and created a new world for them. In 15 years, they traveled all over the holy mountain and the demon sea, looked at the grass and the wood, and looked at the mountains and the water. They thought that these were all brushes from the asterisk of flowers, and there was only admiration and awe in their hearts. Zitao asked a seemingly unrelated topic. Do you believe in fate? The three could not answer. Zitao told them, don't believe. You only need to believe in yourself. This is a way to stay. For their encounters countless years later, Zitao still painted the body of King Lang, and then caught the back of the nine-tailed fox. He already has a nine-tailed illustration, but it doesn't matter if the painting is not painted, but it is still drawn in the same standard. Oh, how King's painting has already been done. He has always been a human figure. He doesn't need to look at the body. Zizen's moving pen is the eye of the wind. As soon as he painted, the four were worried, for fear that he would sleep again. Fortunately, Zitao's mental state is very good. There is no sign of any effort. And he loves these paintings very much, and he can't help but look back and forth, and gradually they will let go. Zitao knows that he should not disappear as long as he does not write his name. It was the last bird. Suzaku is the youngest, and the time to transform their human form is also the shortest. The impression on Zitao is also slightly shallow. He flies far away, and after receiving the news, he flew for 3 days before returning. This day, Ziyan is very excited, so I have to have a party. After King Jiuwei went to prepare food, King Lang White Tiger went to get some fresh things. Ziyi was bored and sunbathed in the garden. He flipped the album in his hand and had a faint smile on his lips at this moment. A fascinating bird song with a red light across the sky. The teenager in a gorgeous feathers fell into the sea of flowers. Zitao looked up and thought, this little broken bird can be counted back. Juvenile Suzaku has not retired, although it will not be as embarrassing as a child, but it is also beautiful, and beautiful. His facial features are most like the river slant. When he thought of the young Jiang Slant, it was such a look. Z couldn't help but bend his eyes. He was trying to greet him. The bird came over himself, and a pair of scorpions were full of surprises. Who are you, Z? Well, you look so good. Suzaku bent down and looked at Zitao. After watching it for a while, he said seriously, how about marrying me? Chapter 135 Wonderful Pen Painting Mountain C35 Emperor wants to dissolve the harem. Marry you? How are you killed? This is not filial. Z Wei stared at him. You don't know me, although he was asleep. When he was asleep, Zen did not believe that brothers did not take the small broken bad to see him. Suzaku saw the sleeping god, would not recognize him. It's really a mistake to sing the Suzaku, not the Suzaku's eyes, but the difference between the squinting and the closed eyes. It is said that the eyes are the windows of the soul, and in this mysterious world, it is even more sincere. Under the strange body, there is only one pair of eyes that really touch people's hearts. The appearance is beautiful, the shape is beautiful, and there is not much difference in the eyes of a bird. It is the eye, connecting all the species, so that they can see at a glance. Like the current Suzaku, there are the previous Qinglong and Jiuwei. They all have a very shallow impression on the flower god. Only remember that he is very gentle, the sound is very good. Until he grows up, he sees only a beautiful body that falls asleep, without the white tiger and the post-king point. But once Zitao wakes up, once the four eyes meet, the love that touches the soul will flow through the body like a hot melt. The so-called love at first sight, but this is the case. Do we know? Juvenile Suzaku still laughed. No wonder I think you are familiar, Z. Tao's mouth pumped and asked him, I really don't remember me. Remember. Someone's poor mouth is deep into the bone marrow. The lovers of past lives must of course be recorded in the heart. Z. Very. Juvenile Suzaku has been watching him. After watching it for a few laps, he couldn't help but rejoice in his heart. I don't think you are a lover of my past life, Z. Tao heard the familiar routine. Sure enough, the teenager bends his lips and reveals a pair of small tiger teeth. You should be my dream lover. This kind of slogan thanked me for listening. In addition to a little bit sweet in my heart, there will be no fluctuations on the surface. Oh, it is indeed a dream lover. At Atlantis, he is not in a dream. Married to the old five, Suzaku. Juvenile Suzaku said, you don't think that I'm casually speaking. We are loyal to the birds. We only propose to one person in my life. If you don't like me, I will not blame others in this life. So, Scary Zitao was scared by him. He said, then don't worry, the thick skin is also ingrained in the soul. Juvenile Suzaku is happy. Well, just marry you, Z. Well, what is the fate of reading comprehension? At this time, the white tiger and the green dragon came back. They followed the people and arranged the supplies for the party not far away. When they saw the Suzaku far away, they put down their hands and walked over. When Suzaku saw two brothers, he smiled and smiled. I will introduce you to both. Beihu and Qinglong squatted and introduced what? Shouldn't he introduce him to this old man? Zenban wanted to save this little broken bird, and later thought that the bear child should suffer a bit, so he gave up. Just listening to the young Suzaku is very excited. This is my sweetheart. I'm going to slap him through the door in a few days. Oh, yes. He looked at Zen and asked, what is your name? Even if you don't know the name, you want to pass the door? Little chicken, are you crazy or stupid? Zitao does not want to talk. The white tiger was blown up in minutes, and he picked up the clothes of Suzaku. What are you talking about? Suzaku was shocked by him, and his eyes turned to Qinglong, trying to ask for help. However, Qinglong's demeanor was scarier than the white tiger, and his eyes were as cold as hail. Suzaku is not the soul of X. He will not be embarrassed, but he can't be scared to death. He stalked his neck. He is my sweetheart. I asked him to marry him. He, white tiger, was unceremonious and gave him a punch in the lower abdomen. Suzaku is also on fire. What are you doing? The White Tiger's temper is coming up, but everyone except Zen dares to say, "Hey you, Suzaku is not a vegetarian." After taking a punch, he immediately opened the distance and put up a fighting posture. White Tiger has a high fighting power, and secondly, he has a lot of experience, and he will be afraid of this chicken with no hair. One tiger and one bird are smashed into a ball. Zitao's daily appreciation of the old devil himself is not greasy. Suzaku played the White Tiger. After the defeat, he began to rescue the soldiers. "Do you see him bullying me like this? I lost you as a brother, King Lang. Thin-lip Microhook, I will help you." Zuzu's heart was a joy, thinking that he had invited the rescuer. Who knows that the dragon will give him a punch. Suzaku. This is a big loss, and if he was a child, he would be overwhelmed. King Lang did help, but it was not to help Suzaku, but to help the White Tiger to clean up the small broken bad. Zitao feels almost is trying to stop. There has been a scream in the distance. What is it? After King and Jiuwei came back, How King was not the boss. The eyebrows were wrinkled, the voice of reprimand was very penetrating, and the dragon and tiger bird stopped. The poor little Suzaku has been thrown into the ground by his brothers. The White Tiger is still not deflated. Think about what the mixed boy said, he wants to kill him. King Lang also sullenly faces, although the fire is suppressed, but the mood of wanting to roast chicken is too dazzling. After King came over, he first looked at Zitao and saw that his demeanor was still moderate. He asked the dragon tiger bird, "What happened?" "It is not a child, nothing." The White Tiger turned his head and snorted. King Lang looks to Suzaku. Suzaku succumbed to death and quickly complained to the big brother, "They blame me for being inexplicable." After King knows the White Tiger's temper, he asks if he can't ask. So he looks at King Lang. King Lang blinked at Suzaku and did not say anything. Suzaku said at the end of his own words, "I introduced my sweetheart to them, and they started to hit me." Zen thought, "Birds, you are afraid to have a brother doubles." After King's eyebrows were slightly embarrassed, he asked, "What kind of sweetheart?" The little Suzaku was young and eager to be afraid of the tiger, and he opened up his relationship with Zitao's future husband. In an instant, the whole piece of flower sea has solidified, and the swaying petals and the breeze of the face are fixed as usual, and stopped. How King's voice was cold, and came from the abyss of hell. "What are you talking about?" Suzaku repeated it again. "I want to marry him. No one of you wants to stop me." Nine-tailed fire. "My mother should have eaten you that year." They have not played against each other these years. One loves poultry, the other is poultry, not, and they can only get along with each other. Suzaku ignored him and stood up to Zitao's domineering oath. "I will." "How?" King interrupted him. "Do you know who he is?" Zook said, "No matter who he is, I have to." White Tiger gave a low drink. "He is a flower god." When this is said, everyone is staring at Suzaku. If it is not because of the love of more than 10 years, at this moment they will tear him into pieces as a fat. Even dare to insult the flower god. How many times it is not enough to die. Zen was very sorry and thought that the good show was over. Who knows that Suzaku does not play according to common sense. He knows the identity of Zitao, only surprised for a moment. And then hard air. "What about it? He is a flower god. I want to marry him. I just like him. I'm the only one in this life. The partner can only be him." This time, even Zen was stunned. The 15th boy, with a thick and childish voice, but the words spoken, a touching. Very straightforward and even a 12 wayward, but it is really hot and hot. It is a complicated and extremely simple thing. To like someone. It can be complicated until the war is not going forward, or it can be as simple as, just because you like it, you have unlimited courage. Suzaku's unrecognized declaration, like a boulder, broke into the hearts of the other four, evoking the feelings that were tried to hide and was desperately blocked. What kind of feelings do they have for Zitao? Just like Suzaku. It is only because of the aura of the asterisk of flowers, the identity of the adopter, and the cumbersome and mundane things, and the pressure has to be suppressed. Suzaku made a mess. Awakened the flames in their hearts, and let the long-rooted emotions grow wildly, and become the heavenly tree that supports the soul. Zen's heart stunned, and always felt that there was a premonition that was not very good. Outside of the gods, there are 5 boats on the ground. In the Shenjian, You can let him go to this dead person. Zitao said. Well, he is still small, don't care. Suzaku tweeted, I don't care who you are, I like you, I will marry you. Z. When he pinched his eyebrows. Is the 15-year-old little boy knowing what he likes or not? When you grow up, think about these issues. Suzaku's eyes lit up. Will you marry me when I'm an adult? Z. Weddy. Birds, and then the waves go down. You will really be killed by your brothers. After King's hard transition, the people are all together. The table is set up. Let's enter. Zitao nodded. Point the other 5 people and 5 species. The mood is the same at the moment. The flower asterisk 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 cannot be taken away by anyone. Point there was no controversy in the seat. Zitao was in the first seat, and How King was on the left and the right. White Tiger and then sat down according to age. Point Suzaku is the youngest, farthest from Zitao. He is very unhappy. However, he has no suspense in a dozen. He has to stay in Kingshan without fear of burning wood. Point a good gathering became a wake up meeting. Point one by one, the soul is not obsessed, thinking about what Zen can also get a 7788. Point Zitao tickles, wants to take a small broken bird and smash it. It is this little bastard, messing up the 4 lakes spring water. From this day on, the days of Zitao began to heat up. Point the brothers who were supposed to get along with each other, want to open each other, and thank you for being alone. Point early in the morning, Zizaya gang got up, and after King's forefoot had just arrived, King Lang said, there is something going on in the Demon Sea. Don't you go see it? Since they knew that the Holy Mountain and the Demon Sea were created by Zen, they independently start guarding. Point How King and Jiwei are responsible for the Demon Sea. Beihu and King Lang are responsible for the Holy Mountain, and the rest are only Suzaku, because they are not inclined to go to the Holy Mountain. Point at this time, King did not think too much, thinking that there was something in the Demon Sea, so he said hello. After thanking Zen. Point King Lang just sat down. Yulu has not yet poured out, and the 9 tails came in. You go to the Holy Mountain to see. The White Tiger has lost his temper. King Lang himself used this trick to take people away, so hesitated. Point 9 tails said again, the White Tiger's temper, it really has to be collected. The black teeth of the Holy Mountain have been wiped out by him. He still tossed all day, where the ordinary beasts can stand. This argument is well founded. King Lang had to put down Yulu, and said to Zen, I will go and see. Tao nodded. Point after a while, I said that the White Tiger with a temper in the Holy Mountain appeared at the door. Just panicked, so quickly pierced. 9 faces cannot hold. Point Zitao looked at him, and just wanted to ask. 9-tailed said, I made a mistake. I went to call King Lang back. The White Tiger's thin lips are smug. Point Zitao knows more, and knows that he must have been hiding in the door early in the morning, waiting for the 9-tailed branch to go to the King Lang, and then come out to disassemble the 9-tailed lies and let the small collar leave. Point this early stage has staged such a palace test, and the emperor said that he wants to dissolve the harem after half a year. Zitao actually lived leisurely. Point different from the different Ming dynasty. These 5 are just in the dark. Point they dare not clarify. Do not dare to let Z know. One can only secretly intrigue. You count me, I count you. No one dares to toss on the table. Point oh, except Suzaku. Suzaku is so big that I have to shout it every day. When I grow up, I will marry you. Point at first, the other 4 were still nervous. After seeing that Z's face was calm and clear, it was a gesture that did not take the kid's child seriously. He felt relieved, and felt that Suzaku was too naive, not competitive, or difficult for the other 3. Engage. Point Zitao lazily stayed with them for more than 3 years, until the little Suzaku became an adult. Point when Zitao wrote the names of these 5 people, the mood was very complicated. Point who can think about it. The disappearance of the flower asterisk 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 is to escape marriage. The author has something to say. Ziwei, as long as I die fast enough, Shura will not want to catch up with me. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 136, Wonderful Pen Painting the Truth of the Sea and the Sea. 36. For so long Zitao had already thought of the names of 5 people. In fact, I did not deliberately think about it, as if it appeared naturally in my mind. Under the domineering blue dragon illustration, Zewei wrote Long Yin. Under the arrogant white tiger illustration, Zewei wrote Beihang. Under the gorgeous Suzaku's illustration, Zewei wrote Fengzi. Under the elegant nine-tailed illustration, Zewei wrote the fox 9. The last album is Howking, who is the only human figure, and a pair of dissidents seem to see his heart through the paper. Zitao's hand gently rubbed on his eyes, and the corners of his mouth raised a very slight arc. He wrote a Western character. What are you doing? The usual calm voice was full of uneasiness, and Howking almost came to Zitao. Zitao did not look up, and wrote the last one. Zewei whispered, "Zizi, do you like this name?" After he finished watching him, Howking's dissidence came to the extreme. His thin lips trembled, and his voice trembled. Why? Why give them their names, and why they should leave them? Zitao took his hand and said warmly, "You must live well." After King's backhand holding him, his forehead swelled and the whole person tightened to the extreme. Wallahi. Zitao looked at him, and looked at him. Only 80 years, too little. The life expectancy of a person is so long. The fate of Howking is aging and die. Zizen cannot let him die like this. Howking held him hard, and the voice was hoarse to the extreme. But now I have not even for 80 years. In one sentence, I got to the heart of Zitao. He couldn't give them a name. He couldn't approve of their existence. He couldn't watch them die after a short life. Because this is not the end. It should not end. Promise me. Zizen felt that his body became very light. He said with the final strength, "Live alive." He left this most pale and powerless sentence, and it became a phantom, scattered in the air. At this time, the door opened wide, and the breathless white tiger yelled, "Why don't you stop him? Why don't you stop him?" He slammed his fist and hit the back of King, and he lost his soul. The blood overflowing from the corner of the mouth is also motionless. It's all this gods, all the asterisk are this stuff. White Tiger used all his strength to fight for the gods, but this asterisk figure seems to be something that does not belong to this world, quietly suspended there, even a little fold. No. Zitao thought that he would be popped up, but he was as easy to see as it was into the world. He saw the flower world that had decayed in an instant, saw the flowers that were crying out of breath, and saw the 5 small ones that fell into disintegration. White Tiger, angered and left the flower world, went to the holy mountain. In the sea of the defeated flowers, King Lang stood in the spring and autumn. Suzaku grew up overnight and found the dragon. Tell him that the flower asterisk is not dead. He must have fallen asleep. Let us go to him. After King went to the demon sea with the gods and had seen the albums countless times since the day and night. Ninetales found him and said that he and Suzaku are the same. He will not die. He must be somewhere in the world. Will definitely come back. Zitao does not want to leave such a obsession with them. It is too painful. It takes a long time to miss a dead person. Let the heart be bitten by despair and pain, but can't see the slightest light. This is terrible. Especially the time is still as long. Soul living is cruel than death. Zitao does not want to, even if this is only the setting of the quasi world. He does not want to have such painful memories. The wonderful thing is that as his ideas become more and more determined and more persistent, the paintings on the gods are slowly disappearing. It is not disappearing, but other people can no longer look at it. Numerous elaborately drawn albums have become a blank piece of paper, and the post king, who is guarding the gods, looks at this scene, and only despair in the heart is destroyed. His memory began to disappear. All the memories of the flower asterisk slowly faded, and the other 4 also rushed in. They were all the same. The paintings on Shenjian gradually disappeared, and their memories were erased. A little point. When Shenjian lost the ability to shrink and became a blank picture, they all forgot. Seeing this, Ziyu breathed a sigh of relief. This is the case, and I forgot to pass through the countless years, but after a long time, when I went to the mountains and rivers, they saw Ziwei at first sight, and still fell in love with him deeply. This may be just the romance of the soul, but it is also the most profound attachment to Zitao. 80 years later, the post-Khan, who is a human being, died. He was born again from the grave and became the ancestor of the zombie. The real post-King. 10 years later, under the madness of the white tiger, the black-toothed monster evolved and grew into a terrible collection. The white tiger struggled with it for more than 10 days. Due to lack of physical strength, he gradually fell into the wind. After he discovered it, he helped him. The two completely ended this evil thing born from chaos, and completely rationalized the holy mountain and the demon sea created by the flower god. For more than 200 years, with the help of the white tiger, Suzaku reborn from the fire, and became the first saint of the holy mountain. At the last moment of the Yuanshan, the Nine Tails were rescued by the brother of the same door. Comprehended the ecstasy, became the first demon ancestors of the demon sea. In the next 200 years, the holy mountain descended from the thunder. The Qinglang covered the sky, guarded the holy mountain and thousands of souls, and suffered serious injuries. But because of comprehending the desirelessness, it was repaired to a higher level, and became the sacred mountain. Two saints and the original destiny, they will die of aging, fighting, fire robbery, desolation, and thunder, but Zitao gave them their names. They escaped the death of this hit, and became the supreme power of the continent. This is actually interlocking point. If Howking is aging in 80 years, then the white tiger who is not helping will die, and it is difficult for the Nine Tails to survive the Yuanshan. The white tiger is dead, and Suzaku can't help the fire. As for the last Qinglang, if he did not forget those memories, how could he comprehend the desirelessness? And without his desire, he could not survive the thunder. Zen does not believe in fate, but all this is not under the cover of fate. However, fate is not constant, and under fate, they still have freedom. Zita knows that this is not over yet. He waits for Howking to think of everything, or there is a white tiger. Why do they think of flower gods? Zitao does not know how long it has been. Seems to be getting closer and closer to the world. The white tiger has always hated Howking, even if he forgot everything. He also retained his hatred for Howking's deep bone marrow. Even if Howking helped him kill the Black Teeth, Beihu still hates him endlessly. Beihu wants to kill Howking, and he can't shake anything until he is obsessed. But Howking is an immortal zombie, and the white tiger can only do his best with him. The white tiger never gave up. He went back to retreat and practiced, and when he had a breakthrough, he came to find Howking. Howking also met on time, and the two were tied. After playing countless years, the cultivation of the two climbed up, and the baby spirit was repaired. With the birth of the baby spirit, they slowly recovered the memory that was sealed. This is to confuse Zitao. Although he is integrated with the heavens and the earth, he still has the limit of power. He sealed their memories with his will, but it is not unsolvable. As long as they are repaired, they can break through the imprisonment set by him, and slowly think of everything. Seeing Howking and Beihu, who had been obsessed with the original Sang in the past, still thanked him for his misunderstanding, but he couldn't say a word. The two brothers finally did not fight, and their endless battles for thousands of years finally found their roots. How? King said, he is because of giving us the name. The white tiger didn't want to hear the word. He squinted. Take the name. How? King Shen said, yeah, it's easy to erase the name, but they both did it. They let everyone forget the names of the saints and the ancestors, including the dragon, the Suzaku and the Nine Tails themselves. In the end, the white tiger also eliminated Howking's memory of his own name. Howking also eliminated the white tiger's memory of his own name. They took the initiative to give up their names at the same time. The flower asterisk is resurrected. When Howking saw the little red rose in the flower garden, his eyes were red, but he laughed even more than he cried. Would you like me to go home, Z? Tao turned to look at him, and he couldn't help it. Okay, there is no substitute from beginning to end, and Howking is only trying to get the flower asterisk back to him. The author has something to say. Then he was smashed by the Nine Tails, and was turned by Qinglang, and was robbed by Suzaku. White tiger, you waste. Chapter 137. There are no clear boundaries between the true and the false. The timeline of Shenzhen has arrived at the present time. After crossing the long ancient times, the little rose is the flower god. The body of the flower asterisk is a small rose. Howking and Beihu erased all the names, and the flower asterisk came back. But he was too weak. weak to lose the power of God, and became a real little rose point. But Howking is very clear. It is clear that he is him, that is, Xie, who is in his heart point. However, Zizen did not remember anything. Is this a side effect of losing power? Zitao did not think that it was Howking and Behu who deliberately erased his memory. The reason is obvious. Zitao knows their names and must even forget him. These names are completely gone. So at the moment of Zitao's resurrection, they erased all his memories of them and could not remind him of it. Only in this way, the name disappeared completely and the flower asterisk really came back. But what about the 5 who don't have a name? What does Zitao know about it now? Suzaku should be blamed again. Half dead and not alive. King Lang broke the road of no desire and his life was gone. 9 tails cut 8 tails, but also at stake. In the end, the white tiger went to Howking to grab people here. After the death, he lost his soul and was beaten to the shadows. He fell to the point where he was weaker than ordinary humans. It is because they have no name that they will encounter these. Xie sighed and couldn't bear to blame Howking. He still remembers the purpose of entering Shenzhen. He had to stop the killing of Howking and Behu. Howking asked him, "What is your name?" Just like a few ordinary words. He said that he wants to see the blood. Zitao still has to lose memory. Whispered, "White Jiu Jiu, Jiu Jiu." Howking smiled. But Zitao also laughed and asked him, "What is your name?" How? King Dao said, "Call me after King." Xie made a surprised look after the king ancestors. How? King Dao, call my name. Here, Zitao finally got confusing. It is no wonder that in the 9-tailed gods, Howking will let him call his name. He is deliberately guiding him in order to let him remember the real name. He will be this code is superimposed on his memory as a name. Indeed, if Zizen decides that Howking is the name of Howking, then he will not take any name again. Zizao was nervous after the queen seeing such a thank you. Howking's 10,000 distressed, but settled down. Very good. I can't remember anything. It doesn't matter. He will take good care of him and will accompany him for a lifetime. After Zitao stayed in the Demon Sea, he was very curious about the place where the white tiger went. The 2 of them resurrected the flower asterisk together. Why did Howking find him first? The white tiger may still be closed. They almost erased the memory of the whole world and the consumption was great. After the success, they closed together. It is estimated that Howking first came out. Howking is so inseparable from Zizen. Don't say that Xie has been distressed by him. Even if he is really a lost-hearted flower god, he can't help but be so gentle. It didn't take long for the 2 to fall in love and have a good time in the honey. Zitao thinks that he has suffered so much for so many years and his heart hurts, compensating for psychological attacks, and he is also pampered to the extreme point. If there is a river of memory, 80% will be cheaper and still sell. And Zitao will be clean. The poor under the eyes of the late king was too panicked, and the unrealistic feeling of recovery was lingering in his mind, so that he could not wait to hold Zizen on the apex of his heart, and his fingers were afraid of hurting him. Until the end of the 9 invited him to dinner. After everyone has been erased by the asterisk of flowers, Howking and Jiu went to the Demon Sea. Jiu probably wants to be a big brother and wants to be crazy. When he is young and weak, he will get him started. Become his brother. Howking asked who master is. Jiu said that he died early. He is a teacher and apprentice. When I said this, the 9-tailed apex hurts. In one of his unreal dreams, it seems that there is such a person who guides him to grow up in a sea of flowers and teaches him countless things. It is reasonable to say that Howking should not take Zizen to go to the banquet. What should I do if I think of it in the end? But he went because he wants to continue to superimpose Zizen's memory. Let him regard Jiu as a brother of Howking. Let him completely forget the original identity of Jiu and will not give any name. Everything has only one purpose. Let the flower asterisk live well. Unfortunately, Howking underestimated the 9-tailed obsession with Zitao and the 9-tailed banquet at the banquet made Zhao Wen his disappointment. Howking likes the flower god, and the 9 tails know it. After all, they are brothers, and the other is to govern the demon. C. The flower **** disappeared, and Howking has been immersed in grief and cannot come out. Jiuwei saw the portrait of Hua Shen, which was painted by Howking and hung in the center of his palace. He knows that Howking's obsession with the flower god. So when he saw the appearance of Xie Wei, it was natural to assume that he used Xie Wei as a substitute. What is even more tragic is that Howking can't explain. He can't say that Xie Wei is a flower god. I can't say that this is the flower ****Xie Wei who has aroused his hard work. He even has to swear by Zen, not to mention other people. Under the hint of the Nine Tails, Xie Wei saw the portrait of the flower god. Everything is in front of him, and he is the truth of a substitute. Xie Wei was extremely painful and finally couldn't bear it. She escaped from Howking Palace and was taken away by the Nine Tails. After King, I realized that I was put together by the Nine Tails. When I chased it, Xie had already had a nine-tailed ecstasy and forgot him. What kind of blow is this for Howking? Forgot again. I have been turning around for thousands of years, and I have been awakened by hard work, but I lost him because I could not explain. It's not enough to describe the mood of Howking. After the white tiger went out, Howking was bent on his death since he no longer needs him. Then equals Zitao has already grasped the keynotes. Anyway, the Nine Tails have been sealed. It doesn't matter. When he was in the final battle of Jiuqing and Jiuwei, he changed his way and called the name of Howking. After the king stunned. Zitao said, even if you treat me as a substitute, even if you look at someone I think, even if it is only 200 or 300 years, Nine Tails are not willing to say, Jiu Z. Tao still finished the words, ZZ, I still like you. At the same time as the name was called, Zitao was bounced out of the gods. Zitao turned her head and saw the man on the scroll. He looked at him with a pair of looks, affectionately like the C point at the end of the picture. His name emerged, Howking C point. At the same time, the scroll shrank and became the size of the book, falling into the hands of Zitao. Zitao stared at Shen Jian and had not returned to God for a while. I know all of them, and I know all of them. The front and back of this quasi-world are basically clear. What is it? Where did Jiuwei and Howking go again? The voice of Jiang Slant suddenly rang in his mind. There is no clear boundary between truth and falsehood. Ziadakang has shrunk and has an idea. If you only complete the quasi-world mission, he can now collect the illustrations, and even the promotion task of the restoration can be done easily. Because all the names are given by the **** of flowers, he retrieved the identity of the flower god. You can easily write on the gods, but only to complete the task. He cannot let the memory of the souls end in such a desperate moment. These will eventually return to the river slope. Wei does not want the river to bear this long and helpless pain. Chapter 138 Wonderful Pen Painting Shanhei 38 What is true? In the lower right corner of the task prompt, the tributary task collection monster has been completed. Zitao took out the roster and wrote the name under the blossoming rose flower. Sure enough, I recovered the identity of the flower god, and he could leave a handwriting on it even with his fingers. After writing one by one, the promotion task repaired the roses and the illustrations were also successfully completed. Zitao saw that his primary repair surgery became an intermediate repair. He was very pleased to see it. In general, intermediate repairs can find missing parts on their own. As long as they are not destroyed, they can be repaired, even if they are not there. Zitao did not delay after doing this and came out. When he came out, the slaves all came up. Zitao did not panic. He said directly, don't go in, let the queen of the queen rest well, and he will recover after a few days. Although the slaves were somewhat suspicious, they believed him. Zitao lived in Howking Palace for a while, and Howking put him in the palm of his hand. Everyone can understand it. Moreover, Howking is not dead, seriously injured. It is necessary to rest and recuperate. Things, ordinary slaves are invisible. Zitao said again, after the Queen King told me to find something, you must look at the door. No one is allowed to go in. Make the slaves busy. Need help, Z. Wei shook his head and said, no, I will do it myself. After that, he pulled the sluggish red 2 and went straight to Howking Palace. As soon as he went out, he let out a sigh of relief. The other roses were also surrounded. They asked, what happened? How did the white tiger saint suddenly kill the demon Xie? Ah. You suddenly gone. How? Is the post-king ancestor? I heard that the nine-tailed ancestors disappeared. It killed by the white tiger saints. When? It's over. It's a big deal. This white rose is too powerful. It just stirred up. Red second can be counted back to God. He looks at Xie Xi, then look at Xie Xi, then look at it again. Xie glared at him, and the red trembled. Go back to the Weixin. A group of roses still don't know, and they trusted Xie Zhen very much. They all came together to condemn the asterisk white rose. The tiger's red to can be regarded as knowing how helpless it is to see a group of tigers who are fancy. Shut up, roses, don't be in front of people. Zitao does not matter. He originally wanted to return to the ventilation letter for the second time to prepare for the rose. It is a pity that time is not waiting for people. He can't care so much. If he is not prepared, he will not be prepared. The little flowers should also experience some wind and rain. Roses are still licking this novelty. Zitao directly gave them a sigh of thunder. I'm the white rose. You have anything to know and ask me. Roses, Xie said, or you can ask red brother. He also knows. Roses brushed their heads and looked at the red 2. Red 2. He really knows. So Xie Zhen was clean. A group of flowers whispered around the red 2. From time to time came a scream, breathe in, and the artificial breath sound, that the heart is not faint. Hey, it seems that something is not right. Forget it. Zitao didn't have the mood to manage this. They went back to use the Mount of Jiuwei, which was very fast. It took a long time to return to Mount Wei. Zitao is going to send the flowers back to the Rose Mountain. Before going to the Holy Mountain. There are still 3 illustrations missing. It's too difficult for Beihu to do it. You can go to the little Suzaku first. And finally, he was thinking that the mount had already fallen to the Rose Hill. As soon as he came down, he found that the atmosphere was wrong. The accompanying roses also screamed quietly, 3 meters away from him. Although Zitao has saved countless roses, his great achievements are too scary. It is normal for everyone to accept it for a while. Zitao jumped into the mount one step at a time, and when the foot just touched the ground, he saw the monk standing in front of him. King Lan was dark and heavy, and Suzaku was standing on his chest. The white tiger looked unpredictable. Zitao regrets a bit. He should draw a good illustration to leave this broken world. What is this asterisk doing? He does not leave him alive. Seeing this shackles, the roses are swaying into sieves. They are crowded together and hugged into a group. The second is also a sentence. This is good. Let's make a sacred mountain. Legend of the Slag. Suzaku first said, small, what is going on, King Lang? Ask not to ask, just staring at him. The white tiger knows everything. He has a thin lips and a slight raise. Why, don't you want to guard the post clear? Isn't it with him? An opening made the eyes of King Lang and Zug's eyes raging. Zitao wants to kill this little tiger. Fortunately, today's Xie Xi has not been Wuaman in the face of this 3-person line. After a panic, he came up with a perfect solution. I will explain clearly the previous things. Zitao looked at them and calmed. Now I hope that you can take their own sacred volumes. King Lang and Suzaku do not understand the meaning of his words, but Xie Zhen believes that they will do it. But the white tiger there, the white tiger is cold and the lips are slightly moving. You don't want to touch that thing. He has memories of the past, naturally knows why the flower asterisk disappeared, and God is the culprit. He can't let him come again. Zitao looked at him and said slowly, I remember it. The white tiger screamed and violently said, the post-kinking waste. Xie's Gang came from Howking, and no matter how he remembered it, he couldn't get rid of his post. Zitao walked towards him, his attitude slowed down. His eyes were also very soft, and he whispered, little white, give me the gods, I can solve all these problems. Little white shouted. Everyone in the whole place. Both King Lang and Suzaku tightened their eyebrows. Obviously they didn't know too much, so they couldn't figure out the situation. The flowers are feeling the collapse of the Rose Mountain. The Scorpio, the timid of the White Ninth. You dare to call the most powerful and violent white tiger sage to be small, They don't even think about it. Who knows that the white tiger sage who should be screaming the little rose to the pollen is not angry, but the red scorpion has such a slight grievance. Roses. Illusion. This asterisk must be an illusion. Zita also saw it. I think that his bitterness in these years is also painful, and the voice is more gentle. Be obedient. I will never leave you again this time. White tiger eyes are red, and the voice is hoarse. You are a liar, Z. When he said slowly, give me another time. If I'm dead this time, will I bring you with you? This sentence completely convinced him. The white tiger turned and went, screaming, all are waiting here. God, me to get it. This is even the King Long and Suzaku should take it in one breath. Ziyanasang's tone is the most difficult thing to do. The white tiger went to take the gods, and King Long and Suzaku stood still, not knowing what they were thinking. Zitao has no fear. How is it poked? Anyway, the souls have filled him up. Amnesia plus amnesia plus amnesia. Zijia Cheng does not deceive me. Zio Wei is really forgetting the forefront for 360 days a year. King Long Cognac whispered, you all think of it. He said this. Zizen responded for a while, before returning to taste. Oh. He also lost his memory in King Long, forgetting the demon C. Z said, I forgot too many things. King Long frowned, and there was some embarrassment in his voice. Sorry, it is my danger. He stunned Z, lost his memory, asked him to marry him, and tied his vow of a lifetime. I don't think of those things. Zizao sighed. I'm a flower god. Both King Long and Suzaku were stunned. Suzaku suddenly said, we knew it before, right, Z? Tao did not expect that he would suddenly say this. Suzaku hurriedly said, I was asked to marry you before. I'm not, thanks. Z asked, do you think of it? Suzaku opened his mouth and said slowly, no wonder when I saw you in the holy mountain, I felt so familiar. No wonder I have been waiting for someone for thousands of years. No wonder. He will know King Long and him. In the case of relatives, I'm still not willing to see him because he always felt that he was the first to know him. He should be his only companion in this life. Everything was forgotten, but the unforgettable thoughts were consistently in the heart. The white tiger came and went very quickly, and the talking room had already returned with 3 fragments of the gods. He was free to go out to King Long Palace and Suzaku Palace because King Long and Suzaku removed him from the enchantment. Zitao was relieved when he saw Shenjian. He said, give me all. The white tiger hesitated. Zitao extended her hand. Trust me, white tiger road, don't. Z. Tao said, this time will never lie to you. The white tiger gave him the scroll of God. Almost in the hands of Zitao, Shenjian became a book and merged with the previous 2 to become the most complete god. Zitao did not rush to open the Shenjian, but looked at the 3 of them. Do you have injuries on your body? The 3 men said in unison. Do not hinder, Z. Tao said, change back to the body. The 3 did not move. Zitao said, would you like to know the ins and outs? I want to think too much. The dragon with a dragon scale is missing. The Suzuki is scorched, and the white tiger with its wings is broken. Zitao looked distressed, but fortunately he could give them a one-on-one fix. In the countless years of Shenjian, Zizen was not idle. He made a lot of jealousy. In case of emergency. This can be used to repair the body first. Seeing this scene, the old patriarch of the Rose family widened their eyes and said slowly, this is the power of the flower gods. I have seen it when I was young. He repaired the scales of the King Long sage, the Suzaku sage, the wings of the white tiger sage. It is said that it has also been repaired by the tail of the 9-tailed ancestors and the 3 arms of the post-king ancestors. Has the old patriarch ever seen it in his childhood? Maybe he just saw it at this moment. After the repair is completed, Zitao opens the Shenjian. Beihu's pupils shrank and wanted to ask. Zitao had written Beihang's words in the white tiger's illustration, and Beihu screamed, you lied to me. Zitao did not have time to answer him, only quickly wrote the names of Long Yin and Feng Yan. After the name fell, King Long, Suzaku, and white tiger disappeared out of thin air. Ziwei did not stop writing, giving the surname to everything that can be imagined, and thought of. He can't give so many names, but the name was born in the last name. Just like sprinkling a few seeds, it will eventually grow into a forest. Zitao gives some surnames, and will also produce countless names in the end. He painted his own body on the gods, and wrote the word Zen point with a bang. He disappeared. What is true in painting? Where you are, it is real. Chapter 139 Wonderful pen painting Mountain C39 Happy. There are 5 me. This is a bold idea, but he feels right. He just wrote his name on the gods and then entered the gods, which should not be automatically generated on the roster, so he has not completed his mission and will not leave this quasi-world. And entering the world of Shenjian is the unique romance he prepared for the soul. Can you do it? Just look at this moment. When Z opened her eyes, she found herself sleeping in a sea of flowers. The flowers circled around him. You are awake, Z. Tao nodded and asked, what time? When? He asked. No one answered. There was a small flower smashing the road. Qinglang adults are back, Z. Tao turned her head and saw the dragon that slowly approached through the sea of flowers. Xie Yang bent his lips and smiled. Qinglang kissed him under his forehead. What is going on? Z said. What do you think? Qinglang. Road, a new world, Z. Tao did not answer, but instead pulled his collar and kissed him on his lips. Qinglang had a stomach to ask, but he couldn't stand his sweet kiss. He leaned down and gave him a lingering kiss. The flowers shook their eyes and shyly shouted. Zitao remembered that there were others who wanted to push the dragon. Qinglang picked him up and returned to the house. No one else. Some blink of an eye. Press the person to the bed and keep going. Z Wei is not trying to refuse to welcome this. It is really pushing hard. But, okay, river. Ramp, you have seduced me like this. How can I live up to your expectations? Z. Wei said, I'm not alone. River. Ramp, lonely man is a man, and being alone is doing this. A lot of care. Zitao's reason was completely ruined by his hand that was ignited everywhere. When the fire was turned off, the river was willing to speak. Zitao said, we are in the gods. The river is slanting. Are you sure? Z. Tao said, of course. I sealed the souls. Jiang. Yang bent his lips and smiled. I mean, are you sure this is a god? Z. You live. River. Ramp. This may be outside of the gods, but Ziyan said with a big eye. I'm clear. He suddenly said nothing and couldn't say it. If he holds the gods, must he be outside the gods? Will he be in the Shenjian when he enters the Shenjian? If you think of God as a door, shuttle back and forth between them. How to distinguish between inside and outside? River. Ramp. It doesn't matter. It's important that we are together. He knows Zitao's mind and is sweetened by his careful thoughts. There is no difference in the gods and the gods. The flower asterisk painted the holy mountain in the demon sea. Is it really painted? Perhaps when he dropped the pen, he went to the painting with the flower world and met the Qinglang, Beihu, Suzaku and Jiuwei. Giving them names and recognizing their existence is bringing them out of the painting. The so-called seal into the gods may also come out of the painting. Of course this is just a guess. This is what Jiang Tai said. There is no limit between truth and falsehood. Zitao still thinks. So, are we outside the world of painting? River. Ramp. It is in our world. Investigating. Inside and outside the painting is just like pursuing the past and the future. There is no point because there is no painting at all. Time is only now. Ziyang bent his lips and looked at him. If it wasn't for me to enter this quasi world, what kind of core task would it trigger? River. Ramp. Nothing. Z. Tao knows what he means and he smiles and says, assuming it. I can't assume it. The river slanted on his lips. My world can only enter, so there is no other possibility. Indeed, no matter what the core of the world is, when Zitao comes in, there is only one core point. That is Z Wei. Ziyan smiled at him. Love the brain. I know that the world bears many ideas of the river non-linear time, superimposed space, so-called real and illusory. More importantly, Zitao felt the uneasiness and longing of the river. He was almost enlightening Z, helping him through the designer's door and touching some of the most basic, but also the most core things. The inclination of Jiang's mind is obvious. He wants to be with him for a long time, not overnight. His will has influenced the souls and influenced the world, so Zitao became a flower god. Zitao said, there is not much time. You sleep well. I will go to the next one. River. Slope. Z. Xiaoxio said, only holding on to sleep, not allowed to mess. Who can think of Jiang Laoxi also today? I want to hold a real person. Z. Yan's eyes. It's really good. He said that he released a cockroach and pushed it into the arms of the river slope. I have already been set up by Zitao. The only function is to sleep. Sleep can be cooked and can be awesome. Zitao wrote a lot of words before entering the Shenjian. It's amazing that Huaru can dominate the world with a pen, no matter what the painting is thinking of this. Zizen is sweet as honey. He is a flower god, and the world is a river. His pen dominates the heart of the river. When he first went to see the little white tiger and put the blasting tiger scorpion well and stuffed it to the river to squat and hold to sleep, then to squat the little Suzaku, followed by Jiui and Howking. This is the perfect setting that Zitao can think of. There are 5 hours in this world. Qinglong, Beihu, Zuk, Jiui, Howking. The length of an hour is almost 24 hours of the earth. They represent the change of the sun and the moon when Qinglong wakes up. The other 4 sleep, and so on, will never meet. This is the inspiration that Zitao got when he opened the world. Just like the sun and the moon, it alternates and supports the whole world. The souls were also clearly arranged by him in this way. During the day, they will see the real thank you, and the comrades in the evening will sleep with you. After the 2 rotations, the river ramp, go back to the center. Z. Tao joked, is not happy. There are 5 me here. Did not give him a separate 6. Has been very caring for him. After the river is inclined, the molars are painful, open, heart, extreme. After smashing the souls, they bullied Jiang Laoxi. When Zitao returned to the center, his mouth was raised. Chapter 140. When the non-Emirates meets the European Emperor. Guess what I brought back? Although I still don't know what the next world is like, Zitao can be sure that the souls with such sweet memories will definitely not toss him. If the next world still meets them, the initial setting is definitely not a series of killings, such as fleeing marriage, then fleeing marriage, and then fleeing again. Zizen's mood is really good. He didn't even go to see the mission rewards, first went to see the quasi-world interface. In the open world, the words of the customs of the mountains and seas have appeared. Z. When he looked at the button that searched the new world, and it tickles and presses it down. Search for a search first to see what the next world is. The last world played very happy, so I'm looking forward to the next world. Zitao's heart changes are also big enough. From the beginning, I saw the designer X want to swear, and now I look forward to it, and sure enough, people are going to grow up. Little Rose is reborn. It is a rising asterisk flower. What surprised Zizen was that the small funnel turned to the end and there was no new world. Instead, there was a line of words. Please change your job first. The current quasi-world needs a specific profession. Transfer. Zitao's current occupation is a collector and can be turned into an explorer or a recorder, but Ziwei always feels that this particular occupation is not a simple low-level career. Most players are promoted to intermediate level because they are poor. But Zizen did not have these problems. He couldn't finish the money. Even if he had no problem in cross-professional qualifications, he wanted to know what the next world was, so he changed his job to become an explorer and then went to search for a new world. He gave the same reminder and asked him to change his job. Ziyan frowned. He continued to turn into a recorder and then went to search. I did not expect to give a reminder to transfer. It seems that he thinks right. This particular occupation is not an ordinary low-level occupation. There are only 4 such occupations in the current central world. Collectors, recorders, explorers, designers. Will not let him transfer to a designer. This can't be done. Zitao has no choice but to let go of exploring the new world and see the next task reward. Passing through the wonderful pen and painted mountains and seas. His junior experience is full and can be promoted to intermediate players. However, this promotion is not to say that Jin, but also to complete a promotion test. The rewarded gold coins. Zitao did not care much, but also heard a loud voice. Watching more and more figures look blind. The level of the beautiful pen in the sea is not low, and Atlantis has another plus. which is a quasi-world of S++. All quasi-worlds above the S level have special rewards, and Ztao accepts rewards. Hey, congratulations on getting the golden props box, and the equipment will expand the item bar to 9.0. Seems to be quite good. Golden, it should be okay. This is what the emperor does not understand: the market. If you let other people know, it is estimated that you will scream and scream, and your face will be red. Let's just say, Jiang Slanted even brushed 30s worlds in the same year, just to expand the props bar. And finally, I use the gold coin of the S-class quasi world to get a high price in the black market. The same gold props, but unfortunately different lives. See where we put the props on the box, and saw the extra grid, which was quite satisfactory. Originally, there were few props and fewer plaids. Every time I went to the world, there were too few things. This time I was not afraid. Even if he only has 9 uniforms, he has 9 lives, and he is half an undead. He also has a selling skill, which can bring back something from the quasi world at random. I accidentally brought back the skill of the repairing technique. I don't know this time. Ztao opened the skill list, and then stayed. Who can think that the European emperor also had a day that was scared by himself? The river leaned back to the center, half dead and lying in the garden. Yan Zhe rushed in. What are you doing to die? He saw the man and said, you asterisk. This is to play SM. Good guy. This physically disabled. Basically no place. The scene is so bloody. The river is still in a mood to make a joke. What do you say? My little baby is willing to suffer a little bit of injury. Yan Dafu has a toothache. The river's slanting fingers couldn't move, but the mouth was very profitable. Come on me for treatment. After a while, he came to see me, and I must be so sad that I lost my golden beans. Yan Zhe also saved people. He wants to slap him 2 more. I see you are hurting lightly. While licking him, Yan Zhe's white light fell to the body of the river, helping him recover his body at a speed that is visible to the naked eye. It is worthy of being the famous god level nurse in the center. This healing ability is comparable to that of death. He habitually first gave the river a bleak pain, and he regretted it when he finished it. This guy has a lot of pain when he is alive and dead. This does not hurt. I tell you, Comrade Leo Crossing was physically and mentally ill. In this quasi world, Zio Yan really became a little rose. You can't imagine how cute he is. Yan Zhe. He came to treat him, not to eat dog food. This asterisk is going to die. This injury to the river is also helpless. He exchanged the equivalent of the body, and it is reasonable to say that he should always stay in that world in the state of the soul, and it is impossible to have any interaction with Ztao. Where does he endure? So the scalp squeezed into the body of the soul, and the name was attracted to the soul by the soul point. If you go all the way into a soulful body, then he can't do without the wonderful pen and C pointers and on Emirates. He was very ghostly. He split himself into 5 and squeezed into 5 bodies to avoid the rules. Because the body is still the soul, he counts at most and may pay some price, but not to lose his body. This is not from the quasi world. His own body has become a broken rag. Saw to die. Kinje stunned and quickly asked Yan Zhe to come over. Also lost to such a god level nurse. The body of the river can recover in the shortest possible time. It stands to reason that as soon as you return to the center, players can purchase items through the mall to treat the body. Unfortunately, the river is not inclined. The higher the level of players, the stronger the resistance to the drug props of the mall, not to mention the fact that their bodies are highly enhanced. The general drugs are useful in the first level players. The cup is not as good as boiled water after the treatment of the river oblique. Yan Zhe got a sigh of relief. Jiang slanted and said, you have a big step backwards. Is such a simple treatment tired? I thought that Yan Zhe had a small team of milk, and they use them as zombies to kill, live and die, and did not see him standing and steadily. Yan Zhe's ear is, I'm tired. My asterisk is being licked by dog food. After half an hour of treatment, the river has not stopped, and he has a hard-hitting slogan, and his mother dictated a 500,000 word love story. Jiang is not conscious, but also intimate. If you are tired, you are tired. Don't admit it. You sit down and rest. I will tell you how Xie is creating a new world for love. Yan. Xie Xi's mouth was pumped. He regretted that he really regretted that he should not come to the garden. He should not treat this guy. Fortunately, the river did not continue because he received the message of Zitao. Ziwei, you guess what I brought back? Jiang slanted and joked. It will not be a god, Ziwei. It's really river slope. The author has something to say. There is also a name in this article. When the non-Emirates meets the European emperor. Chapter 141. The junior asterisk is jealous of me. I'm not afraid of it. I'm afraid of you. Non-Emirates is skeptical about life. He paused and said, you shouldn't call this skill a random pick of the world, Ziwei. Well, non-Emirates hates drinking blood. It should be called the most important item in the world. I launched a total of 2 times. The last time I took the repair surgery. This time took away the Shenzhen. This is not like random. It is the most important to pick it. Zhenqian said. This is not the same as the quasi world. Jiang oblique asked. Primary version? Yes, Z said. Are you in the garden? I'm going to find you and meet up. Jiang. Z was trying to say a little while, and he received a request for Zitao's entry point which is willing to refuse. You can only succumb to Yan Zhe, and the river leans to let Zitao come in and send Yan Zhe out. Yan Zhe said, see the color of the friend of the spicy chicken. Jiang skew, he is very smart. When you see you will doubt that I'm in poor health. Yan Zhe still understands. You are a little bit when you play yourself dead little roses. Jiang. Z has already sent people out. Yan Zhe can only say to himself, it will be unbearable. A series of moves and the river slanted very well, but Zitao still saw the back of Yan Zhe. His heart was tight and he asked, is it a god? The asterisk of the river does not change color. It is Laokin who wears Yan Zhe's clothes. Qinzhen is going to use the equivalent exchange technique. It is normal to appear here. Qinzhen's Heng and Yan Zhe. Now it is still too late. Zitao did not believe. He twisted his eyebrows. What is wrong with your body? Can there be any problem? Jiang slanted to hug him and put it in his ear and said, there are no problems 70 times a night, Z. When he felt that he was quite normal, he was slightly relieved and yelled at him, 70 times a night, you still have no problem? This is premature ejaculation. Jiang said with a smile, we are in the Antarctic Circle and the night is long. There is always a reason. Zitao did not have a good air. 70 times in half a year? After he finished speaking, he regretted it. This is not to dig a hole for himself. The slanting eyes of the river are slightly brighter, and the voice of his voice is lower. It is quite small, but your husband is very long lasting, and can be 2 days at a time, Z. When he can't listen, and pushes him away, close, mouth. There is nothing to say, Jiang said without a trace. Would you like to try? Try a ghost? Zitao took out the gods. When Jiang Sui sees the topic, he is no longer poor, and he looks at the gods. Zitao said, bound items, cannot be transferred, cannot be traded, cannot be discarded. Jiang leaned and sighed. Most of the god level items are so. The grade of this asterisk is really god level and is the highest grade in the current central world. It is said that there are only 2 god level items in the entire center, one in the hands of the founder and owner of the Yunjin, one in the hands of the highest designer X. Now there is a third in the hands of a junior collector. This shows that Zitao's luck is so good. Zitao said again, now its function is not comparable to the quasi world. In general, this is a weakened version of Shenzhen. Zitao can write and draw on it. After painting can create such a thing out of thin air. But unfortunately Zhen did not have the painting technique of the asterisk of flowers. He tried to draw, twisted, bent, and finally finished painting. Shenzhen replied with a line, too ugly, unrecognizable. Hearing here, Jiang slanted and laughed. The river slanted immediately. Garbage god, I dare to laugh at my baby. Tear it. Zitao ignored him and continued, there is still a lot of restrictions on the primary gods. You can't create a living body. The size of the created object can't be more than 1 square meter. You can only draw 5 minutes at a time, and 1 hour of cooling after painting. This sounds like a lot of restrictions. I can think about it and still feel terrible. Point now is the primary, so you can't create a living body. Does that mean that you can create it when the level is high? There is also a size limit of 1 square meter, which is just as big as the primary level. How much will be unimaginable after a slope grade. Point you can only draw 5 minutes at a time and it sounds short, but if you master the technique, you can draw a lot of things. Others are desperately expanding the props box to load things. Zitao only needs to bring Shen and then remember the drawing of some simple items. Isn't the energy source constantly created? Don't look down on small things. It's not hard to draw a bottle of life potion worth $1,000 river ramp. It's a good thing, and good use can bring great value. Xie Tao also remembered the matter. He asked, is this related to the designer? Jiang tilted down and said, it is possible, but certainly not now. You don't need to worry. The promotion designer needs to pass a test of the central government. The test is a single person model. You can only rely on yourself, so you should upgrade as much as possible. Only when you have the opportunity to pass the test. Xie Tao nodded. Well, don't worry, these people also know that the designer is not simply able to understand some of the basics. The central designer is decreasing, not because you cannot understand the true meaning of the design world, but cannot pass the test point without enough experience and strength. Trying to test is tantamount to sending death point. Even if the preparation is sufficient, there are too many advanced players to fall into this test point. Zitao has not been promoted to the intermediate player, of course, not eager to try to promote the designer. He just wants to talk about the new world, suddenly smashed into a strong support spirit. In fact, already smashed the rose flower. The rose of this garden is the spiritual map of the river, and it is a thriving in the past. How come this time? He immediately looked up and squinted. Are you backed by the equivalent exchange? Jiang slant. Isn't it all gone? Zitao said, this time I lost my body. Do you still have a body when you stay in the soul? So when you come out, your body will be damaged? The more he said, the whiter his face, and even thought of the worst. Maybe the body of the river is gone. Is this another, or the illusion, that is strong enough to show him? Zitao reached out and touched him. Jiang Yang held his hand. He was willing to let him think about it. He quickly said, it was a little hurt, but it was not so serious. I'm not divided into 5. Those bodies are the soul. I don't think I have a body at all. Xie Tao looked up at him. No lie to me. Jiang slanted and smiled. I can't lie to you. It was all desperately hidden, or because the spirit was a little relaxed and left a flaw. Let him sneak out. Xie Tao tweeted, is it really just hurt a little? Jiang Xiang guarantees a little bit of flesh wounds. Lie to you. I play 5 thunders. Xie Tao rushed to interrupt him. Let's talk nonsense. Jiang squinted. I didn't lie to you, so I was not afraid. Xie Tao did not hesitate to poke him. You are taking care of the garden as your own. There is no 5 thunder. The river bends and smiles. It's really not, because the garden doesn't have 5 thunders, but Jiang Laoxi is not afraid of 5 thunders. This is what makes him tickle. Xie Tao said, if you really only hurt a little, how can you be shocked by the gods? So long after coming here, Yan Xie Xi's attributes have long been clear. Jiang Xi can always pull out. It's all old Qin fuss. Xie Wei sneered. You have no strength to stop the generals of Qin. Qin Zhesheng used to be a general. After the Central War became famous, the low-level players called him this way. Jiang slant. But there is still a little strength. It will not let Qin Zhe fight to call Yan Xie. Jiang Xi was poked by Zizhen, and there was only a rogue. If you are so worried, why should you check my clothes and check it? Xie Tao also has a killer. If you look at me again, don't go with me in the next world. Jiang Laoxi seconds, quickly and honestly said, that is to break a few bones. Xie Zhengxin stabbed several pieces. River ramp, well, just 200. A total of 206 bones were broken, and the river asterisk was broken by 200. Xie Tao's face is frosty white, biting his teeth. Don't be with me in the next world. Jiang leaned on him and whispered, I will follow you with all the bones. You must not leave me. This is too foul, and the temperament of Xianda has vanished. Xian's eyes were red, and he couldn't help but kiss him back. Jiang Tao is such a typical opportunist, where he will give up such a good thing, wave his hand, and make a beautiful room, pressing people into a soft big bed. Ziyahan looked at him. Jiang slanted in pity. He touched his delicate nose, whispered, I'm not afraid of fear, I'm afraid that you will lose the golden peas. Said the kiss in his eyes, tasted the sour is full of sweet tears. From this point of view, Zitao is convinced orally, Yan Shen is really powerful, such a sage time. The lover said that other men are powerful. Jiang is angry, bite on his neck, planted a small strawberry, no man to boast, what? To follow. Zitao said, I mean that the healing of Yan Shen is really amazing. The heavy injury of the river *** can also be cured in such a short period of time. It is really amazing. River ramp, here's awesome. Running 800 meters is exhausting and tired. No, Yan. Xie Xi hit a big sneeze. He licked his nose and said to Qin Zhen, I think the old evil is yelling at me. General. Qin is an honest man. Well, you just cured him, Yan. Xie Xi angrily said, I can't be wrong. It must have been discovered by Xiao Wei. Xiao Wei admires my superb medical skills. The old animals are unwilling, and I'm black in the back. I don't think it's a good brother. I guess it's true that even one loses. Jiang Zi really wants to thank Zitao for 70 nights. Unfortunately, Zitao can't stay in the center for too long. They have to go to the next new world as soon as possible. Jiang Zi is trying to ask a new quasi world. Zhen first asked him, have a few souls been recycled this time? River ramp, 5, Z. Yang big eyes, is luck so good? Last time only one was recycled, this time actually 5. The recycling rules of the souls are not to make them happy, but to see how many quasi worlds they participate in. So smart. The wonderful pen painting mountain is just the last world of their 5. Jiang tilted down. Zhen has captured the problem. What happened? River ramp, they should not only participate in these worlds, but because I entered the quasi world, they brought them back. Z. Tao's eyes are slightly stunned. What about the quasi world that has been involved? River ramp, the souls are forcibly removed, and the quasi world may collapse. Z. Zin's heart stunned. There is always a bad premonition. Is it hurting you? River ramp, it's a good thing for me, and it hurts the center. The quasi world has become less and less, and the quasi world of the main designer of the river is still broken. It is even worse. Zitao understands that Jiang Slope has a lot of souls because of his distraction, so his own state is very unstable, and he urgently needs to recycle the soul. Don't worry about how to come back. As long as you come back to the river, it is a good thing. But those quasi worlds that have lost their souls have suffered. Z said, if this is the case, then we can take back the souls that have been released, as long as we have cleared a few worlds. Although, I don't know how many rivers are scattered. If the river is inclined, the soul of the quasi world can be brought out. It is obvious that the efficiency is improved. River ramp, it won't be that simple. Z. Tao remembered his new world, and he quickly said it. Jiang Wei, specific occupation? Zitao said, I have tried all the low-level occupations, but I can't do it. But the designer's words, I'm definitely not able to pass the test now. River ramp, it is impossible to be a designer. If you go to the professional interface, you should be reminded of the transfer. This Xie Wei really didn't know. He quickly dragged down the interface and found the professional interface. After opening, Xie said, repair? Is there such a profession in the center? The author has something to say. Today, I have to go out and see the night. Chapter 162. Repairers, don't be afraid of loneliness, because you will eventually wait for the best person. The river was silent, and there were some fierce appearances of white tigers. Wei looked at him. Well, the river leaned over and grabbed the man and kissed it. Ziyan's big eyes, push, and push can't open. Hey, dry. Why, when the river was loosening him, he had already returned to the original, stinking and shamelessly. What is the taste of good luck, really? Serve this guy. Zitao was beaten by his heart and forgot to say what he wanted to say to him. There are countless rivers in the heart, and I don't dare to mess around. This has been a hard work in the past. If Xie Tao is not promoted, he will have to go to the new world after more than 20 hours, otherwise it will be crushed by the central authorities. In theory, there are only 4 general occupations in the central government, but there are some specific occupations. Xie Tao was able to pull back her thoughts and listen to the teacher Jiang, who was not serious. Jiang Xi continued, the specific occupation triggers harsh conditions. When you look at the timing, you can also look at your personal strengths and minds. The chance is about 1 in a billion. It is not easy for Xie Tao to trigger the profession of this repairer. First of all, to enter the open world, but also to trigger the guiding task, but also to choose the right one in the numerous multiple choice questions. If you choose to kill the half-bone zombie in the stupid big man once and for all, then he can't. If you get a repair, there will be no more series in the future. Xie Weishen said, 1 of the billions? He did not seem to feel much, and everything is a matter of course. Jiang skewed and said, it is 100% here. It didn't happen. It was 1 in 100 million, and it happened to be 100%. This is true. There is nothing to be happy with this thing. Xi then asked him, what other special occupations are there? River ramp. It's far from the horizon. Xi Yang guys, are you not a designer? Jiang slanted and coughed. I don't deserve a chance of 1 in 100 million. I'm talking about Yan Xie Xi. Xi Wei curiously asked, Yan Shen? River ramp, yes, his career is a healing person. Xie Tao is not surprised. After all, such a powerful treatment is not a specific occupation, cannot be said. Jiang Xi continued, there is also the old den of Yunj, which is also a specific occupation. He is sneaky in the day, not public, but I guess he is a kind of gaining career. So it will be bothering and laborious. Such a large organization. Xie Tao nodded and asked, what else? Jiang slanted his hand. What else? Respecting 1 billionth of a million. Xi Wei was surprised. No. River ramp. There are most outstanding specialties in a particular profession. It's hard to be famous, so, no more. Xi Wei. The whole center is 3 people. This chance is indeed small and small. Jiang Fei can't help but put gold on his face. I have good luck. I know 2 in 3 specific occupations. This is what I said, so that everyone who listened to it smelled full of heart and soul. Xie Tao said, you don't need any luck. It is still the greatest designer. Jiang Xi would not have been saddened by this kind of thing, but I felt Xi Zhen's mind and couldn't help but pity. Yes, it's just a designer. Xi Hao hurriedly said, you are better than everyone else. Jiang Skew, beyond your beauty? Xi Wei, this guy is so careful. He praised Yan Xie Xi. He remembered it. Jiang slanted and hugged people. He kissed him on his neck and kissed him. I have to leave a living path for others. My mold and cloud are so strong, and I will be taken care of by the goddess of luck. How can other people live? Xi Wei pushed the big dog away and said with no expression, the goddess of fortune definitely doesn't like people like you. River ramp, take her. You like it, Xi. You served. Jiang bent his eyes and looked at him. Why don't you like it? He deliberately lowered his voice, especially rogue. Xi Wei said, I don't like it. Jiang slanted and said slowly, if you don't like it, then is it love? I will put gold on my face. Xi's face is red, but how can he not say the word do not love you, even if it is a joke? He does not want to say, because he really loves him. The river slanting heart has been sweetened. How can there be such a cute big baby under the sun? And this big baby is still his. Jiang teen feels that he can continue to be unlucky in his next life, as long as he can meet Xi Wei. Xie Tao took a lot of effort to get the topic to the point. What exactly does the repairer do? The river squats and squats. Maybe I can repair my broken world. Xie Tao also liked this when he saw this profession. After all, the new world asked for a job, and he had a new job like a repairer. Jiang said that he forced the soul to be forced away, causing the quasi-world to collapse. Can he go in and repair it? Xie Tao said, it should be like this. The inclination of the river is obviously more relaxed than before. I collapsed. You repair. The trick is a natural pair. This is what he used to say. It seems that there is nothing wrong with it, but Xie Tao is too keen, especially in the face of such a dead face that loves to support the strong. He is not sensitive and can be deceived by him. Xie held his hand and looked up at him. Is there a real impact on the quasi-world collapse? River slope. Before Xie was circulated by him. It is true that the souls are coming back. It is a good thing for the river slope, but the soul that did not come back, Xie forced him. The soul that is trapped in the collapsed world will never come back. He can think of it clearly, and thinking deeply into the depths is really cold and sweaty. For example, if the river is entering the right or left, the prospective world, then Randy Axe and God will be taken away when leaving, and Atlantis will be the three of them. A broken world. It is true that the boss and the third child have returned. Can the old 4, old 5 and the old 6 in Atlantis? What should they do? Is it always trapped in this collapsed world? As long as there is a lack of soul, the river is always in an unstable state. When is there something going on? No one can say anything. Jiang slanted and smiled. Well, you can't fix it, Xie. When he said, if I don't have a job as a repairer, then the world that collapsed can only be abandoned, and the soul is trapped forever? Jiang Xie could not have thought of this, but he did not mention anything, but also deliberately misled Xie so that he did not think much. Xie can be considered to understand why the river slanted after hearing the repairer's career. He thought that the river was too surprised for his luck, but he was lucky. The quasi world is broken, the soul is trapped, and he has nothing to pretend to be okay. So when I learned about the profession of the repairer, I would be so excited to kiss him. Xie Zhen is really angry and distressed. He wants to murder him, and he can't bear it. Instead, he makes himself a bit of pancreatic acid. Do you look down on me? The river was anxious. He said, how come? Xie Tao said, I'm younger than you, my strength is weaker than you, and my experience is less than you, so you look down on me? Jiang's slanting panic. He hurriedly said, no, I didn't think so, I'm just. He paused and finally said it, just don't get used to it. He is used to solving all problems by one person. The habit is to bear it alone and bear it alone, because he has come all the way. A lot of things, it is no good to say, in addition to worrying, in addition to let morale plummet, in addition to double the danger, there is no other meaning. So he did not say the habit. Xie heard a little bit. Jiang Yan, the guy who wants to face this face, said these words is equivalent to putting the whole person in front of Xie Tao. Xie Tao was distressed and took his hand. You have to get used to it, Jiang. Slanted with his fingers. Xie Tao said, I will always be with you in the future. You will not be alone, so please believe me. If the heart of the river is hit by a huge wave, the difference is amazing. Xie Tao said that he was very embarrassed and wanted to pull his hand back. Jiang Shi grabbed him hard. Say it again, Xie. The sound of the river slanting down seems to be suppressing the trembling. Are you going to say it again? It was just 2 more words, but it seemed to bring out some pleading. Where did Xie Zhen receive his tone? Whispered, I will always be with you in the future. You will not be alone, so please believe me. Jiang leaned on him and passed on his passionate emotions to him through the hot kiss. There was a resent in his mind. I don't know who said it, but it was engraved in his mind like a brand. Don't be afraid of loneliness, because you will eventually wait for the best person. Some people are warm, and not only 3 seconds, especially seeing Xie's eyes are red. He can't help but want to make him happy. River ramp. I have something to tell you about something, Xie. Taojing asked, what is it? He was ready to listen, thinking if it was a big event. The river slanted a finger, and the water curtain appeared out of thin air. Xie Tao looked at the past, looked very serious, very focused, and attached great importance to Jiang's first sharing. Jiang slanted to open a friend bar, a few poor friends. Xie Tao's name is particularly eye-catching. Xie Tao saw the number behind his name and sighed. What is this? The river slanted calmly and calmly said, I have a chicken rub skill. You can see how good the primary players are to me. Xie Tao did not react at first. After the reaction, Jiang obliquely looked at the green 999. Don't mention how happy. 999 is the highest value. It is impossible to be higher. The voice just fell. He just watched 999 become 998, became 997, became 996, became 995, became, hey, river ramp, don't fall, can't fall again. The tone is like the poor investors on the planet who see stocks plummeting. Xie Yan screamed at him with a blank expression. So, have you always seen my good feelings for you? Jiang Yan admitted confessionally. Well, Xie Tao's mouth was pumped. How much was it? 0 points. 0 is the limit. It is impossible to be more, but what he did not expect is the river slanted. Truthfully, it was originally -99. Xie Tao was shocked. Can it be negative? Jiang Sui Mei is easy, of course. The lowest record is -777. Can rise to 999. Oh, now it is 988. It is as beautiful as dreaming. Xie Wei. Jiang. A bleak and soft voice. Baby, don't be angry. When you are promoted to the intermediate player, I can't see the good feeling. Let it stay in the most beautiful 999, isn't it? Thank you. Thank you. -999 is also very beautiful. The river is terrified. Although I saw this good feeling skill, Zizen was quite surprised, but immediately it was very hot. Because love is left or right. Xie Tao hates to die X, but at that time the river slanted to look at the -99's good feelings, and even he was very caring and partial to him. This fool. He was soft-hearted, and his feelings immediately reached 999. The river slanted like a mind-reading whisper. He whispered, at that time, you were so funny, obviously hated me, and smiled and called me ex-god. It was so cute. Ziyang no expression. I want to add a negative sign to the good feeling. The transfer of para has a level requirement, and Z must first be promoted to an intermediate player. Junior players can be promoted without experience, and they need to be promoted. The test is released by the central government. The time is relatively static, and it can be abandoned by itself. It cannot pass and it only consumes gold coins. It can be used again. However, as long as the experience is full, the players still want to be promoted in the first time, because if they are not promoted, then go to the quasi world. Even if the degree of completion is higher, it will not increase the experience, which is equal to waste. Xie Tao did not have any concerns. He directly signed up for the next test, waiting for the central transmission. A promotion test. The little roses that have been through the battle are not afraid. Jiang looked at the online characters in the group and sent a voice. Is there an activity? Come on. The South Wing immediately said, you are finally going out of the mountain. This love brain has never been doing business since it started to fall in love. Qinzhe Heng has asked me to ask what is the activity. Yan. Zhe angered. I asked you to ask. Do you asterisk this way? This deadwood, mad. Qinzhe Heng, Jiang, is a mysterious smile. It is an activity that you have never participated in. If you want to come, you will enter the team. The South Wing is most stimulating and enters the team with great enthusiasm. Yan Zhe is unmoved. Qinzhe argues, if you don't go, what if they are injured? Yan Zhe snorted, and under the enthusiasm of the South Wing and the other three, Yan Shen was barely enlisted. The river slanted people into place and ordered a registration. At first, these big guys thought they were blind. Until Yan Zhe screamed, Jiang Laozi, what the asterisk is doing with you? Why do we go to a small intermediate test as an examiner? The river is very thick and sloppy. Life is alive. You should try anything. The South Wing was also shocked. Is this what you said? I have never participated in river ramp. Did you have participated? He hasn't really participated. Yan Zhe can be considered as a reaction. Small roses will be promoted to intermediate players really fast. The river slanted. Several other people have also reacted. The South Wing said, it turned out to be like this. You said it earlier. We must do our best to help the scorpion cheating. What are you talking about? Jiang's old asterisk is on the road. I'm giving you a chance to appreciate and see how good he is. Everyone, Jiang. Skew added another knife. Of course, such a good child has been bound to life for me. The author has something to say. On the old evil recognizes the second. Fear that there is no first. What's more irritating is, you are so embarrassed, he stands and gives you a jealousy. You can't beat him. Chapter 142 Intermediate Test. So-called bad examiner. When they first met the river slope, they felt that they were on a thief boat. Now, don't feel it. It is 100% sure. Not talking about love. Jiang Laoxi is enough to sing. Now I'm afraid that both legs are not enough for him. Yan Zhe knows a little more. Privately talks about the river, a mid-level test. You are not at ease? If you can't pass it, it's okay. It's nothing more than a bit of gold. However, there is waiting time and at least one world mission is required to continue to retake the test point. Ordinary players don't have to worry. Just brush any level F level task, complete it in a day or two, and you can continue to participate. But Xie Wei is different. He is a 100% high level world physique. There is no simple task. What's more, he still needs to change his job to get the next task point. Therefore, Zitao must pass the test, otherwise he will be crushed to death by the intention of staying in the center for too long. Of course, this sounds dangerous. In fact, it may happen very little. Thanks to the qualifications and abilities of Zizen, the probability of passing the test is 99.99%. Jiang sighed and sighed. If you don't understand, you will suffer. If you love someone, if he is thirsty when he runs, he will be hungry when he jumps. When he jumps, he misses me. Don't you worry about stumbling when you are running, leg cramps when jumping high, and throwing a dog when you jump high. Hey, Yan Zhe is also a second force. He shouldn't worry about it. This old animal is born. How is Zai? There will be something. Jiang is still chanting. Retreat 10,000 steps. If the examiner faints, what should he do? If he is cheap, Yan Zhe's mouth was pumped. You are the examiner. River ramp. I'm illegally faint. After all, I received a certificate. Yan Zhe. Little Rose, you are coming out. Take your house. This enchanting. Although the stimuli of this activity are very disillusioned, Jiang Tai said that they are not mistaken. They have never been an examiner. Idol is also moldy. To join and the fun is quite fresh. Especially the candidates have old and evil hearts. They are even more curious. The river runs on the slanting mouth, and it doesn't end in the whole day. They don't believe how good a junior player can be, not to mention a 19-year-old child. The surface is 19 years old. In fact, Xie Wei, who has been a fairy in the flower industry for thousands of years, is also chatting with his little friends. The quasi world and the central passage are different and relatively static. Zitao has been waiting for so long in the wonderful paintings of the mountains and seas. For the central government, it is only a moment to leave and come back, and it will not consume the central time. So it's easy to meet your friends, but there is also a situation that can't be touched. For example, Zitao stayed in the center. At this time, the zombie went to the quasi world, and Xie Wei would show him in the game. But if Zitao also went to a quasi world at this time, he would definitely meet him when he came out. This is a bit of a wonder, but in the center, the concept of time is like this. It is no longer an accurate coordinate. It is no longer a constant standard, and everyone no longer depends on it. The zombie squads heard that Zitao was going to take the intermediate test and taught him the experience. They are all intermediate players, and they have already passed the test, so there is really a lot of information. Ko Guang said, you are coming to ZHU. After all, you have tested 3 times. The violent ZHU Li online hairpin. Let's say 2 sentences will die. Zuo. Liu also talked about the cool words. 3 times. I have heard that the most people have been tested 4 times. Leo. ZHU is the last to the distance. 1 time away. ZHU Li. Fuck. Come to the battlefield. Leo Z burns you. Or, the women's Big Bang is more reliable. Zhuang Yi softly said, the intermediate test is very difficult. Generally 3 rounds. The first round is fixed. The test is the basic physical ability. The second round is the match. Show their respective specialties. It doesn't matter if you lose. You will add points according to performance. The third round is relatively difficult, and you must pass the examination of the examiner. Z. Where he asked, is there an examiner? Zhuang. Yadeo. Yes, intermediate players can go to the registration as an examiner, but the central government will filter, generally picking from top to bottom according to the level. But you don't have to worry too much. Most of the players who will accept this kind of task are intermediate players. ZHU. Lee interjected, if you are not lucky, you will be killed by an old oil. Is reasonable to say that Xie Li's physical strengths and specialties are outstanding. He will not pass the test 3 times. He himself confesses, I have bad luck and I have encountered money strings 3 times in a row. Zitao still attaches great importance to this test. Others can come a few times at random. He can't do it. If he can't pass, he can't change his job. If he can't change his job, he can't enter the new classy world. It's very dangerous to stay in the center. What does the money string mean? Xie asked humbly. Xie Li knows everything about him naturally. He said, it is the person who fell into the eyes of the money. The third level is the examiner's own proposition. There are 5 difficulty options. The money string will be clearly marked. 1 difficulty. Price. If you want to get through easily, you will spend more. Wee. This kind of thing is really their point. Zhu. The garbage can't pass the advanced assessment. It can only be found in the middle class. If you have a long time, you will have these evil doors. KO. Guang said, you are also true to Leo. Zhu. If they ask for the price, they will not exceed the registration fee for the next test. You should be arms. This is also the case. The intermediate test is not life-threatening, and it will not give up. The next time I come back, it is nothing more than paying some registration fees. These people have just drilled this loophole and want to take advantage of it. Zhu Li is so true. It does not cost 3 more registration fees. Zhu Li. They are like you. I don't want to be used to these dregs. He also said that it makes sense. Most people think like Ko Guang, so they will indulge this industry. If they all die like Zhu Li, they will not spend money. Although they spend 3 more registration fees, they can eliminate this bad habit for future generations. Unfortunately, like Zhu Li, there are so many Ko Guang. It is not necessary to judge who is right or wrong. After all, Ko Guang is not obligated to sacrifice himself for the sake of later generations, and Zhu Li is more like a character, and is in the air. Zuoliu. The central government must know that such a thing does not matter. Tao said, there is no good or evil in the central government. The zombie squad squatted and understood. Point indeed. The central government will never control what the player is doing, whether it is organized, whether it is good or not, and never interferes. He has only one requirement for the players, to live. Zhu Li side, you don't have a problem with the boss. After all, it's because I'm too dishy. I will be judged by the examiner with difficulty level. Tao said, there is no such thing as saying that people are not perfect. There are places that are not good at it. The examiner can definitely see the previous rounds of examinations, record the weaknesses of the candidates, and wait for the 3rd round to deliberately pick the ones you are not good at. You, let alone you, even a god level player has a fatal weakness. This is not a personal strength problem. Zhu Li was comforted. Boss. The words are really warm and reasonable. Zuonyideo. This test is so strange that the number of examiners will be full in the early morning. Ko. Guang and Zuoliu also said, yes, I want to sign up. Xie said, what do you sign up for? The zombie squad laughed. Of course, go to the boss to open a small stove. They have 4 people, and they may have the chance to become the examiner of Zitao when it is time. Hey, it must be the easiest way to let Zitao pass. Xie can't laugh and cry. No, I can. Where do they know that even if they can sign up, they will not be selected? After all, the examiner's screening is from high to low, and the group of friends who are in the river will definitely be selected. Where does Zitao know that he also has to encounter a bad examiner? Although this bad and old Zhu's money is not the same. Point during the chat, Zitao received a notice to participate in the test. He greeted the zombie squad and ordered to transfer it. Point. When he first entered, the zombie squad went to the live broadcast without stopping. Ko Guangdeo. There should be no problem. Zhu Lideo. What problems can there be? If we encounter money strings, let us remember his face and wait for it to hammer him. Zuo Liudeo. Which money string dare to show face? Zhuang Yi said, the sloop of examiners watching the live broadcast outside not only can see candidates can see the examiner. Not only are the zombie squads shocked, but most of the central authorities have earthquakes where YX will go to an intermediate test as an examiner. Mom, there is Yan Shen. This is General Kin. Insane. Crazy. I actually saw the woolly south wing big baby. What is the situation? The asterisk team is out of the nest. The asterisk team is the honorary name given to the X team by the players. In fact, the names of their fixed groups are particularly low, and low is disillusioned point every time Yan Xie Xi sees the words lonely man. Online chatting. The three words are 360 degrees outside the frying pan. The players who participated in the test are unaware of them. If they know that the examiner Linup is so gorgeous, I'm afraid that it is not an unintentional test, just want to go around the idle point anyway. Such a small test, if you can't pass, you can't pass it. Zitao looked around and found that the number of participants was not too large. It was also 100 people. Although everyone is a junior player, it is not easy to get such an experience value. The F-class world can only get 2 or 3 experience points. They have more than 30 bad luck. Quasi world point. Of course, there are high and low points in the quasi world. Like the difficulty of the F-class quasi world, I'm afraid that hundreds of them will not be able to match an A-level quasi world, let alone the S-level quasi world that I have experienced. The quality is not high, the win is large, and the players who take the test are not new recruits. The first round was a physical test and the project was very grounded. Zitao saw that she thought it was a high school sports meeting. In the examiner's seat, in addition to the 6 big sisters sitting, the other examiners retreated to the corner, quiet as a chicken. River ramp, running at 800 meters. I remember that as first test was on this project. Yan Xie Xi. This Black History cannot mention it. The river slanted again. My family is not the same, and running 8 kilometers will not pant. Yan Xie Xi was angry. You show your love and show off. Can you not step on it? The river is clear, and the road is clear. Where Yan Xie did not believe that he would be subtle, but it was not the case. Jiang's sentence was, I haven't officially started yet. The show is also good to pull on, and they are still warming up. At this time, Gong I discovered who a point. He said coolly, is there a swimming project? The author has something to say. Haha, Vinegard tank old evil online crazy. My family's body is only I can see. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 143 Jiang Test Official. Do you have a boyfriend? The river slant also saw it. His eyebrows rose and his voice was cooler. There is still a swimming project? The garbage center. Oh, my family. Yan Xie Xi was grateful to the disaster. I want you to be a sorcerer. This is how you do it. Although we are the examiner, the exam project has no permission to change. He paused and said happily, if you come back, wear a swimming trunk. What are you? Panic. People are not accounted for. Jiang slanted him and glanced at him. Do you think it is the body of these single dogs? Can you just show it? Yan Xie Xi slowly understood half a shot. The trough. You old animal. Jiang slanted a serious saying. We are normal husband nightlife. Lonely. Male gods. It is time to kick this guy out of the group. Yan Xie Xi knows more about Zen. He knows that his face is thin. When he thinks that he is filled with small strawberries by old animals, he is also anxious. The list of examiners has been listed. Seeing our name must have many people come to watch the live broadcast. Zio Wei is not. River. Ramp. I'm going out. Compared to Yan's fear, others are relaxing. The south wing cocked Erlang's leg. You still don't know the old evil, nicknamed Bug Wang, bad luck to brain, and his singer operation is not much. Yan Xie Xi said. It is also, he is aware of how many babies are in the river. If you have this guy, you will definitely not let Xiaoyu be wronged. The river slanted back soon, and the look was calm. The south wing is very curious. What have you done? River. Ramp. You will know when you get there. The south wing snorted. I still sell the customs. he would like to see, in this limited examiner's authority. Jiang Teng can play tricks. Zitao also stunned when he saw the swimming project. Of course he would swim, and he wouldn't worry that he would pass, but he didn't want to take off his clothes. He was red with a big dog point. He is now dressed in a high-necked uniform, and his neck is tightly guarded. When you can swim, you must change your shorts. Although it is normal for adults to have sex, it is still too embarrassing to be exposed, and this test has live broadcast. Maybe the zombie squad is watching. Here's this body. It's not a dead person. If Zitao knew that there would be this project, she would not be in the river, but it is too late to think about it now. How to do it? Do you want to take a high score in other projects and give up swimming this project? Zitao calculated the results in his heart and felt that even if he had the full score of other projects, he could not pull this 0 point. Forget it. Just like this, Zitao was gnashing his teeth and thinking. Waiting for the next quasi world, he would never let the river slant. The first project is 800 meters. The requirements are not high. As long as you reach the end of the time within the specified time point, the prescribed time is not too harsh. If you can get qualified in 2 minutes, the shorter the time you spend, the more points you have. Under normal circumstances, even ordinary humans can barely meet the standards, not to mention the players have strengthened their qualifications. Now, Zitao is nearly full of junior qualifications. The highest speed can be 1.5 points. To know that the world record of mankind is only 1 minute and 40 seconds, and after countless training, only 1 out of billions of people. Of course, the human body is not strong. It is not just human beings who come to the center. Some special races are born with stronger physical qualities, and it is easier to run. Zitao feels that it will not be so simple. Although it is the first project, it will be too easy if it takes only 2 minutes to pass. This is not a problem of unqualified. This is to get the full score. Will the central committee speak so well? Zitao is hesitant about this. When I arrived at the venue, Xie understood it at a glance. The venue was small and there were many people. There is only one channel. If you don't do it in batches, you have to grab it at the beginning point. If it is squeezed to the back, it will delay the time. This is not a question of speed, but to avoid obstacles. That's right. The players who are assessed together are the biggest obstacles. The proctoring room was also staring at the big screen. The players who took the test appeared on their big screen with a line of words. Several people brushed their faces and looked at the river. Xie Xi asked, "Would you like to read river ramp?" As soon as I open it, I know that if I play under my encouragement, it will hit other players too. Xie Xi rolled his eyes. His expose. You know you are afraid of small rows. To beat you at it, give up the exam. The river slanted and touched the nose. Playing relatives is love. It is all fun. The other 4 people listened, but really want to see the old evil being a domestic violence. It is Gong Rui who finally went out to announce the rules. Gong Ruping is relatively low-key. Everyone knows that he is a team of God. Others are not clear. He doesn't even know what he looks like. Candidates can't see the list of examiners here, so they don't know who they are talking about. I watched the live broadcast, but saw the name in the lower right corner, so I was very excited. Gong Rui said slowly, "Now announce the test rules. The project name is 800 meters, 2 minutes to reach the end of 2 minutes, then 1 second plus 1 point. Everyone works hard. The bell starts to time." He said that he was lazy and had no enthusiasm. But the players watching the live broadcast outside the court bring their own 10-level vocals. As long as they think that this is Gong Rui, they are not excited. Some people even blinked and said, "The original sharp asterisk 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 is a cold and timbre sound. Too soon." Okay, mosquitoes can also be filtered into the sound of nature. The players who participated in the test on the court were more disgusted. The examiner's voice was too perfunctory. The phrase "everyone's efforts seemed to be stretched out," and made a sigh of relief. Zitao had no idea about these. He had been concentrating on it. When the ringing tone rang, he rushed out the first time. Jiang Ji said on the line, "Is it not? This reaction is the power of this explosive force. Handsome and handsome, everyone. It's still time to go out and buy an earplug." Zitao has no reservations at all. He doesn't like the limelight very much, but this test is too important for him. Others can come casually. This time, there will be another next time, but he must be one time. Zitao's physical fitness is very good, and it is very responsive. When a group of players are still in a hurry, he has already left people far away. You must pull the distance, otherwise you will not be able to reach the end in the fastest time. Jiang Ji said that he began to have no brains to blow, seeing no. This judgment is the focus of this small head, not very powerful. Everyone raised their hands and brushed their forefingers into their ears. Although there is no earplugs, it also expresses a ruthless contempt for the old evil comrades. Jiang Ji said that when he did not see it, he became more and more impassioned after raising the volume. Very good. The young player has already led the second place for 20 seconds, 21 seconds, 22 seconds. The little player won. A lot of male gods are full of grass mud horses. This asterisk or not, but he has already rushed to hammer him. Zitao ended the game in 1 minute and 30 seconds, and the player behind him used the fastest one for 53 seconds. Not everyone can't run fast, but after being squeezed into a group, it has become a stumbling block, greatly reducing the speed point. That is to say, Zhen chose the right position and rushed out at the highest speed when the bell rang. This speed increase is actually quite bad for the middle and long distance running, but Zhen's physical strength is enough, as long as he can open the players behind, not crowded together. Then he can play at the fastest speed point. The most feared thing about this game is that the players are fighting because of the crowd, so don't say 2 minutes, and they can't reach the destination in 20 minutes in the live broadcast. Some of the zombie squads are really cheering for Z, and other players are not taking it seriously. This test is too small for pediatrics. What about the first? They can run 800 meters in 3 seconds. They watch the live broadcast not to see the candidates, but why the Curious Gods team went to be the examiner. The second project is a long jump. There is nothing to say. Jumping in line is the only way to go. The only difference from the ordinary sports meeting is that there is only one chance, and how far it is. Candidates are very calm. Watching the live broadcast, players are also very calm. Only the examiner, Jiang Ji, said that it is directly transmitted to the secret, so that you can use your ears without any use. Running, treading, vacating, landing, a beautiful arc, a light figure, the glory of victory from the eyes. Very. But there is his commentary, more like the middle school sports meeting. Zitao took 2 full marks in 1, and Jiang Ji said that he was blowing himself out of the universe. How? Strong or not? Yan, Xie Xi and Laokin, strong. South, Wing and Gong Rui, very strong. Zhang, Xia concluded, strongly strengthen. The river is satisfied and pats the shoulders of the summer. It's still the old summer to understand that our husbands are together, but it is not strong. The male gods turned their eyes and endured, swearing, single for 10 years. It's hard to get rid of the single. Crazy is normal. The last basic project is swimming, and it is impossible to hide. Zitao is ready to be prepared. Just look at it. Go back and abstain. Yan Xie Xi, who was poisoned by 3 projects, can see that he has seen the dawn. After waiting for such a long time, he wants to see how the river is going to get a swim. Yan Zhao, Fairway can't be cancelled anyway. South, Wing Road, is it difficult to make a special mosaic for Zhao? He also followed Yan Zhe Xi so much. The name Zhao is very interesting, and the image is smooth. Whoever makes the river like the rose flower, even the spiritual garden is filled with the image of the rose. Gong Rui leaned back in his chair and fell asleep with his head. Zhang Zhao. It should be a more solemn reason. Soon they knew what was going on. Jiang Sku picked up the communicator and personally announced the project rules. His voice rang, and it was blown up inside and out. Watching the live broadcast of a ghost, X-God is X-God. Cannot see the face, just to see the name and sound are excited. In the years of my life, I heard the voice of X-God, and I have no regrets. The value is worth it. Even if you miss a build task, you will make a big profit. Listen to the voice of X-God. Will I get the S-level quasi world in the next world? The Zombie squad were also shocked, and they saw horror from each other's eyes. The sound of the river slanted was too recognizable, and they heard it. As soon as they heard it, the big characters in the lower right corner of the live broadcast almost stabbed their eyes. Examiner, X river, river asterisk 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 is X god. After 4 people forced a circle, Ko Guang dreamed of opening. My mother and the greatest designer in the center have brushed a world. Zuo. Liu. My mother actually forgot to sign. Zhu. Li. I actually still married him. Zhuang. Yi. I actually showed a dirty man. There is also Zhi who is stunned. He is familiar with the river slope. Don't say that the river slant does not change the sound line at all. It is a slight change that he can also distinguish clearly. How did this guy go to be an examiner? Xie Xi was very speechless, and then he was warm, so don't worry about him. However, it is also a matter of chaos, and when you think about it, he probably can't help but go to Jiang's as an examiner. The tone of the river oblique speech is much gentler than Gong Rui. There is no dressing room in the swimming program. There are so many female players in the field. It is too inconvenient to change clothes on the spot, so I prepared a waterproof character for everyone, and everyone can use it. The male gods who are waiting for it are very disappointed. That's it. Jiang. Z continued, the waterproof character is only effective for clothes, and will not affect the swimming effect. The South Wing whispered, I thought you thought about something. The river hangs the communicator and calmly says, it's not surprising, it's easy to use. It is indeed very easy to use, enough to be grandiose, reasonable enough, and also a gentle person of X god. The waterproof character is not a asterisk 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 for the big guys, but an expensive thing for a low-end player. The players watching the live broadcast began to smash. This is a good luck for the candidates. Not only the X god as the examiner, but also earned a waterproof character for free. X god is too gentle. He must be afraid of female players, so he put so many waterproof characters on his own pocket. What? A gentleman. The gentleman is true. That is how a gentleman's law is to be studied. With the waterproof character, Zhao did not care. In order to be cheap, some players have to accept the waterproof charm and can't use it. This is not a foul. Anyway, Jiang Yi does not care about other people. He is just giving Zhao a break. Zhao also undoubtedly won the first prize in the swimming program, ending the first round of tests with full scores. The second round of testing is a match, and must be qualified in the first round to participate. Zhao is ready. Who knows? Jiang test official said, the second round of candidates for the finalists has 87 people, 2 people in a group confrontation. The extra one automatically advances. The random results are as follows. As his voice fell, the list appeared on the big screen. Zhao saw his name at the bottom, and no surprise, he was the lucky one to automatically advance. In the invigilator, the examiners did not cheat. The South Wing said, good luck. The river slanted a smile. Luck, it is also a strength. At this time, the South Wing did not understand the power of the European Emperor, only thought that Jiang Zi was a daily dazzling wife. Zhao's second round was so rude. The third round was against the examiner 1v1. The people watching the live broadcast are so excited that they will explode. Scorpio. Can you see X's face? Which lucky person can get a separate guide from X God? So gentle X God, why can't I touch it? Soon, the players saw their gentlemen's, and the legendary X asterisk 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 was playing the test. What is the name, the number of the communicator, and where to live? Jiang Zhengwen asked, is there a boyfriend? Z. Wei. It is time for a legal family to storm. Chapter 144. Intermediate players are starting to start a new world. Zhao is smiling on the face, and her heart is full of martial arts. If you have a boyfriend, you have it before, and you will be gone soon. On the examiner's seat, the South Wing slammed out and said, it can be counted as someone picking up the old evil. The river slant is a panic in the heart, but the face is calm, and even dare to skin. Oh, you are getting married. The boyfriend immediately becomes a husband? Congratulations. There was a buzz on the examiner's seat. Despite the high cold Yanshen, the lively South Wing, the mysterious Gong Rui, and the 280-year-old Zhang Zia, they all issued a uniform voice. Smelly shame. The Honestman Qin Zhesheng also sent a pair of ellipsis. To respect the table point, Zizen's mouth was pumped and corrected. I'm going to. The word breaking up did not say it. Jiang's examiner officially said, okay, I understand. I will marry you. In advance in the marriage column, Z. Tao was fooled for a moment, and for a second, I really thought that he was only investigating the situation. Watch the live broadcast players spiral up. Heaven, earth, what is the situation? I participated in 4 intermediate tests. How can I never know the third round to check my account? It's no wonder that I have tested it 4 times. URIQ, please stay in the primary position forever. My X **** turned out to be such an X-god. The tens of thousands of X-gods are actually squatting a young man of 18-9. It's not good to be young, but the primary player is 100%. If this is the case, then they may not be able to get down to Earth. After writing something about the river, he said with regret, I didn't expect you to get married so young. Why should you regret it? Why is this tone? Ex-god, do you really have an idea? Zitao is very speechless, watching the drama and self-directed. Jiang obliquely folded the book and smiled at him. If you are divorced, you can consider me. Half of the center is banging, and the players who are not able to afford it are shocked. Zitao was laughed at by him. No, knowing that there is a pit, I still can't help but say it. The river bends and bends the lips. Oh, if you don't divorce, then I wish you all a sweet love in your life. It's him who doesn't divorce. If you are divorced, you should consider him. Why don't you go to heaven? The examiners who know the truth want to smash this paragraph. It is too unfriendly, and the single dog causes high discomfort after eating. It is strongly recommended that the old evil fork go out and smash the civilian anger. After the feeling of goodness dropped by 7 o'clock, the river slant finally got rid of it, and the assessment began. The nature he gave to Zitao was the least difficult, as long as he persisted for 5 minutes under the attack of the examiner. Ordinary examiners are just intermediate players, and it is very easy to stick to them for 5 minutes, of course. This level of river inclination, let alone 5 minutes. Ordinary people are afraid that they cannot insist for 5 seconds, but Zizen is not a normal person. He has been in the river for 10 minutes. Of course, this offense is not an offensive if it's normal. The players watching the live broadcast may sweat for Z, the least difficult test, because the examiner's level is too high. It becomes very difficult, but now, the players are not worried. It seems that the 2 people jumped into the Wolfsbig, probably they are blind. Although X-God does not let water, this child has never thought about the intermediate test in his life. But, at this moment, the image of the most mysterious, greatest and most powerful X*** in the whole center collapsed, accompanied by the broken glass heart. 5 minutes later, the river slanted into the play and seriously said, you are so good, I'm going to be you. Thank you. Jiang slanted his mouth and changed his mouth. Congratulations, pass the test. As his rare voice fell, the live broadcast ended. Jiang slanted to his ear and said the unfinished words, I'm almost fainted by you, Z. Wei. Jiang. Yan kissed him and took him back to the garden. Zeman's brain is abstinence, 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 and then, next time, I will not stand him next time, but said a lot of male gods. Southwing, what are we doing here? Yan. ZHE no expression. Gong Rui yawned. Zongzia pushes glasses. Qin General is the most honest. I don't know. The South Wing squatted in the chair. I really believe in the evil of the old evil. Z. Well, he was promoted to an intermediate player, so his time in the center can be extended to 2 weeks. For 2 weeks. This little rose is so beautiful. Not as good as Z. Wei still didn't know the thoughts of this guy and immediately said, I refresh the task. River. Slope. Z. Said, if you don't want to come, I will. He didn't finish talking, and he stopped. The river is not a mess. Looking at his water curtain in the center, the players check the system interface to pass the water curtain. Before Zitao had to go to the hall to see it. Now the river gives him permission in the garden. He can use the private water curtain of the river. Zitao said, you can team up to enter the Quasi-world of X design. Because of the soul, only Zitao can enter. But now there is a prompt to enter the team. What does this mean? River ramp. The world that seems to be broken is no longer completely spiritual. Zitao also thinks this way. He asks, will this quasi-world have no soul? River ramp. It's hard to say. No matter if there is any soul, please fix it. Tao understands that every world is an important resource for the central government. Jiangxi has designed so many quasi-worlds, but unfortunately there has been no customs clearance. If it is not cleared, the quasi-world is in a standby state and cannot grow on its own. The new world, which is most needed by the central government, enters the new world of self-circulation, because only then can he extract new players and enter a virtuous circle of the central point. Even if there is no soul in this collapsed world, Zitao still has to fix it. It has been fixed as a complete quasi-world, and it has nothing to lose. Not to mention, Zitao said, there may be souls. The previous quasi-world people could not enter, mainly because the souls had absolute control over the world, so they rejected others. In the world that can be broken, the souls are missing a part, so they lose 100% control in the world, and there will be gaps. The quasi-world is judged to be able to enter the team. River ramp. This is also good. Don't need old kin to help. Tao also breathed a sigh of relief. The equivalent exchange is always unreliable. It can be used or not. Jiang slanted and smiled. I'm afraid of what? I lost something. You cannot paint one for me. Tao stared at him. Do you want a crooked arm? River ramp. What you give me is the best. Not good. Zen disliked him. Not original. I will return it. Jiang. Sui Mei Zizi. Can't retreat. I have already returned 7 days. Still. 7 days, 70 years and 700 years have passed. Zitao threatened him. I don't want to wave anyway. Protect myself. Once. Jiang's heart is soft and messy. Listen to yours. Tracheitis or something. Or active illness. There is such a lovely wife. How can squat pet? Zen is very vigilant. After all, this guy's not only loved, but the other half is a word. Zitao carefully looked at the new quasi-world. Oh, now it is called the collapsed world. The quasi-world. Before it was all blue fonts. After the customs clearance, it became gray. Now this is a red font, and the world name is very different. God who collapsed? Zen asked Xie Xi. The original name of this quasi-world is called God. The collapse is because a soul is removed, so the quasi-world has added such a prefix. That is to say, in the case of no collapse, this quasi-world is called God. Funny name. River ramp. Not necessarily. The so-called quasi-world name is actually called the name of the game. It is randomly generated by the center according to the situation. It may have other game names before it collapses. It turned out to be like this. Z said. No wonder the first world is called Love to the Left or Right. It is more like the name of the game. But, Z Wei said indignantly, which is love to the left or right? It is clearly a dead end. There are people around the top and bottom. Why do you only say about it? This topic is very dangerous. Jiangxi hastened to transfer. The name of the game can still feed back some problems, and it will generally be related to the world background or the main task. Tao was successfully transferred, and he said, I'm a repairer now. The main task is definitely a repair, so is it necessary to repair the broken god? River ramp. It is possible. Tao continued to speculate. Since this quasi-world has a god, is it a quasi-world similar to a beautiful painting? Jiang slanted his head and said, the so-called asterisk is closer to faith. This point wakes up Zitao. On the earth where he lives, there are also legends of God in the world, although no one has ever seen God. But a devout believer, God is not necessarily an individual in the mythical world, but more likely to be a vain faith. Believing this thing is too broad to locate the background of the quasi-world. River ramp. There is no need to think too much. Everything still has to go in and judge. In the case of too few clues, the most taboo is to think about it. If you form a fixed mind for yourself, and you enter the quasi-world, you will find that it is completely different, but it will be chaotic. It is better to be more open, and face it directly. Zitao nodded. Jiang oblique asked again, do you see if there is a limit on the number of people in the team? Tao read the information of the team and found that there are indeed requirements. The team members must not exceed 2. In other words, he can only enter with the river and cannot bring other players. Xie Zhen is very sensitive. He asked, "What are you worried about?" It is reasonable to say that entering this collapsed world, Jiang Slope does not have to pay any price. What is he worried about under normal conditions? Don't care about the squad members at all point. Only when he is not sure will he want to know the number limit. He should want to bring a friend in. Jiang Xi really admires Yi Tao's small head. He confessed, "There is a fixed rule in the central government. If you do not restrict me, it means that it is more difficult to break the world." Xie Tao said, "Is your quasi-world not the SS class?" The river slanted into a secluded road. Maybe a collapse. It becomes a **** level. From SS directly across the SSS and the prefecture level, to go to God level. Ziwei, he paused and said, "Not so, I'm just an intermediate player. The river is not a senior non-Emirates. I think enough. You are the only repairer in the whole center." The author has something to say. Rest assured that the old evil, you are not a pure non-Emirates now, the European emperor who has been sucking for so long. It should be transferred. Chapter 145 Failure failed to perform the killing task we performed. Xie Tao is the only fixer, so the task of repairing the world can only be assigned to him. And what is the level of the world? Xie Tao thinks about it and asks, even the world you design is at most SS level. Why is there a prefecture level? Even God level? The river slant is the greatest designer in the center, but his upper limit is the SS level. How did the other come? Jiang's next words said that Xie Tao knew why he was so worried. Not everyone can design a mature Parsi world. Many designers can only make a failure if they are painstaking. This kind of failed quasi world is equivalent to a broken world. The task level issued by the central government will be very high. Wee. So the quasi world above 3S level is a broken world? Are you going to fix it? River ramp. If we are going to repair, then you are not the only fixer. Xie Yuxin was tight and understood. The river slanted and said, "We are performing the task of obliteration. The collapsed world is not only the river, or it should be said that the river is regarded as the greatest designer by the central government because the quasi-world he designed is a success, not a failure." Jiang Xi continued, "Failures are very harmful, and they do not say that resources are occupied. Too much quantity will cause irreversible erosion of the central government." Xie Tao said, "So the central government will release the task of killing players. The river ramp. This kind of mission is called land reclamation because it is a one-off one. After the completion, this failed world will disappear." Xie Tao heard the word but did not understand it before, but now I understand it. To erase the failed products is also a helpless move for the central government. The central government is the least likely to see failures. The ability of designers can be such that they are not allowed to design. It is even worse. There will be no new world. The central cycle will collapse sooner or later. If you want a new world, you have to design them. Then there will inevitably be a failure. And this kind of failure cannot be left behind. So there is a task of obliteration. I also know how difficult it is to erase a world, and those who are advanced, and even God level players dare to try. But this will create new problems. Xie Tao said, "The death rate of players who kill missions is very high. Even the quasi-world of failure is also a world. What exists in it is the will of the world. Who will be willing to be erased? The more evil things are more paranoid and forced into desperation. They will definitely try their best to fight back. River ramp. So new designers are getting less and less." Xie Wei said, "This is not an infinite loop. The designer designed the failed product. The central government has to release the task. Please the high level players to kill. High level players face the failure of the desperate resistance. Inevitably there are casualties. High level players are the cornerstone of the birth of designers, and their large consumption directly leads to the reduction of mature designers. Without mature designers, there will be more failures. It is no wonder that the central government will gradually decline. If this continues, the consequences will be disastrous. River ramp. Fortunately, you are here. In the face of this knot. The repairer became a broken player. What the repairer has to do is to fix the world, which is a completely different concept from obliteration point. If Zitao can not only repair the world of the river, but also repair those failures, then the central government can enter a new virtuous circle. Point the designer's failures are repaired, become a complete quasi-world, and then tested by collectors, explorers, and recorders. Once the customs clearance becomes a new world, there will be fresh blood in the new world center. Going to decline. Point compared with the helpless killing task, the repair task is simply fantastic, and the waste recycling is really time saving and trouble saving. Zitao is quite puzzled. Why didn't there be a fixer before? River ramp. This also looks at the opportunity. The birth of a new profession is not something you think about it. Point the central government is sure to continue to explore, keep trying, and experienced a lot of failures and coincidences before they met Zitao. Point Zitao said to Jiang Teng, if this is the case, then the repair task should not be too difficult. River ramp, but my world rank is a bit high. The previous failures are at most A-level worlds, but once they are to be erased, they will grow to the prefecture level and even the heavenly level. He is a SS class world. Zizao smiled and said, that is obliteration, and I'm repairing. The killing mission is hostile to the world of failure. If the world wants to exist, it will be an enemy of the players, and will kill them at all costs. But Ziwei is different here. He is a repairing, a more gentle means, and is in the world of treating the incomplete, which is essentially different. Point for example, a cancer changing person. Someone wants to kill him. He will desperately seek survival and counterattack. But if a doctor comes to treat him, how can he give birth to killing? If he can really heal, he will only cooperate fully. Point the difference between the killing task and the repairing task is that the killer and the doctor are two different. Point Jiangzi also thought of this, but he still has some concerns. After all, Zitao's current level is too low. In the face of a crazy patient, can a student still studying medicine control his condition? Ziwei held his hand and said warmly, but this is your quasi-world. The river is aslant. I believe that even if it breaks down, the quasi-world you design is the best. Z said sincerely, because X is the greatest designer. The river trembled and trembled. This thick sweetness filled his whole person. Point he was so sloppy that he didn't dare to be poor, but at this moment he found that he could not say anything. Point it turns out that too much honey will stick to the mouth and people can't open their mouths. Zitao said, well, don't worry, you will be with me anyway. The river is buried in his neck. Well, Zen suspected that he was running his train, but he didn't run. He was not used to it. It's still early. Are we ready to put the props? As soon as the topic opened, Jiangzi also calmed down his mood. He said, wait a minute, I will give you a high-end prop box. The initial props can only carry 3 kinds of items. Ziwei is sure to bring Shenzhen. In case it is better to bring only a pen, plus uniform. This is full of 3 grids. So it's best to equip a high-end prop box, so that you can bring more things. Ziwei asked, how many grids do you have in the most advanced props? Jiangzi is already in the black market. He turned and said, the golden legend can have 9 grids, but this kind of box can be met, and it is difficult to buy with money. I will see if there are any blue props box, although there are only 5 grids. But, Tao interrupted him and asked, can the props box not be re-equipped? Jiang Figo did not think too much at this time. He laughed. Of course not. A player can only carry a prop box, so the golden prop box will be hard to find. Z said, then you don't have to turn it over. I have equipped a golden prop box. River slope. Zitao said, there is no special reward for the customs clearance of the sea, but it gives a golden prop box. River slope. Who can think about it? In the past, people are speechless, and Jiang Laoxi, who has a full screen ellipsis, is also today. It's really a thing to drop. After 3 seconds of crashing, the non-Emirates is slick. You are really white. This is not just the European emperor, it is simply the illegitimate child of God. Zitao gave him a look. Well, Jiang obliquely changed his mouth. Dear, you are so lucky. Zitao said, or your quasi-world is too powerful. Jiang Skuden said, I designed this quasi-world. I didn't get such a good reward. Fortunately, Thank you for getting it. There is also a special reward for the design of the quasi world, but the garbage in Jiangda's designer's warehouse is a mountain. Zizao smiled and said, well, it will get better and better in the future. Jiang obliquely sucked a bit on his neck. Sure, I can asterisk more European gas. Maybe I can go ashore. I don't want to be a European emperor, so I can look at the white spots and don't take the worst rewards. Zitao was itched by his neck and smiled. Don't make trouble. Help me to see what I have to bring. Although the props box is the biggest, but there are only 9 grids. It is still necessary to plan well. In this respect, he believes that the river is inclined. After all, it is an old driver and has enough experience. The experience of Jiangzi is quite rich. He said, don't just go to the player's bazaar to buy things. Many props have level requirements for players. If the player level is too low, it will be counterproductive. Although there are few things in the mall, it is the most cost effective for you. So, Zitao nodded. High-end drugs are harmful to low-level players? River ramp, the body is different and the tolerance is different. Zitao also asked, would you like to bring a few more uniforms? If the drugs are not too strong, the uniforms that are fatally wounded will be very effective. River ramp, there are 2 pieces at most. Don't rely too much on fatal injury immunity. If the level is high, you will understand that immunization doesn't mean much because you are likely to die many times in a row. Xie Xi imagined this scene. The fatal injury immunization is indeed an extra life, but also has to spare the force to escape the murderer. What about the resurrection? The other side will come again, not to die and die. Even if there are 9 lives, the strength is not enough, and ultimately die. River ramp, remember, don't rely on fatal injury immunity. You should try to avoid this fatality. This is really the old driver's heartfelt words. The new player may go into a misunderstanding in the middle of the period. He feels that there is a fatal injury and immunity. Just like playing a game, he doesn't take his life and die once. The quasi world is not a game, and all kinds of emergencies are endless. Ignorantly placing yourself in a scene that will be fatally wounded and kill yourself in the morning and evening. The most sensible thing is to be prepared in advance, rather than waiting for a fatal injury to the body to immunize. Real advanced players don't even carry fat damaged items. It is not completely denying the use of such props, but rather assembling more cost-effective things in a limited number of props. Ziwei Zeng focused. I understand, Jiang. Z continued. There are limited items you can use right now. You can bring 2 uniforms. Z Tao shook his head and said, leave a plaid to hold something you can use. Jiang slanted a sweetheart and said, the props are of little significance to me now. I'm almost immune to all drugs. The weapons only occupy 1 plaid. If it ruins, I have to die. Others of little value. The river slant has passed the stage of counting props. Ziyan frowned. Immune all drugs? Jiang is afraid that he is worried, saying, because the qualification is too high. Zen does not believe. Not eating too much? Jiang slanted a light cough and said, there are also reasons for this. The drug is always resistant. The more you eat, the worse the effect. The river has always been bad luck. I don't know how hard it is today. Ziyu's heart hurts, but it's not good to say anything. After all, it's gone. Jiang oblique continues to help him count the props box. 2 uniforms. Shenzhen to bring. It is best to bring a pen, although it is a waste of a grid. But in case the quasi world cannot find a suitable time, the pen is so troublesome. The pen is very common, but it is extremely important for Zitao. Carrying props can't be abandoned because of the common. As long as it is important, even if it is a soil, it should occupy a grid, because there are too many changes in the quasi world. Get another base of hemastasis, a basic physical medicine, a food pack, a hot weapon and a cold weapon. This is 9 grids, and it is full of dangling points. Zitao understands the difference between hot and cold weapons. Don't look at pistols better than swords, but in some cases pistols are not necessarily more useful than swords. What he doesn't understand is, does the amulet in the visiting mirror not be used? This is a rare 2-powered prop in the mall. Zitao is not bad. Can bring 2 dozens. Jiang obliquely shook his head. If it is a world below C, you can bring it, but in the high-end world, these items are mostly invalid. At The beginning. Zitao lived in a fairy tale town by life, but the fairy tale town is just a D-class world point. If it is the quasi-world of the finest paintings of the mountains and seas, the fixed character is very tasteless, and it is estimated that even the roses cannot hold point. Don't talk about these two props. Xie did not dare to use the barbecued bag to enter the dream in the wonderful pen and painted mountains and seas because the saints and the ancestors are too energetic. It is difficult to start dreaming. Point. Thank you for your understanding. Point. Jiangzi only helped him analyze how to carry props, and he felt that he had benefited a lot. It is enough to see that the river is really experienced. Point. Zen thought and moved. Could not help but ask, how many worlds have you brushed? River ramp. The number is not coming. Xie. This is really not the old evil, but it is really hard to count. Point. He opened the water curtain directly and clicked on the page of the quasi world to see Zitao. Point. While leaning on the side of the river, he continued to slide down with his fingers. He said, I have been reacting with Zone for a long time. If you come to a one-click total, he just doesn't listen. If you count yourself, when will you count? Xie was stunned. Point. The river slanted and fell for more than a minute and did not bottom out. This is really no more. Zen was shocked and very distressed. It is not easy. Jiang Scuden said, it's okay, it's boring anyway. In his plain tone, Zitao heard the faint sense of world. Point. He has a tight heart, wants to say something, and misses too much, and doesn't know how to speak. Point. Jiang obliquely rubbed against the back of his hand, and sincerely said, I finally waited for you. He kissed him on the back of his hand. Point. Zitao couldn't help but say, no. Jiang tilted his head, and looked at him. Well. Zitao looked at the quasi world, that could not see the end. He said sincerely, these are proofs, you can only do it with such excellent, and belong to your glory. After experiencing so many worlds, the river that has grown up as incomparably excellent, and the strongest designer who has been impressed by the whole central government. The river slanted. Point. Zitao exaggerated him, but he was embarrassed. Point. Jiang slanted dumbly and said, you don't do this, Xie. Tao looked up. Well. River ramp, I will really make you 70 times a night, Xie. Just, you shouldn't feel bad about this big bastard. On the last day of the card, Zitao entered the quasi world. Point. Entering the Qian Jiang slant is still swearing at him. Everything can happen in a collapsed world, and we have a great chance that we will not be together, Xie. I should say, I understand, Jiang said again, if I'm not by your side, don't rush to leave. First find out your identity background. Wait for me to find you, Xie. Tao nodded again and again. Point. The two said for a while, and the river slanted, and could think of it for a while, and Zitao entered. Point. The familiar feeling of detachment struck, and Zen felt a slight dizziness. It didn't take long for him to open his eyes. According to the feeling, he seems to be on a plane. Zitao did not have time to look at the task panel, just listen to people around him and say, Mr. President, this is your black tea. Chapter 167. Collapsed God 01. Name, Xie. Age 3 rounds 28 years old. Gender, rational. Point. President is calling him. Xie stunned, and when the asterisk of flowers gave him the shock, he did not become a president. Point. After all, the mysterious identity of the flower is too far from his former world. The name of the president is. He won't be a European. Zitao does not want to change her blood. Point. At the moment, when it was not a cranky thought, Zitao slightly decapitated, and the man left the black tea, and left. Point. Zitao can't take care of the space he is in. He has to go through the information panel first. Point. This is the most important part of entering a new game, but it is very deadly to miss. Still familiar. Welcome to the quasi world. Please read the following information board carefully. Point. Game name, God who collapsed. Point. Summary of the game. Highly developed civilizations have dominated the universe. There is only endless exploration and development in people's minds. The high degree of self-confidence brought about by science and technology blinds the eyes of civilization until the disaster strikes. Mainline task, repairing the broken God branch task, to be refreshed number of readings, none. Point carrying props. It has been equipped with a gold prop box, which is expanded to 9 grids without privilege. In the quasi world of the river, Xie did not have the privilege of choice for the first time. Point in fact, I have traveled to the world. Xie also understands that this privilege is equivalent to the hanging of the souls. The privilege has a big effect. Love doesn't need to be said to the left or right. There is no fatal injury and no pain. The novice Xie is crazy. Point lost Atlantis. There is no easy tolerance. Xie's Ayahu also turned over 100 times earlier. The tricks of the beautiful paintings of the mountains and seas seem to have little effect, but that is because the river slant followed him. If there is no solitude to help, he can only rely on crickets to fight for life. Point there is no privilege in this broken god. Point Xie feels that either the quasi world has no soul, or the rest of the soul has been self-sufficient and can't open it. Point no matter what the possibility, he must attach great importance to it and play a 12-point spirit to face this broken world. Point Xie refresh the branch task and the small funnel turn for a while, popping up a line of words side mission, looking for a broken god. Point there is no need to continue to refresh. This task is almost the same as the main line task. It is definitely the core task. Point however, in repairing the collapsed world, there is no customs clearance or not. Only the repair is successful or not. So the task of the feeder line is not so important. Point. But this sideline task also gave Xie a certain degree of hints. The broken asterisk refers to a real individual. Or is it simply the belief of people? As can be seen from the game introduction, this is a highly developed human society, which is more developed than the Earth, where Xie is located. After all, the Earth people are still worse than conquering the universe. 10 rivers. River slope? Speaking of, this guy's really a crow mouth. The two are really separated, and I don't know where he is going. Xie is thinking. Point the information panel is like this. Xie remembers the word, and the panel slowly disappears. Xie blinked at the bottom right corner, and saw the tips of the main and branch missions. I haven't seen the barbecued pork in a few days, and I came to the quasi world, and Xie put it out. Point the kitten complained. Dad only plays with dad, don't want me cack. Xie is very embarrassed. Jiang is full of yellow waste, and the two are not doing things together. How dare he put the kitten out? Okay, Xie said. His little head shouted, children have to sleep more quickly. And Jiang has been leaning for a long time, and his nonsense ability has also increased. Point the barbecued pork was caught in minutes. Really? It's a huge contrast between such a good deception and his dad. Xie is even more embarrassed. He cleared his throat and said, don't sleep too long, work and rest are better. The barbecued pork bag was happy, and he was stunned in his arms. Dad is so good, it turned out to be for me. Xie conscience is more uneasy. There are kittens. Xie is equal to a pair of eyes. Can see farther. Not far from his original idea. He was indeed on the airplane. It is only in this era that it should be called an aircraft, because it is a more common means of transportation. It has completely replaced the car, and it is much lower than the route of the aircraft. Point Xie is not very flustered about this high-tech world. Compared with nothing, there is a time when it is much simpler to obtain information. Point Xie is such a bullish identity, and it is easy to read a bunch of things. After being promoted to the intermediate player, Xie was full of qualifications in the morning. Now he is not only a physical quality, but even the 5 senses have been strengthened to a very exaggerated point. The repairer does not have the qualifications. He wants to spend twice or even 3 times more money than the average player, but it doesn't matter, because Xie is most lacking is probably gold coins. The 5 senses are developed, and the memory is also enhanced. Xie swept it over and over again, and has already recorded the general background of the world in 7788 languages. Okay, players have lingua franca, so he can easily speak dozens of languages in the world. The words made Xie quite unexpected. It is actually a mixed type between China and Britain. It seems a bit awkward. Fortunately, Xie can understand it. Looking down, Xie saw his own information. Name, Xie. Age, 3 rounds and 28 years old. Gender, rational. Identity, the 39th President of the United States of America, the Supreme Leader of the United States, the Supreme Commander of the 3 Armed Forces. Experience, 1 round of the highest position Chief Justice, tenure. 2 rounds of the highest position of the Vice President, leaving his post after the expiration of his term, traveling around the universe. 3 rounds of 10 years old, graduated from the highest school in the United States. 13 years old to participate in the Battle of Yamaha, with outstanding mental strength and judgment, to save billions of people in Yamaha. 20 years old to return to the Capitol Star, joined the House of Representatives. When he was 1 year old, he participated in the presidential election. He was only 1 vote, because he was too young. At the age of 25, he returned to the presidential palace with the highest vote ever. The sneak peek of the human eye looked at Xie so much, that he was not in the mood to see the strange age calculation and gender. Is he so powerful? Xie does not know it at all. It is true that in the wonderful pen-painted mountains and seas, he became a god, but he is a asterisk of flowers. He is a funny girl who draws a picture. When he is tired, he sleeps for more than 10 years. Without real power, he is too lazy to manage things. Xie Qiang has a model point. This time is different. I know that this resume is a true power, and it is a true president who fights on his own point. Xie has a little bit of dim sum point. Say good souls can't control the world. How did he still give him such an identities? I don't know where the river is leaning. He has experienced so many worlds. He must have tried everything. If he can find him, he can teach him how to be president. Xie has enough authority to find people in the universe, but how do you explain to the cabinet the person he is looking for? Looking back and stunned the snake, the government found that the president is mutating. How can he be beaten to death? Xie can only temporarily stabilize, continue to be familiar with his identity, and wait for Jiang to come to him. As long as there is no big problem, Jiang Sui should be able to find him. After all, the president's name and face are his, and he can see this information with a little net. Thinking of this, Xie has settled a lot, and has the mood to look at this strange age and gender. His age is 3 rounds and 28 years old. He is 28 years old. What do you mean by 3 rounds? Xie did not dare to check directly. He was afraid of leaving a search record, and was discovered by someone who was interested. He racked his brains, and turned around for a long time, which is a social environment. To guess the civilization that can conquer the universe must overcome the short-lived life. The way humans here are looking for is reincarnation. This reincarnation is not a reincarnation. It is not a reincarnation in the concept of the earth, but it is also a bit like it. The first birth is the first round. The lifespan is about 200 or 300 years old. When the body function declines to the point where it can't be regenerated, you can apply for the second round. The so-called second round is not to change the body to relive so much, but only to save some experience and experience. For example, the first round of Xie is the Chief Justice of the 10-year system. After he enters the second round, he may retain his experience of the law, but lose the most basic experience of survival, so he needs some time to relearn and adapt society. It is also possible that he has not been able to retain his experience of the law and become an ordinary person, which requires reworking and starting a new life. Reincarnation is not as forgotten as it is on the earth, but it is random. Although this is also unstable, it cannot stop the population and has a large base. On the whole, it will leave more things than the death of 200 or 300 years. Especially those who can stand out in a certain aspect have a greater chance of preserving the previous round of experience, so that the next round of children who are only 7 or 8 years old can already be independent in one aspect. Such as social structure, Xie sees quite fresh. As for gender, there is no distinction between men and women. Only emotional and rational. Men and women are no longer a label that distinguishes humans, because humans have long since departed from the era of mating and breeding, and have entered a more accurate and perfect era of gene bank breeding. The Ministry of Fertility has indicators every year to formulate new lives, based on the number of deaths or the extent of territorial expansion. And this number needs to be reviewed by the House of Representatives and the Senate. and the president will eventually sign it before it will reproduce in the next cycle. People have no troubles to breed offspring and put more experience into the development of civilization, only to have the scale of conquering the universe. The so-called sensibility and rationality are the gender determined from the spirit. Sensual human emotions are rich, and it is more suitable for the development and creation of perceptual aspects, such as art and culture. Rational human beings are calm and rational, and are more suitable for the formulation and development of rational levels such as legal, politics and military. Of course, this is only a simple distinction. It is not doomed. Sensibility can be held in the government, and reason can also achieve extraordinary achievements in art. Just as the Earth people pursue equality between men and women, the people of the United States also pursue the equality of sensibility and rationality. After Zhao basically understood the world background, the aircraft stopped. His secretary whispered, "Sir, the presidential palace is here." Xie Xi should say, "Well, when he got up, he saw himself through the bright silver hatch. A silver-colored uniform with 3 black meteorites representing the highest rights of the army on the shoulders, down the shoulder line, with the national emblem of the United States on the left arm, a perfectly blooming white rose flower." Zhao only looked at it, and some wanted to laugh. Okay, it is indeed the quasi-world of the river. The rose flower lovers are right. Walking down the aircraft, the presidential palace in the cloud gives a false and unreal feeling. The pure white European style building, the artificial sky garden is filled with beautiful rose flowers, and the progressive white almost blends the building with the clouds. When he saw it slightly, and Secretary Lee whispered, "Mr. President, the rebel army of E-981 Star has been arrested. Do you have a look?" Zhao has such a strange feeling. He is the president. Will the river slant not be unlucky enough to become a rebel? Or the rebel army that was arrested? It is necessary to take a look. Zhao nodded and said, "Connect to the video, Secretary." Lee said, "Okay." His voice fell, and Zhao was in the prison, where the heavy criminals were being held. This is just a holographic simulation, but it is really difficult to tell the truth. The prison is also very different from the Earth age. It is as clean as a laboratory, a white wall, a leaky room, and a light blue light curtain. Zhao saw the river **** at a glance. What surprised Ziyan was that the eyes of the river slanted were indigo. Chapter 146 The Broken *****02 But killed me. How should you live? If this face is not a river, Zhao almost thought that he saw the King Lang Saint. These eyes are too much like him. The rare indigo, deep in the deep sea like the sun cannot shine. Thank you for your heart. It is impossible to be the fourth. After the last quasi world ended, Jiang Sui took all the souls away. The fourth child has already returned. How can it still appear in this world? What's more, this face is not a blue dragon saint. Xi Jinping had a product. I think that this is a slanting trend. Maybe the world is abandoning his second eye and bringing him a beautiful girl, but how is it still shrinking? River slope. Is it so tender? Secretary Lee who reported the E-981 rebel leader codex. The rest of the information is unknown. This juvenile combat is very high, very difficult. The intelligence department suspected that he is a rebel leader. Xie Xi listened to the codex and understood everything. The rest of the information is unknown. He can go to the intelligence department to read a thought, such as name, Jiangzi, age, old enchanting, gender, love brain, resume, cough, too much, too lazy to read. Zhao took out the fan of the flower god, coveted a look at the juvenile version of the river slope. This guy's really tall, obviously only 15 or 6. Look, this is actually 1 meter 8. However, the temperament is very tender, and at first glance it is a newborn calf. He noticed his sight, and the river was also looking at him. His throat was deep and his lips were squatting, making him completely invisible. Xi said, he is not yet mature. Secretary Lee said, the body ages 15, but you know, biomonitoring can't judge his annual ring. When I heard the annual ring, Zhao was very playful and worked hard to tighten her mouth. But the word is very accurate in this society. This round and another round is not the year, the wheel. Well, Zhao has a bottom in his heart, and he said, no matter what the annual ring, he is a minor. Secretary Lee sighed and said, although it is underage, Xie Tao said, the United States juvenile protection law clearly stipulates the number of years of age, only the age of the body. This is reasonable. Although many reincarnations will be recorded in terms of age, many people can inherit the experience and knowledge of the previous round, but few people will inherit the mind, thought, and life experience. Therefore, the life of the new reincarnation, even if he can solve the Fermat's theorem at birth, he may also be an idiot of life. Even the mud cannot eat this. Common sense do not know. Therefore, the juvenile protection law does not look at the annual rings. It only depends on the current age. As long as it is less than 18 years old, it should be given certain protection and pardon. These laws are also understood by Secretary Lee, but this boy is most likely a rebel leader. If he is to be released from imprisonment under the law of protection, he will move to a youth care center. The guard level of the kind of nursing home is very low. Where do you live in this boy? Isn't it a tiger? To return to the mountains. His concern, Xie Tao, of course understands that, if under normal circumstances, he will not be brained to put such an obvious dangerous molecule. But, this is not a special case. Looking at the whole world, no one is more reassuring than the ex-boy. Xie Tao still wants to maintain the next presidential establishment. There are logical reasons, we have no evidence, to judge his leader status, so that the arbitrarily detained, let the Senate people know, and inevitably impeach the president without authorization. He paused. Next, lower the voice. Don't you forget how I lost. This made Lee Secretary nervous, and stretched his head. It's a subversion. Speak to the wise man. Just click on it, and he will make up his own brain to tell him that he is still in place. Of course, Xie Zhen's words are indeed subtle. The Juvenile Protection Act is clearly placed there, and the juvenile in front of him is indeed a minor. In the absence of sufficient evidence to establish that he is the leader of the rebels, it is illegal to detain. The president can't violate the law. Otherwise, it is not a unity, but a dictatorship. In particular, when Xie Tao was in the first election, the reason for the unsuccessful election was the age problem. It is reasonable to say that his first round was the lifelong Chief Justice, and the second round was the Vice President of the United States. He also fought in the third round, even though he was 21 years old. It can also be qualified for the presidency, but the resolution given by the Senate is too young and not mature enough. The law and the public believe that no matter how many times of reincarnation, as long as the body is not up to standard, the heart is immature, then X can be protected by the juvenile protection law, as long as it is a citizen of the United States. If Xie Tao is arbitrarily detained, his political opponent will definitely take the opportunity to attack. It is almost time to open a re-election vote. It is understandable that he is cautious as for the political enemy. President Xi himself does not know, but in the high position, how could there be no political opponents? Anyway, it is correct to say this Mr. President is also working hard to save the First Lady. Secretary Lee worried. Mr. President, can't we really let him go? The E-981 rebel army is the most troublesome bandit of the United States. They have not been able to completely subdue them for more than a dozen annual rings. Now, the president and the cabinet have collected the youngsters who are suspected to be the leader. Put him under the Juvenile Protection Act. Too unwilling, however, Lee Su did not dare to say more, because he knew that the most energetic was the president, and the most unwilling was him. Xi said, "You will go out. I will talk to him." Secretary Lee hurriedly said, "He has high physical and mental qualities, and is a dangerous person of S-class. You are the president." Xi Yan glanced at him. "Do you think I can't subdue a hairy boy?" Secretary Lee has lived, and he has been calm for a long time. He has forgotten what the young president is heading to the top of the United States. Although the United States has always been the president and the commander of the whole army, it is certain that no president is more qualified than the current one to command the entire army, because he started from the age of 13, and he is invincible. The new generation of God of War. Secretary Lee respectfully said, "The Genis will retreat first." Xie Tao removed the people and shut down the surveillance. He only left him and the river because I don't know if this is the deity or the soul. Xie Tao did not take the initiative. The river stared at him and a pair of scorpions were dull. Xie Wei waited for a minute and basically confirmed one thing, whether it was the deity or not. He must have known him. If it is a soul, then I don't know. If it is the deity, what is this stinging? Is he forgotten? It's not the first time to lose your mind, but this time it seems to be more completely lost. Xie Tao's demeanor slowed down, and when Sheng asked, "What is your name?" he just spoke, and the boy moved. He used to suppress his aura, and didn't know when he was disconnected. He clasped Xie's neck with one hand, and forced him to the wall. Jiang squinted his eyes, and stared at him. "Mr. President, you are even more beautiful than the image." Xie Wei, full of suffocating teenagers bending their lips, whispered, "And no brains." Xie Wei's back was against the solid wall, and the whole person was completely suppressed by the river, but he did not panic at all. He even felt that the thorn was a little cute. Cough. "Just as they are now hostile." Xie Wei calmly said, "You are younger than I thought." The 15-year-old middle school boy is also very cute. The river slanted the pupil and shriveled, and the hand that buckled his neck was forced. "Do you think I dare not kill you?" Xie Zhen slowly said, "How about killing me?" River Ramp, you are the president of the United States. You are assassinated. The entire United States will be turbulent. Xie Tao said, "I'm dead. There are countless presidents in the upper position in the United States for countless years. The most important thing is the president." River Ramp, you are the most exclusive and the most stringent control of the people in history. Xie Tao is not ill. Do you think this is what I can do alone? Jiang Skew. But as long as you kill you will disintegrate the image you have created. Xie Wei looked at him. His voice was very gentle and said, "But kill me. How can you live?" At this moment, the hand of the river slanted with a slight unpredictable tremor. He quickly gathered his spirits and his hands were even stronger. It seemed that he could use his strength to break the white neck. "I didn't expect the president of the United States to use this trick." Xie Zhen was funny and bent his eyes to see him. "What trick?" Jiang's slanting heart jumped, and the sight in his eyes was even more dangerous. "I remember that your gender is rational." "Well, that's right." Xie Zhen asked him, "What about you?" Jiang slanted and said, "I will be a kind of coward." Xie Tao does not agree with it. Emotionality only has stronger empathy and does not mean that they are weak. Jiang sneer. "Why is the entire government almost no sensibility in the job?" Xie Tao said faintly, "Just do their jobs." Jiang obliquely said, "You will not hide the gender." Xie Zio smiled and looked at him. "I need to." Jiang's oblique eyebrows are wrinkled and no longer speak. He couldn't see the man, so young and so beautiful, but the city was so deep. In the image, Jiang has seen him countless times, and the rebels even satirized him as the president of the Corolla because he stood in front of the rose national emblem of the United States, as if he had brought a rose corolla, which is more eye-catching than the most beautiful stars in the United States. Such a person, who holds the supremacy of the United States, has enacted numerous harsh and cruel laws, and has implemented many policies that annihilate humanity. This is not true, but it is inexplicable. Especially after close observation, the river **** is more confirmed. This is an unfathomable man, cannot be deceived by simple appearance, should be alert to his heart and cold. A rational person rarely makes a perceptual expression, but he believes in it. The gentle voice seems to be full of affection, with a strong appeal, and a huge magical power, to confuse people. The river slanted more and more determined to kill him. Even if the body is broken, he must be dragged to hell. This man is too dangerous. Xie Tao knows that he is winding around. He whispers, "You let me go, I'll let you go." "How?" Jiang slanted his fingers and tried hard. The tingling came from the neck, and Xie Wei frowned slightly. Seeing his subtle emotions, Jiang's brain did not issue instructions, and his hands were unconsciously released. Xie Wei complained, "Can you tap it?" The slightly raised tail sounds like a small hook, and it is easy to hook out the most critical piece of stone on the river's oblique wall. With a bang, the wall of the hard-built city collapsed. The heart of the river was hit. The river tilted his hand and trembled. Zita also thought that he finally weighed the pros and cons, knew the measure, and followed the example. I can put you under the juvenile protection law, but you can't leave my sight and live with me. Jiang obliquely looked at him. Why, Z? Well, he gently raised his lips and said something awkward. You asked why you let me go, or why do you want to eat with me? River. Slope. Z. Tao saw him like this, thinking, I'm still rational in this sample. I believe that there are ghosts. Of course, it is still necessary to install it. After all, this is either a soul or a brainless river. Zitao continued. The underage care school must not be able to see you. Follow me, it is supervision. I can also get along with each other to judge whether you should bear the punishment of treason. Jiang skewed back his voice. He gritted his teeth. I won't get along with such hypocritical people. Z. Tao will not be angry. He feels too fun, and his smile is more intense. Do not try to get along. How do you know what kind of person I am? Chapter 147 God who collapsed 03Z. Where do you like to sleep, on the left or right? Jiang slanted away from the line of sight, full of brains. Cannot be confused. Cannot be confused. Cannot. Zitao said again. Kill me. You can't live without it. I'm dead. The United States will soon be able to launch a second president. You. The rebels did not have a leader. It was a loose sand. Jiang turned his head and stared at him. I'm just a nameless pawn. If I die, I will die. Z. Tao said, you are so good, just a nameless pawn? Then your organization is really not simple. The previous sentence was warm and sorrowful, and the tone of the latter sentence dropped sharply, with a chill. Is this a candy and a whip? Jiang sneer. Irrationality is so good at grasping people's hearts. He suddenly approached Zitao, almost in his ear, and said, you pretend to be real gender. Z. Zin's heart jerked, and the tip of his ear was a bit red. There was no way. After all, the two should have done what they should not do. For some close movements, there is a little stress reaction. The river saw it, and then, stunned. Zitao whispered, do I have to hide my gender? The river scorpion is dry. If you are a sentiment, how can you become the president of the United States? Z. Tao said, the United States has never been gender discriminatory. Do not misinterpret the political will. The river's oblique thin lips are tight, but instead it can't stand such a close distance. He loosened his hand and was far away from him. Why don't you kill me? Z. said. You are not yet an adult. Jiang. Skew. You still have less minors to kill. Z. Tao said, the situation is uncontrollable. Of course, there are priority decisions. Jiang. Sneer. It seems that you are sure that I will not kill you. Z. Tao has been screaming in the sky. I just know that you are a smart child. The river slammed his wrist. Zitao is as calm as ever, as if the two are not arrogant, but discuss what to drink in the afternoon. This kind of determination, such a calm, such confidence. It's really impossible to go down the river. A kind of humiliation that was played and applauded came to life, and Jiang slanted him away. He said coldly, I will tear your hypocritical face sooner or later. He will let the world know how such a delicate face is. Cold and authoritarian. Zitao has such a lost trouble. How can it seem more and more embarrassing? And surely, the second boy thinks much more. Poor Zitao has only a little bit of experience with awkwardness, and it is very hard for this unrecognizable teenager. He can only say, I sincerely hope that you will let me down. Jiang slanted and laughed, and felt that he was more hypocritical. Irrationality would be such a character, which is really incredible. Although the conversation was not very pleasant, it was easy to stabilize Jiang's hierarchy and let him agree to get along with each other. I don't know what the mood is. He dreamed of yelling with the children, and now the children are sent to the door, and he even pushes 3 people. Really can't have no brain. Z. When he first went to tell her secretary, and Secretary Lee was shocked. How can this be done? How can he stay with you? Mr. President, your life safety is the most important. Z. Tao said, what better way do you have? Secretary Lee. Z. Tao said, the E-981 rebel army is an extremely tenacious force. If we can take the opportunity to recruit, we can save more energy. Upon hearing this sentence, Secretary Lee actually showed a very sad look. He choked. Mr. President, you are dedicated to the people, and one day they will realize it. Xie Wei keenly captured this special situation. What is the situation? Is there any difficulty for the United States, or what sacrifice did he make? Secretary Li cheered up. We will always support the president, and I believe that under the brightening of your enlightenment, the United States will surely shine a lot. Xie Wei didn't ask much, but he nodded calmly. He had thought about a set, such as with the rebel leader, but also a kind of suppression. The words were not used at all. Secretary Li did not know what his brain had to make up. The song has been praised. Xie Wei, I can save trouble. If I can save trouble. It is said that it is inseparable, but Xi Zhen's identity is a very busy person. Just after he has completed his supervision, there is a bunch of government affairs to deal with. For these Xi Zhen, it is not nervous. After strengthening his qualifications, his memory and judgment are greatly enhanced. It is not comparable to ordinary human beings. He just took the opportunity to get to know more. He didn't know if it was his illusion. He always felt that the moment he took the light brain, his thinking was several times faster than usual. After strengthening, he is already comparable to the top computer in the Earth era and can be faster. Zitao feels a bit strange, but I think I'm still in the stage of adaptation. Probably not used to it. When he was dealing with government affairs, Jiang was in his office. Of course, there were special people to take care of him. Zitao did not dare to put himself, but he was not afraid that he would hurt him, but he was afraid that he would run. It's hard to catch it. If you haven't figured out the situation, let him slip away. Too bad. Zitao was so busy that he missed lunch and went straight to the afternoon. He basically figured out the situation, and he was a little worried. The world is really not simple. His president is also struggling on the cliffs. When he cut off the connection with the light brain, he saw a young master who was arbitrarily playing with a shadow on his legs. He was so busy that he was too busy, but the guy was too busy, but unfortunately he couldn't get him to help him. Zitao got up and walked over to him. Sorry, a little longer. The river slanted head did not lift. Don't care for me. How did such a spurt grow into the old driver? Xie Wei is very curious. He reached out, and when he was about to touch the river was loose, and Zitao caught the shadow. This thing is a small toy, a bit like the Rubik's Cube of the world. But it is 100 times more complicated than the highest order Rubik's Cube, and it requires a certain amount of effort to play. If the hand is weak, it can't shake the thing. Zitao Gang ended the link with the light brain. The brain is the fastest time for thinking. He has been through the battlefield and has strong physical fitness. After taking the shadow, he only gently bounces it, letting it emit a colorful light. The shadow recovery will be like this. The river slanted clearly and immediately sneered. Little tricks. Xie Yang bent his lips. It is indeed what children like. He said that he threw the shadow into his arms. Jiang is sullen and angry. I'm not small. Xie Wei looked at him. How old? The river immediately shuts up. Xie Wei smiled and clicked on his forehead. Go, boy, go eat. River. Slope. Seeing Jiang Xiaoxi who eats cockroaches. Zitao does not mention how happy it is. Heaven is a good reincarnation. Who is the sky bypassing? Xi Xiaoi who actually one day could turn over and call the old driver a children. Dinner is not rich. Dry food makes people have no appetite. This is also the weakness of this era. The longer people live, the more extensive they are explored, but the requirements for food, clothing, housing and transportation are getting lower and lower, especially in this aspect. It is probably finally separated from the survival situation of food, and a large number of anorexia genes in the gene pool are selected and then propagated. People no longer rely on food so much, and the fun of food is reduced accordingly. And there are not so many carefully pondered delicious talents. Xie Wei was very boring and not good at cooking. He asked the river, do you have a taste? Jiang is unceremonious, difficult to eat. Xie Yan gave him a look. No, rude. River. Slope. Don't overdo it and accelerate the meditation of the clear hard spell. Looking back and looking for a chance to try it out, he is not the future person. There is still a demand for the taste of food. If you have fun, you can have fun. After using the meal, Xie Wei opened a teleconference and dealt with some things until 10 o'clock in the evening. Secretary Li said, Mr. President, if there is any situation, please summon it in time. Xie Tao puts his hand and says, don't worry. For the strength of Xie Tao, Secretary Li is still at ease, so he should say, okay. After the people were screened back, Xie Tao called the river, do you like to sleep on the left or right? River, squinting eyes, what? Xie Tao said, do you like to sleep on the left or right? In fact, Xie Tao knows that this guy prefers the left side. Jiang oblique eyebrows twisted into twists. I sleep on the sofa. Xie Zio chuckled, say it better to live with you. The river can be principled. I won't go to your bed. Xie Zhen really wanted to record it and turned back to him for 24 hours a day for 360 days. Don't say so embarrassed. Xie said. We just sleep together. River. Ramp. No, I won't leave. Xie Heo suddenly asked, what are you nervous about? River. Slope. Sure. Enough. He had to use the radical method. Xie Tao sat on the edge of the bed and bent his eyes to see him. We are both rational, not people who are emotional. What about sleeping together? Still. He said deliberately, are you interested in me? Jiang stood up and said, I don't like the rationality of your falsehood. Xie Tao wanted to record it again. He smiled and said, what are you afraid of? River. Ramp. I don't. Xie Tao took a photo on the side of the bed. Come and sleep. River. Slant. In the past, the heart beat wildly, not to pass. In the end, the juvenile self-esteem defeated reason, and he slept. It's just that Xie Tao actually reached out. The river slanting voice is very tight. What are you doing? Xie Tao took his hand. So I'm relieved. He said that he closed his eyes. Jiang Shi knows the meaning of his sentence. If he holds his hand, he can move a little and the man can immediately detect it and respond accordingly. But in his mind, he couldn't help but echo this sentence. This way I'm relieved, as if he really only relied on him to hold his hand, to be at ease. Xie Tao is just afraid that he will run. The river leaned stiffly and lay for 2 hours. The people around him have breathed evenly and went to sleep, but he could not sleep at all. Just when he thought that he had to blink to the dawn, a burst of sleepiness came, and Jiang fell asleep. Xie Tao was awakened by the kiss. He pushed the person on the body and annoyed, let people not sleep. The man's crisp juvenile voice has a low smile. With the same sleep, the president is really kind. This playful voice made Xie wake up instantly. He opened his eyes and sat up. What the *** are you doing there? Is no doubt that this is a river slope, or the young man looks like his eyes have changed. The river slant did not take advantage of the opportunity to take advantage of it. Instead, it quickly said, there is not much time. I can only say that my task is to play. I'm completely entertained and need your cooperation. After saying this, the river slanted eyes closed and fell. Xie Tao is speechless. This is the legendary scam. What plays and enters a show. Very messy. At this time, the day was also bright. Xie Tao didn't have time to think too much. He went to the bathroom first, and when he came back, the people around him woke up. There is still some confusion in the scorpion of the river, and it seems that there is still no place in front of the eyes. Xie Tao is not used to the high-tech products here. After half a day, the effect of the hair dryer seems to be 50%. Therefore, the hair was still drenched, and he grabbed it and looked at the river. Good morning. The river turned his head and saw the loose man in the morning coat. His black hair is moist, somewhat chaotic, and his white fingers pass through the hair, and the sharp contrast makes people feel heart-wrenching. He only wore a bathrobe and his waist was loose, which was completely different from the rational look of the uniform in the day. The river's oblique throat was fretting, and saw the hickey on his neck. Chapter 148 The broken ****04 is extremely fragile and extremely tough. Thank you for taking a shower. Although the river is vague, it leaves enough clues they are teamed in. This is a quasi-world triggered by Xie Tao, so they are all repaired, and the assigned tasks should also be related to the repair. Xie Tao is to repair the broken god. The river is the play. What does it play? Obviously, the world is missing what he plays. I was wondering that this young river slant is very similar to the King Long Sage, and now I can be sure. The fourth child participated in the quasi-world design, but was pulled away by the river, so the river slant came to the world, and the only thing to do was to play the King Long Saint. Then the question is coming. Is the original soul of this world only King Long? It should be more than that point. If there are other old friends, how do you divide the two corners? And is there any other soul in this world? Zitao is not sure. He does not know that he still can't meet the clear river, the so-called complete play. Zizen's understanding is that Jiang Slope is integrated into this quasi-world because of the task, thinking that he is the quasi-world person. Just like when they played the game of dreams, the two were immersed in the game, completely forgetting that the central government also forgot the task and only regarded himself as a 19-year-old university student and university professor. This state of the river is not a memory loss, but it is not much worse than amnesia. The only thing that doesn't need to worry is that as long as the task is completed, the river does not need to be played again and can be restored. As for the need to cooperate, following this line of thought, Zitao can also understand. In order to repair the collapsed world, the soul is definitely crucial. The river is going to replace the soul, and he still has to satisfy the will of the soul so that it can be repaired. It's not too good to say that the collapsed world is like a broken machine, and the soul that is drawn away is an important screw. The river slanted as a screw to fill the gap. Ziwei is a screwdriver. You need to tighten this screwdriver. The machine can run normally. As for how to tighten the screwdriver, Zitao's mouth is a slap in the face. It's not wrong to fall in love anyway. I thought about this. Zitao did not wear a uniform, directly put on a bathrobe, and deliberately dressed loose. I have never done this before. Zitao business is not very skilled, but to deal with such a Mao Taojiang small oblique should not be a problem. Zitao holds such confidence and says hello to the sleepy river. Who knows? After seeing him in the river, the scorpion suddenly cooled down and the thin lips were stretched tightly with a cold face. Ziwei was a little surprised. After the body shrinks, even the character is serious. Zitao did not believe that King Long saved Xiaoyi for the first time in the same year. Jiang leaned out of his face and went straight to the bathroom. When passing by, Ziwei held his shoulder. I don't even say good morning. Jiang slanted his head and sighed. Shensheng, let go, Z. Yomei Feng Yang. Jiang slanted the light and swept the more obvious icky under his collar. He was in a hurry and went into the bathroom without looking back. Ziwei never imagined that the middle two rivers would be so thorny. Is it too young to eat this? Thanks to the eyes, a little bit of a change of uniforms. Oh, it's only the age of 15 or 6. If you understand this, he forgot. Moreover, the rational people in this world are very rational. There is no love and love in the mind, and most people are lonely for life. Although he suspects that the river is sensuous, it may also be a rational person. Is the emotion suppressed because of physical reasons? Zitao thought very seriously, but forgot his family. This is a top Vinegar that he can give himself to his death. The kiss marks on the neck are not known, but there is a mirror in the bathroom. But when he takes a shower, his brain is full of words, all thinking about business. How can I see such a red dot in the fog? If this is not a high-tech era, there is no one-button dressing. Ziwei can also find it before wearing a mirror. Unfortunately, the world is very powerful. The uniform is a stud earring. If you click it, it will be worn automatically. You don't need a mirror at all. So Zizen missed the hickey perfectly. It is said that people walking on the riverside have no wet shoes, and the farmer of the river has finally let the strawberries they grow up to be sour at breakfast. The river was also a calm face, and it was silent. Zitao can't touch his little temper. Cautiously shut up. Don't hire him first. Today, Zitao is having a business, going to the cabinet meeting early in the morning. The United States is a presidential state. The cabinet is an important institution that assists in exercising its executive power. Members are not only in important positions in the country, but also in the hearts of the president. Zitao was the president of the day yesterday. I'm very aware of the situation of today's cabinet meeting. The world is far from being so calm on the surface, and the world itself is tenaciously eager to survive. When Secretary Lee came over, Zhao was already trying to communicate with the second middle school boy. I didn't sleep well last night. More common words actually poked the young nerves. Jiang sneer. Sleep very well. It's as good as death. And I don't even know when people are gone. Zhao tried to answer. If you have anything to adapt. Jiang looked at him and asked. I will let you leave if I don't adapt. Zhao said. No. The river slanted straight ahead. Then don't say these hypocritical things. Wei. Take back the foreword. This thorn is not cute. Very ill. The two men were silent all the way. When they arrived at the state council, Secretary Lee whispered, Mr. President, the young master is taken care of by us first. This is to keep the river outside. Zhao said. I bring him together. Secretary Lee suddenly raised his head. This, said, I have already informed the participants, and they have agreed. Those things let him know that the benefits outweigh the disadvantages. Secretary Lee paused and said, okay, not to mention Secretary Lee, Jiang Ti has also stunned himself. He twisted his eyebrow and asked, I can't run here. Tao took his hand. Come on, you can participate in this meeting. Jiang wanted to pull his hand back, but after working hard for a few times, the hand did not listen to it at all, and there was no intention to pull away, but the impulse to grip. Jiang slanted himself and stabilized. Tao took him in, and saw the head of the entire United States. Vice President, Secretary of State, Finance, National Defense, Home Affairs, Minister of Justice, etc. 12 people got up and bowed to and their sights fell on the river. It is reasonable to say that being stared at by so many people will have a strong sense of uncomfortableness, but the river is very calm and has a calm and calmness that should not be with this age. It seems that as long as he does not face Wei, he has nothing to do with the age of 14 or 5. Of course, Tao did not hold a hand in the river. He nodded. All the people attended. The meeting began. As soon as the Minister of National Defense opened his mouth, the river slanted. Afterwards, the meeting was carried out efficiently and quickly. Everyone reported the information very quickly. Tao gave the decision quickly. It was clearly a dozen people, but there was no quarrel and questioning. It was only to quickly summarize the information and quickly arrange the next action. Rapidly progress towards the ultimate goal. Jiang Ti is very familiar with Tao. This man is still a resolute character when he is in the army. When he was presidential at the age of 21, the biggest question he asked him was autocracy. Because he has dictatorial conditions, his character is tough, and he has served as the Chief Justice and the Vice President of the state and the Speaker of the House of Representatives. Almost all of the important departments in the moment have his arrogance. It is true that he was only 21 years old after his reincarnation, and he had forgotten the former old man, but the people did not forget him, and even looked forward to his return. After he became president, there is no doubt that it is all inclusive. The so-called house restraint is only a small effect. For the first time, he was forced to lose his election because of his age. The second time he could not stop it anyway. After Tao took office, as everyone thought of it, he quickly concentrated his rights and drastically carried out reforms that were almost unbelievable. The E-981 star has always been a land of extravagance, and the United States has been helpless in countless years. Thank you, but I started to be extremely embarrassed, and I wanted to completely conquer them. And he almost did it. Jiang Zi once thought about why he would do this unscrupulously, why he wants to do so at the expense of more turbulent assembly forces. The answer he got was the man's ambition. He wants to gain greater rights during his tenure. But now he knows the truth, desperately concentrating the power of the entire United States simply because he is doing everything he can to save all citizens. Up to 10 years. The space minister looked at the river and the sound was cold like ice. The whole universe will collapse. When Jiang Zion heard this, he thought it was a scam, but he soon understood it. Such a scam cannot exist. Tao will not call so many people to tease him and outline such a scam. That is dripping. Everyone said the report given by all The river slant was heard in a meticulous way, and they were analyzed very quickly in the brain. Correct. There is nothing wrong with it. In the past few years, Zitao has united the power of the entire United States at all costs, in order to protect the entire United States. All kinds of data show that the universe is about to collapse. Even if they conquer the world, they don't know where the next world is, so the plan given by the United States is to do everything in its power to save the citizens of the United States. This is incredible. This incredible thing, these people facing great desperation are seriously implementing. Even if there is no hope, even if the disaster is coming, even if it is dark, they are obsessively trying to pierce the darkness and let the light shine in. The river **** was shocked by this fearless spirit. The meeting opened from the morning to the evening, and at the end the Zitao's nephew was dumb, hungry. Zizen asked him. The river looked at him obliquely, shaking his head in a complicated manner. Ziyan smiled and smiled. I slept for a while, and called me at the presidential palace. Jiang leaned down and stopped talking. Zitao has closed his eyes, his chair is flat, and his head is gently swaying toward the river. The light in the aircraft was very dark, and the river looked down on him. He only thought that this face was extremely fragile, and it was very different from the tough president who struggled for the survival of the United States at the meeting. How can a person have such two faces, extremely fragile and extremely tough, like a rose flower with spikes? The river slanted to the ground until the aircraft stopped, and Xie woke up, arrived. Jiang. Oblique quickly opened the line of sight. Look out the window. Yeah, Xie. You stretched out and felt that the uniform on her body was a bit stuffy, and she simply changed the casual clothes. Changing clothes will not be exposed, and high technology is so convenient. I had forgotten the thing of the hickey, because Ziwei changed the clothes of the low collar, and the river oblique saw it again. An unspeakable anger rose to his heart, and he tightened his eyebrows. In fact, he has no right to ask Zitao's private life, but he can't suppress this unspeakable emotion. River sloping. Give me a room, Z. Where he was awkward and looked at him. Well, say good sleep with you, Jiang. Is sarcasm. Why are you so troublesome, and I have to wait until I fall asleep and go to the rendezvous, Z. Where? After. The river is said to be exporting. It is not a taste in the heart. Although rational people have little emotional enthusiasm, they have normal physiological desires. Compared with emotional people, they have self-contained feelings, but rational people are very indulgent. Like Ziwei, who is highly weighted and very beautiful. I'm afraid, Zitao before and after a slap in the face, suddenly realized. Really? Really? Zizio can't smile. He asked, what did you dream of last night? Jiang's heart was very uncomfortable, and there was no interest in chatting. Zitao joked, is it like a sweetheart? Hold me, kiss and kiss. The author has something to say. Jiang Zio. Chapter 149. The broken ****05. Maybe the next moment, the universe is gone. Zitao not only said, but also deliberately pulled down the collar. You see, this is evidence. The beige round neck is so loose that it reveals a nice clavicle when pulled gently, and the original flawless skin has a red dot on the skin. The river's oblique brain crashed. Zitao can't see it, but she also knows what it is. He raised his mouth and said, I was awakened by you in the morning, pushed a few times before pushing it away, and then went to take a shower. The sloping surface of the river is not shocked, and the heart is already turbulent. Is this what he did? He kissed him and kissed him, still holding it, but he didn't have any impression at all. There is no memory at all. Then, an unspeakable confession poured into the chest. He kissed such delicate skin, and forgot all about it? No. Jiang Cheo quickly pressed this confession. That should not be there. Zitao pays attention to his demeanor, and can basically guess what he is thinking. It's so fun. The old driver actually has such a tender time. Zitao actually regretted a bit. Why didn't he meet him earlier? At the earliest time. Take a look at the really small Jiang Zio oblique. Jiang Z can count back his voice. He said dryly, I don't remember anything, Z. Tao has been immersed in someone for so long, and some words are also hand to hand. I haven't let you take responsibility. What is nervous? This success made Zio Jiang obliquely burned red ears. Ziyuxinich actually want to kiss his rare red ears. Hold back. can't beat the grass. Zen kinking Zizzy said, okay, nothing. It is normal to have a dream. Jiang. Xiang said, I have no dreams, Z. Wei looked at him. Well, no dreams, that is, you are deliberately awake. After waiting for his words, Jiang Shi immediately said, no, He didn't know what was going on. Zizan said, of course you don't know. You know how I am teasing you. Zitao knows a little about the evil taste of Jiang Dejiao. It turns out that teasing kids is so interesting. It's a bad adult. Don't be nervous. Zitao's old-fashioned autumn. I don't care. You don't have to worry about it. It can be seen from this sentence that Zitao's adult is still tender and has a lot worse than the old driver. The river slanted slightly, the hot chest was instantly cooled, and the indigo-colored scorpion returned to calm. He doesn't care, and he doesn't care. Yes, Jiang slanted and laughed at himself. A rational one who cares about this kind of thing. Jiang slanted silently labeled him with a frivolous label. Losing Zitao did not read the mind or to break his small head. After eliminating the misunderstanding, Jiang's mood is still much better. Although he feels that this is a frivolous man, he thinks that everything he paid for the United States has filtered out 99%. Zitao also noticed that he was also in a good mood. He was busy teasing and slanting, and he was very comfortable all day. Because the world has collapsed, I don't know what the original situation is. I only know that what they are facing now is the collapse of the universe, and all civilizations are facing the catastrophe. Zitao has seen many sci-fi themes on the Earth. There are explosions in the solar system, and humans have built the Ark to escape. It is also suspected that the ecosystem of the spacecraft is unstable and directly dragged the Earth. The solar system is gone, and a vast galaxy can find new homes, but the world is different. It is not the sun, but the whole universe. Where is the whole world collapsed and where should I escape? This may be the despair and helplessness that collapse the world. Just like a person infected with a zombie virus, reason is about to disappear, but still reluctant to give up and want to live. At this moment, Zen really felt the difference between repair and obliteration. He is very fortunate to be a repairer. It would be too cruel to let such a world that desires to exist again. After a long day of work, Zitao is tired, but the spirit is very good. On the aircraft, Zitao asked, I will eat you at night. This is an obvious happy signal in the Earth world. If this person is not in a good mood, he will definitely not say such a thing. But in the United States, it is a very inexplicable sentence. The river is also slightly sloppy. Is it delicious? What is delicious and not good? The food is just to get energy. Many rational choices to save time, to directly inject nutrient solution. There are also a few sensations that are still insisting on regular meals, but for them, it is not for the sake of good or bad, but for a sense of respect for the past. Zitao is not easy to explain, just said, in short, you will know when you taste it. Jiang slanted and nodded, but the citizens of the United States did not pursue food, but Zitao had it. Even if he entered the central government, he did not go all out to take physical medicine. Food is not just a hunger, it is a spiritual enjoyment for people. Xie is very excited about the underground kitchen. High tech is good. If you want to, you can build it at will, even if there is no pot or bowl in this world. Jiang leaned curiously at the door and asked, are you cooking, Z? Tao whispered to him, the President of the United States is cooking for you. Happy river slope, Z. Tao looked back at him, and his eyes bent. Jiang leaned out and turned out boring. The heart jumped, because his eyes were full of smiles. Z Wei has a good cooking skill. In the past, he and Jiang had been observing for more than 60 years. Nothing else was mentioned. The 3 meals on this day were his big bag. One of the words that Jiang often hangs on his lips is, there are snails in the family. Although Zitao's flower gods have not been cooked for thousands of years, the flower asterisk is a spiritual state and has no concept of time, so it is not a hand. Not long after, he easily put the 3 dishes and 1 soup on the table. Jiang slanted and looked at it. What is the difference? It seems that there is no machine to do beautiful, but, very cute, Zitao said. Try it, Jiang. Xie also sat down after Xie Tao was seated, learning how to set his napkin, and picking up chopsticks. Xie Yan looked at him with an eye, and Jiang Liang was slightly restrained to clip a piece of white onion. Xie Zhao laughed out loud. Jiang obliquely looks at, well, Xie Tao said, the onion mutton mainly eats mutton. What is it, river ramp? Not all tastes. The mouth said so. The chopsticks were obediently sandwiched with a piece of lamb. Xie Yan looked at him with an eye. How? River? Slope? Xie Yan's eyes are all bent and bent. Well, at this moment, Jiang's mood is probably the same as those in the food animations. After eating the delicious food, and the fireworks are in his head, but, eat. Never thought that food would be like this. Xie Wei was slightly relieved, because he knew that many tasteful people's taste buds were degraded, and they could not taste the taste of food. It seems that the river asterisk is still the original body, but it has shrunk. Xie Tao greeted him. Try this again. Jiang is not welcome. One person ate 3 dishes, although Xie Tao only ate a few chopsticks. I was very happy. I didn't lie to you. Jiang skewed sincerely. You are very good. Everything knows, everything is done well. Xie Tao wants to record it again. This sentence should be repeated for 26 days a day for 20 hours. Cough. Not for the river, but for him. Xie Xiaomei is beautiful. The atmosphere of the two people is getting better, and the river slant finally can't help but ask about the collapse of the universe. Xie Tao has been waiting for him. When he asked, he said, I found this sign when I was 38 years old. At that time, I began to decline. The explorer disappeared in the cloud, and then I sent a field investigation. The conclusion is that the flow cloud galaxy has disappeared. The slanting look of the river condenses. So from then on, the United States banned the exploration of the alien domain. Xie Tao nodded. If it is discovered by the people, it will cause panic. The collapse of the universe is terrible. Once it is promoted in the United States, what will happen is hard to estimate. Xie Tao continued. The speed of collapse is faster than expected. When I was 98 years old, at the age of 98, the Ares galaxies also fell. The river treacherously shocked. In just 60 years, it collapsed nearly 1 billion light years. Xie Tao nodded. This speed is not constant. It is exponential growth. Jiang slanted, and his thin lips were pale. So you only estimate that the universe will completely collapse after 10 years. Xie Tao closed his eyes and closed his eyes. Yes, this is the typical lotus pond effect. Suppose a lotus leaf in a lotus pond grows exponentially. 1 on the first day, 2 on the second day, and 4 on the third day. Maybe in the 41st day, the lotus leaf only paves a pond for a quarter. But the next day, the lotus leaf suddenly covered half of the pond. After another day, the whole pond was full of lotus leaves. The speed of the collapse of the universe is like this. It is very slow at first, and it is undetectable. If you ignore it, you may suddenly have lost the universe. This is the scary part of exponential growth. Jiang Xi knows more. This decade is only the most optimistic estimate. Everything that can be controlled can be broken. This is the truth that civilization has developed so far. Xiang should say, yes. Maybe the universe will be gone in the next moment. The river is slanting. Xie Tao patted him on the shoulder. Don't think too much. Take all the time. Do everything you can. Even if the end is coming, we don't have to regret it. The river slanted, and the blue-eyed scorpion had returned to calm. Well, although it is serious about Jiang Zhao, they came to repair the world and certainly will not let it collapse. However, it is best to hold the river and let him not be confused, or even help. After all, the river asterisk is now an important screw, and it is very troublesome if it strikes on the evening of the same day. Jiang was refused to go to bed. I won't leave. I will go to the room to sleep. Xie Wei did not hesitate. No, the river is hesitant. Xie Tao said. What the mother-in-law does and sleep with me is also for your safety. Jiang slanted his eyebrows. No one hurt me. Xie Tao said. You are a newborn calf not afraid of tigers. River. Slope. Xie Tao said again. You have to go to the room. I will be with you. Jiang squinted his eyes and he went to the room to sleep for him. What was his past? Xie Tao insisted. You must sleep with you anyway. In the end, Jiang Zhiaoshan compromised and lay on the bed like wood. He was drawn between the two men. Xie Zhen thought, if you have the ability, don't come over. When the day was bright, Xie Tao was depressed and hot. This rational irrational refers to the spirit, but what the body is like. Xie Yang Iron fast said, don't delay time, quickly talk about what is going on. The river swayed. Small thoughts about me, Xie Yan said, don't touch it. The river **** is also not really time, but cannot be reconciled. You take the initiative in the day. I have already wiped you out. Still. Nice to say. Xie Tao, say business. The river slanted to feel dizzy, not skinned, and quickly said, the world is a bit weird. You are careful, Xie. Where he asked, do you know a few souls? River. Ramp, at least 3. After hearing this number, Xie Zhen was relieved a little. Jiang slanted again. My quest is to find a broken god. This should be an important clue. You should find a way to check it out. Xie Tao's quest for the squad is also this. He also wants to ask again. This guy has already had a glimpse of his head and slept. So it's not good to say good things early. Have to make a pass. Xie Tao pushed and pushed to push this heavy guy down. At this time, the river squinted and opened his eyes, and there were still some stunned eyes in a pair of blue-green scorpions. Xie Jiang Xiaochao instantly returned to God and saw the negligent Xie who was under his body. River slope. The author has something to say. Jiang Xiaoshan out's life. I'm such a beast. Xie smile. No need to be, you are. Chapter 150. The collapse of the ***06 first president is a sentimental. Before this moment, Jiang Zi was skeptical about what Xie Tao had said. What happened really? How could he have no impression, not to mention that he had never had a sleepwalking experience before, and suddenly there was such a bad habit. All doubts came to an abrupt end at this moment, because he caught his current situation. Mr. President of the United States, the commander of the space army holding heavy soldiers, the universe of civilizations worships respected men. Under him, his clothes were messy, his cheeks were red, and his pale lips were wet with kisses. With a bang, the head of the river slanted. Did he kiss him? Kissed his lips? The river **** quickly got up and almost jumped under the bed. Xie Tao has seen what is called drooling, coughing, a bit exaggerated. After all, Jiang's body is very good, and the body lines of young people are also very charming. Just how handsome, still can't hide the loss of the helmet kind. Xie Tao pulled his pajamas and sat up to see him. Jiang Zi still raised his head. He screamed, I'm sorry. Then he rushed into the bathroom. Xie Tao tried hard to endure and finally laughed when he closed the door. Too bad. Jiang Da slanted evil. Jiang Xiao slanted back. However, the reaction of Jiang Xiaochao is also very interesting. After a long time, Xie Tao turned off the fire, and the river slanted out of the cold. This little scorpion smashed, and did not dare to look at Xie. Xie Tao still has to take care of the young mind, no longer scare him, only to say, go, eat breakfast. Jiang slanted his head and couldn't help but stay away from him. Xie Tao looked at him. What are you doing? River slope, Xie Tao said. I'm not a flood beast near the point. However, the president at this time is more terrible for the little monk than the beast. There were many things during the day, and Xie Tao couldn't care for him. Jiang Yi's whole morning was unsettled, and it's hard to calm down. The president who saw the light brain and closed eyes was busy, and it's boiling again. Jiang Li said to Secretary Li, can I wait outside? Secretary Li is very vigilant. The young master still does not leave the president. He will worry about you. River slope, perhaps. I received a letter from Secretary Li. Xie's work was suspended. I looked over it. What, boring? Jiang Oblique does not look at him. No, Xie Tao got up and walked over to him. Would you like to help me with something? The river slanted slightly and looked up to see his tight collar. In the place where the chin was bordered, there was a tiny red dot. The river slanted hard to open the line of sight. Xie Wen said, it's boring to stay with you anyway. Come on, help me with some documents. Jiang slanted and said, you don't worry about me. Xie Zhao lips smiled. You are not an unknown child. Jiang oblique eyebrows slightly twisted. I'm not a child. Xie Tao deliberately puts his words. How many rounds have you been? The river tilted again, and shut up. Xie Tao did not ask again, and extended his hand. Come, time is urgent, you can do more with more. He said this in an understatement, but I can think of the current situation. The river slanted instantly caught those who did not have it. The disaster is coming. How can we still think about those little love? As a reason, it will always be prioritized. Jiang did not hold his hand, and got up and said, what do I need to do? Xie Wei gave a few words to Secretary Li. Secretary Li looked suspiciously at the river. Xie Tao said, reassured. Secretary Li seemed to sigh, and responded with such a subtle expression. Xie Wei noticed it. It is quite doubtful to say that, although his reasons are sufficient, his closeness to Jiang Slant is obvious in the past few days. Secretary Li's number one confession has not mentioned anything, not even accidental. In the morning, he still knows to avoid suspicion. Hey, I always feel that there is something wrong with it. Xie Tao didn't want to understand it for a while. When people are busy, they will not think about it. The river can be redeemed in the tedious work. He finally didn't have to desperately restrain his own vision. Finally, he didn't have to worry about the wet lips. He didn't have to be burned by the evil fire. The two were busy at night, and when they stopped, Xi Zhen felt a huge sense of tiredness. The head of state is not a relaxed job, especially the leader facing a huge crisis. The burden of carrying is tense. Xie Tao is also studying and planning in an all-round way. The world is desperately trying to save himself. He is a doctor. Of course, he also tries to understand the patient's condition and help him find the crux and solve the pain. Xie Tao did not dare to look for it in a big way, and even his own confidant could not fully trust it. He could only cover the clues of God in a cover-up manner. The asterisk that collapsed must have a asterisk. First point, what is God in the end? There are many beliefs in the United States, the legendary creator, the cosmic creation God. There are even people who believe in the first president of the United States, the sensible person who read the theory of freedom. Yes, the first president of the United States is a sensible person and the first perceptive president in history. Since then, all the presidents and even all members of the cabinet have not had a sensible appointment. This is not a society's discrimination against sensibility and rationality, but rather that sensibility is not a political arena. Let them go to the civil service, and it is no different to put them in jail. Sensuality advocates freedom, has a wide range of hobbies, and pursues all kinds of beauty throughout life. They are poets, literati, romantic artists, but not politicians. Reason does not understand them, but they respect them very much. Without sensibility, this society may become a machine. So even if the sensibility does not have any real power, it will not be the existence of discrimination. They are the freest souls of the United States. Under the circumstance of this rationality, the first sensible president was very eye-catching. Xie Tao was very curious about him, checked the information, but did not find any clues. His birth date, his video materials, and his life stories are many, but because there are too many, he can't tell which one is true. Even his name is different, and the only thing he can determine is the liberal theory he read, and his gender. A sensible president, telling citizens of the United States with a charming voice, we are free, independent, and do not accept any restrictions. We are not slaves, not tools, not mines. We are a citizen of the United States that exists, is real, and is free from the shackles of fate and reborn. Xie Tao carefully read this declaration, especially the last sentence, and read it many times. Exist, true, out of the shackles of fate, regaining a new life. These are worth pondering, but it is difficult to locate anything. Mr. President. Secretary Li awoke him softly. Xie Tao fell asleep in the aircraft. He opened his eyes and said to the river, why don't you call me? Secretary Li is a special channel called Xie Wei, which is also a tiny communicator placed in the earrings. Jiang can say that he stared at him for an hour and didn't see enough. He looked out the window and said, I also slept for a while. Zio chuckled, you should sleep well. In a word, the red ear of the boring is burned red. Xie Tao had a good sleep and he asked, what do you want to eat at night? River ramp. If you are tired, don't. Xie Wei said, my cooking is a secret. I don't want to tell others. He suddenly approached, or said to his side, Jiang Slant. Xie Tao also asked him, I heard no, the river slanted 3 meters away from him for a second, like a mosquito cockroach. Well, why can't I ask why I only cook for me? He did not ask. Zizen actually said, I only do it for you, Jiang. Xiaochao rose to the ground and couldn't help it. Why? Ziwei, I'm happy. The river slanted throat was tight, and there was no way to ask half a word. Point, is he really a rational one? Even if it is emotional, I'm afraid there is no such confusing people. Point, Zitao was in a good mood and made a few dishes that Jiang Tai loved to eat and also accompanied him to have a drink. Point, when I slept at night, the river asterisk began to entangle. Point, Zitao said, well, isn't it a sleepwalking? It won't swim every day. The river slanted and nodded, and the strong man went to bed with a broken wrist. Point, compared with his tightness, Zitao is very comfortable. If he doesn't know, he thinks that the indecent assault is Jiang Xiaojiao. Point, Zizen was tired all day, and soon he fell asleep. Before going to bed, he still thought about what to communicate with the river in the early morning. Whoever thinks this feeling is naturally awake. Point, Zitao was still uncomfortable when he opened his eyes. He turned his head and saw the river asterisk lying flat. Point, seeing that he woke up, Jiang Ti immediately took out his hand. Point, Zitao is lazy. Good morning. What is the situation? The river scorpion is slightly dumb. Good morning, Z said. I said that sleepwalking is not every day. The river slanted and said, yeah, Z. Tao thinks that there is still a bunch of things going on today, and he said, go work. After 3 or 4 days, Zitao was not awake. Point, he was a bit puzzled. On the 5th day, Ziwei ordered an alarm clock in his ear and deliberately woke up at 4 in the morning. Sure enough, Zitao looked at the boy who was hooked. You are not sleeping for a night. The river was not sleeping for a night, and he had not dared to close his eyes 4 nights. When Xie thought, I understood what was going on. I was afraid of sleepwalking, so I didn't sleep. Point, for you, Ziwei is not feeling well. Sleep. Although the river asterisk has the opportunity to find a chance during the day, it can also reach the limit. I will fall asleep, Z. Tao said. What about that? Who is not a bit strange? The river slanted throat not shook, but it is too much, Z said. I don't mind. The slant of the river looks awkward, irrational. It does not care about this kind of thing. Point, Z said. I don't mind if you do anything, but you are not yet adult, so I will stop you. The river squinted, as if wearing a broken chest, and jumped out. Point, Zitao was also afraid of developing too fast and scared him, so he opened the topic again. The sleepwalking can be overcome. I will cooperate with you to observe it. Jiang slanted low. Yeah. The voice is very light and still trembles. Normal men have a little reaction early in the morning, especially relying on their sweethearts. Zitao is also an individual. Sleep. Zitao rolled up the quilt and wrapped himself into a silkworm cocoon. Point, probably the river asterisk is also very tired. He fell asleep, and Jiang Daoblik did not come out. Zitao also followed asleep. Point, after nearly a month, the river slanted out, and Zitao did not allow him to come. The two exchanged a few words in a hurry and opened the distance when Jiang Xiaoke woke up. Point, finally, I didn't sleep walking. The heart of the river's asterisk fell, but I couldn't help but lose. Point, sleepwalking is wrong, not dreaming, and losing something important. Jiang Yi is very disgusted with his own sensibility, because the rational Zizen will not be troubled by these things. Why is he not rational? If he is rational, he will not be obsessed with a person who cannot be owned. Point, when the capital was in March, the Third Academy of the United States brought exciting news. Find the poll. Zitao quickly convened a cabinet meeting and concentrated on analyzing the good news. This is one of the efforts of the United States to evade the collapse of the universe. Point, the collapse of the universe is from the outside to the inside, with a very obvious trajectory. If you can wear this trajectory, there should be a final collapsed pole, and this pole is likely to be the birthplace of the new universe. Point, as long as they can immigrate the United States to the extreme, they have a great chance of being reborn with the new universe. Point, I thought it was very difficult to find the pole. Whoever thought it was under the efforts of the researchers? I found it. The third president was too excited to say, we still need some data. We must go to the field to collect the space minister said. In this position, the fastest starship will have to go back and forth for 2 years. It is difficult to guarantee the immediacy of the data for such a long time, the third courtyard said. As long as people with SSS level physique jump between singles, they can get the data in 1 month. The size of the starship is too large, and there is an upper limit on how to speed up. If it is too small, the speed that a single person can reach is unimaginable by the starship, but the physical requirements of the person are too high. The Space Department started to slap the table. The absurd. At present, only the president is SSS level physique. Is it necessary for Mr. President to collect the receipts? The vice president also tweeted, at this time, Mr. President should not leave the capital star anyway. The third dean sullenly said, is it still not possible to contact Mr. Jiang? Xie Xi's thoughts capture this detail. Mr. Jiang, the Minister of Information said, since the former president has cut off all contacts with the cabinet, since he left office, we suspect that he has reincarnation. Mr. Jiang is the former president? The information in this regard is really not checked. At this time, a clear voice sounded, the river ramp. I'm also SSS level physique. Chapter 173 The collapsed ****07. The man laughed softly, and the sound was crisp and numb. Think of me. Everyone's eyes were cast in, and they stared at the river. They all know the identity of the river, and the reason why he will let him stand here is to respect the decision of Zitao. And the second is the moment of life and death. The river slant is the SSS physique. They all know, but they dare not entrust such an important task to him. After all, this is the leader of a rebel army. Even if it is reincarnation, it loses its former memory and is still a rebel. The Minister of Defense directly ignored his words and said, is the SS class physique not working? The third courtyard said, the SS level has to be at least half a year. The timeliness of the data is difficult to guarantee. The Minister of National Defense said, use the highest direction. The SS class physique will burst and die. Even if the soldiers are willing to sacrifice, but the people are dead, the accuracy of the data cannot be guaranteed. When I heard that Xie Xi was very confused, it is reasonable to say that the machine should be stronger than the people. Why is it here instead, and the data collected by people is more accurate and efficient than the machine? Of course, now is not the time to consider this. Zitao gave the decision, let him go. This is of course the river slope. The intelligence minister immediately said, Mr. President, his identity. Zitao interrupted him, I believe him, intelligence minister, but this is too important. If he sends back the news, we must all of the United States. Zitao said, their ideals are survival, not destruction, although the rebels are opposed to the US government. The fundamental reason why they have not been completely annihilated has always been that their ideas are positive. They advocate a more pure freedom, a more humane rule, a more harmonious social system, rather than a torch of the entire civilization. In the face of this common disaster, they are in the same direction. All want to live, want to survive, want to protect the entire United States. Tao convinced the cabinet, in fact, needless to say too much, because they have no choice. The SSS level physique is too rare to appear 1 or 2 in a few decades, and once reincarnation, the physique will change. Mr. Jiang, the former president, is one. The current president, Mr. Zitao, is also one. There is another boy who is in front of him. Mr. Jiang is difficult to contact. Mr. Xie must not leave the capital star. The only remaining choice is X, the head of the rebel army, a boy who had just turned 16 and was childish and unrelenting. Is the hope of the entire civilization entrusted to him? Unfortunately, there is no choice. Things have been finalized. In order to save time, Jiang will start tomorrow. Although the physical fitness is up to standard, but some aspects of the matter must be carefully taught to him. Jiang Xi was taken away by the third dean, and Zitao handled some of the incidents and followed the past. The third dean is still in a state of high excitement, speaking very fast, no matter how incomprehensible, personally going to the sea, explaining how to use the collector and what data to collect. A lot of barabara. Thank you for hearing the skull pain, so he can remember. Xie couldn't help but speak. The third president, Leng Ding, saw Mr. President, was shocked and hurriedly said hello. River ramp. Yes, no problem, Xie. Very. Okay, young brains are good. After the teaching and the exercise several times, the river slanted a little wrong. The third dean sighed. It is worthy of SSS level physique. It is worthy of SSS level physique, Xie. He was afraid of this big brother and led the river away from the institute. Jiang asked him, is there anything else? Xie Tao said, go home for dinner. He said that a word of Shun Kao, but let the river swaying, full of words are going home. Xie Tao is still very nervous. Although the river to explore the pole may be an important part of the repair mission, it is not necessary, and the river is also a high probability that there will be no problem, but the so-called concern is chaotic. Once separated, he will not endure live worry. Xie Tao's heart is abandoning the third dean of the squad, and he's also a half-pound. Safety first. Data collection failure doesn't matter. It's important to save the fuel for returning. No. When he didn't finish it, Jiang Yi asked him, why? Xie Tao said, what is it? Paying attention to safety is the most important thing. River ramp. Why is it so good to me? Xie Xi. He looked at the river and saw the young science scorpion flashing some deep and cold eyes. Because of the expectation and tension and the temperature of the sputum, the river slant is a great courage to ask for export. Xie Zhao smiled. The voice was gentle and gentle. I will tell you when I come back. The river slanting scorpion is steep. Xie Wei took his hand and said warmly, but pay attention to safety. Jiang's backhand held him. The boy's bones were stiff, and he was very tight. It seemed to be an invisible handcuff. I will definitely come back, but Xie Yang bent his lips. I'm waiting for you. After sending away Jiang Zhao, Xie Zhen's heart was still empty. The habit was terrible. It adapted to the life of two people. Once separated, it seems that half of it is lost. What is wrong is not doing anything. Fortunately, this did not affect his handling of the president's affairs. After a long time, Xie Zhen looked for an opportunity to check the mysterious former president. Former president of the surname Jiang. Xie Zhen searched a circle and selected a total of 10. The surname of Jiang is still very common. With so many presidents of the United States, it is inevitable that there will be the same surname. It will be removed too long, and there will be 3 candidates left. The so-called former president is not the last one of Xie Tao, but the former president. After all, Xie Tao's last surname Luo. Ben still thought about how to lock the target, but he was undisputed when he saw the name and the 5 senses name. Jiang T. Age. 6 rounds 44 years old. Gender, rational. Xie Tao's mouth was pumped, and I never thought that the soul of this world would be so ingenious, and it would be exactly the same as the river slant. Even the name did not change. Is it a new friend or an old friend? Xie Tao is uncertain, but what is certain is that this is a poor soul that has been left in the collapse of the world. Probably Jiang Zhao is too cute. Xie Tao's compassionate heart has not been extinguished, so I haven't seen each other, and began to feel bad about the new soul. Other souls are in their own worlds. They want to do what they want. This is very miserable. If you can't control the world, you will be robbed, and the president will not be right. President Xi wants to abdicate and let him work. Oh no, let him lead the United States to a new future. Xie Tao checked for a while, because it is a citizen of the United States, so the information of this river is very good, and the resume is a lot of. Xie Wei fixed his eyes and looked at it. Taking advantage of yourself is the soul you will desperately open to yourself, which is life. This is the gods to go down. From the first round to the 6th round, each round is a complete life winner. Several important positions in the cabinet have his name. What is even more exaggerated is that each round is re-elected for 3 presidents. It is the history of the United States. The longest serving president. The rule of the United States is to empty all the past after the reincarnation. So if the term expires, you can re-elect, as long as you can pass the ballot. The river has lived for 6 rounds, and has served as the president for 72 years. Still soul, Xie Tao suspects that he is the broken god. Of course, the task will not be so simple. Zitao is just a spit point. After turning this over, Zitao thought about how to contact the great god point. At this time, the communicator on his stud snorted, followed by a magnetic sound. Lisu has been using my frequency band to contact me. What is the matter? This cold sound of the low voice in the ear even thanked the waist and eyes. He took the communicator and took a breath and stood still. What happened? This voice. Zitao is not the first day to know the river, but also admits that his voice is really good. But this, it's no exaggeration to describe it. It's just like electricity, and the legs are soft. Zitao calmed down for a while before he could think about what he said. Lisu is secretary Li. Has he always used his frequency band to contact the river? This is also normal. After all, at the crucial moment, there is more than one SSS level physique of the former president, and the United States has more hope. Just the former president who couldn't contact anyone, even contacted him? Listening to the tone, it seems to know. Don't blame Z, think more. He always feels that even the president is not worthy of the soul of the gentleman. In all likelihood, he took the opportunity to engage in a pre-existing summary. Is it an old friend? It is reasonable to say that the second child of the second child is designing 3 worlds, almost full. If it is an old friend who is very likely to be the old 5 and the 6th, you may always feel that the temperament does not match. The old 5 sentimental and the old 6 are so depressed that they are not the same as this one. Z Wei sighed and said, see your face? The man laughed softly. His voice was crisp and numb. Think of me. Z Wei, there is no enthusiasm for the former, but this voice is too open. Ziyan's face was slightly hot, trying to calm the sound and center position to him. Didn't wait long. Zitao saw him. The 46-year-old river is strange and familiar. This age of men has a unique charm. Time precipitated in the eyebrows. Experience has caught the edge. Learn to describe the temperament, the mature and calm display. Look at the young and gentle Jiang Zhao. And look at this mature and stable former president. It is really shocking to the greatness of time. Obviously, they look exactly the same, but they are completely different because of their temperament. Zitao couldn't help but think of Professor Jiang, and also remembered the good times of their old age. The river is slanting, and the voice is heavy. Mr. President, good afternoon, Z. Wei replied violently and said hello to him. Good afternoon, Mr. Jiang. Jiang leaned down and sat down opposite him. He took off his dark grey trench coat, and the shirt inside was perfect for his straight body. The age only added him to the mature charm, and did not cause any damage to this perfect body. Zitao felt an indescribable sense of oppression. It was invisible. The opposite person did not deliberately exert pressure, and naturally felt oppressed. Zitao sighed with relief, stabilized himself, and played a 12-point spirit to deal with this unusual Mr. Jiang. The difficulties of the United States must be clear to you, Zitao said unconsciously. We need citizens of SSS level physique to perform tasks. Only you can think of it, Jiang said, is the extreme. Many of the policies implemented today are also set by him that year, and he will know that it is normal. Zitao nodded. Some data must be field trips, so the SSS level physique is required for the highest speed cord jump. Jiang slanted his lower lip. Don't you find the right person? This task Jiang Zhao she has already completed, but, Zitao said, when the data is sent back, there will definitely be more problems. If you can come back, he stopped, not interrupted, but he couldn't say it, because the river was watching him. A pair of dark grey scorpions are calm but deep, as if they saw the deepest part of his soul. Ziyu's heart was completely stunned, and he couldn't remember what he was going to say. The river leaned up, and walked up to him. Zitao couldn't help but stand up. In fact, the two are not much worse than their heights, but they are so imposing that Zitao has the illusion of looking up at him. The river slanted at the corner of the mouth, but it was not like laughing. His finger was at the heart of Zitao and slowly said, when do you know how to love? I will come back, thanks to the big eyes. I couldn't help but say, the United States is facing a huge crisis, and the entire universe will disappear. How about that? Jiang slanted a faint look. This is not necessarily a good thing. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.